seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a mix of clouds and sun with a late-day thunderstorm for some that may be rather gusty with hail after a high of 81, with more showers and storms for tonight and a low of 61, leading to some sun tomorrow, but still some wet weather. More showers and another thunderstorm, high 73, ahead of a dry Monday with some sun, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
At it before the sun comes up, so let's get started right now. A 2-mile section of the Greater Allegheny Passage will remain closed indefinitely while trail officials decide how to remove a pair of boulders on a cliff that threaten bicyclists and walkers below. The section of trail between Whitaker and Duquesne has been blocked by lock gates since July 9th for rock scaling, the removal of landslide-prone debris from cliffs. So this is what I want to simply say. Do you understand that not only are the brick and mortar struggling right now as far as the foundation of our country when it comes to roads and bridges and buildings, but so are some of these things of pure beauty that nature has given us and people have supported. And a lot of the support when it comes to these natural resources are because of the corporate brands that have been a part of our region for well over 100 centuries. You know, you go back to Andrew Carnegie when he and J.P. Morgan got together and Carnegie exited and Morgan created U.S. Steel. Andrew Carnegie took a fortune that was close to $500 million, which would be worth billions today, and he became a philanthropist. And just about every community within the sound of my voice, if you're in the tri-state, meaning Eastern Ohio, Panhandle of West Virginia, or Western Pennsylvania, you have a Carnegie Library, courtesy of the Scotsman who came to this country and really thought big, dreamed big, and accomplished amazing things. So one of the things that a lot of people don't understand, when you lose corporate entity and you lose manufacturing, you lose those deep dollars that go a long way to create parks and other aspects of recreation, to where people have a chance, especially those hardworking manufacturing folks that really at one time made up the middle class in America, have a chance to relax and spend some time with their family when they're not up grinding every day, morning, noon, and night. Little things like this come to the attention of your Pratt Pack because I understand how pristine and how beautiful this place is that is Western Pennsylvania. And unless we find a way to red up this place that is Western Pennsylvania, a lot of these things that we have cherished for generations will simply go to the wayside. So just know when I'm promoting business, I want it to be clean and safe and record producing as far as what we make, build with our hands, healthy paychecks to restore the middle class, but I also want to pay it forward and to preserve and create and let future generations enjoy Western Pennsylvania and the tri-state, because there surely is a lot of beauty that is out there every day to behold. So measles reached Allegheny County. A UPMC spokesperson confirmed just a few days ago it's the first case of the highly infectious virus reported in the county since 2019, and it follows an unprecedented outbreak that has swept across the state and led to 62 hospitalizations, a third of which are young people. An unvaccinated patient seen at UPMC's Children's Hospital and Pittsburgh Emergency Department twice this month on the 12th and 18th tested positive. Spokesperson confirmed via email and said everyone with a potential exposure is in the process of being notified. The patient is not an Allegheny County resident, the county health department said, but visited the hospital from a neighborhood county. Look, these health officials are always working overtime, and I am grateful for the health care that we have in this region. But I have been talking about this for weeks, if not months. Look, it's about the future, our children. You know, we overcame so many things when I was growing up in the 60s, when we were truly a town of manufacturing people who worked every day and were the middle class. But we embraced the science and the medicine with that visit to our pediatrician and PCP. And we got the vaccines that we needed, right? The TB, the rubella, the measles, the mumps, polio. It goes on and on and on. And thus, a lot of us baby boomers have been able to live a very healthy and enjoyable life. But I'm starting to really think that we're going backwards, and a lot of this had to do because of the COVID-19 vaccine. Look, there is risk in everything. That's why they have the disclaimer. I get it. I understand it. But I think the bigger story here is we are in the midst of maybe going back in time to a time that really was a great time, but it had a lot of very fearful things, and a lot of them were the diseases that children had to deal with. So let's just know one thing. Every once in a while, you got to rule on the side of science, and you have to really stand by people who are involved in medicine and do incredible things every day, because that's who they are. That's what they study for, and that's how we all stay happy and healthy, and families have a chance to enjoy everything that life has to offer. Look, you have every right as a citizen of this place that is the United States of America to make up your mind about your body and your health. I get it. I respect that. But I hope you respect my opinion, too. When I say when it comes to children and our grandchildren, I think we should definitely take the side of science and people in health care, because these vaccines have been doing a whole lot more good through generation after generation than many of you, I think, all due respect, understand. All right, a little bit after the hour of 5 a.m., we're going to get to your calls in a moment. That other big story as far as the DA, Stephen Sapala, wondering about some money in the city of Pittsburgh, we're going to get into that in just a little bit, too. That story's a couple of days old now, but that's one that's got some legs to it, and a lot of discussion moving forward about it for sure. All right, what else do we have? We got this. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA, or on that Odyssey app, AUDACY. But you can also watch us online with our KDK video stream presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream, or now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page and watch everything we are doing in the studio. And don't forget, we are now streaming on X, which I find really cool. NASCO Roofing Instant Access to our shows is a click away. Email us at instantaccess@kdkradio.com. And it's the third annual KDK Radio Kickoff Classic live at Wolverina. Coming up next weekend, August 28th, 29th, Bishop Cannabin versus UPrep. Central Catholic takes on New Jersey's Begrin Catholic on Friday. And then on Saturday, it's Westinghouse taking on Hickory, and Clareton going against Farrell. And Woodland Hills takes on Newcastle. Here's the coolest part. $14 per ticket or a weekend pass, all that football for just $28. You can get your tickets right now at kdkradio.com. Really excited about that event. Just a couple of other things that have kind of piqued my interest a little bit. We've been talking about a number of stories, obviously, in recent days, maybe not here, but doing a lot of work on social media, and also some things that we were talking about earlier in the week. But here's another one that I want to get out to you before we take a break. A White Oak man has been ordered to stand trial Friday. It happened just yesterday in the fatal shooting of Tristan Taylor, a recent Alderdice High School graduate who was walking home with family from a memorial service for a slain relative. At the same time, defense attorneys for Ronald Stanford Jr. appeared to begin laying the foundation of what could be a mistaken identity defense. Taylor, 18, was shot and killed June 30th in Pittsburgh East Hills. Stanford was charged about a week later and taken into custody early in August. The shooting stemmed from a confrontation in which witnesses said Taylor was barely involved. That is a very sad story, one to watch. And listen, these stories of violence in our region are just all too frequent. So law enforcement doing everything they can, but in my humble opinion, when a lot of these things start to play out in the court of law, we have to really kind of sit back and give the justice system a chance to do their due diligence. And basically, with a jury of their peers, decide what is the next step to follow. And then obviously you have the appeal process as well. But I think the courts are really going to be called upon to pay close attention to some of this violence involving people in and around Pittsburgh. And I think that'll be a big barometer moving into places like Allegheny County, Beaver, Butler, Washington. Honestly, I think we're in a position now that we have to have the courts get involved. All right, that should give you something to get going. We're only in open talk until 7 o'clock today. We do have a bonus hour at noon, but if you want to get in here early, often, give me a call, 866-391-1020. Here till 1 o'clock, it's our marathon weekend. It's your Pratt Pack, KDKA. Good morning.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
St. Anthony School Programs is thrilled to announce their upcoming golf outing on Monday, September 28th at Old Stonewall Golf Club. A great day supporting a great cause. St. Anthony provides inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development for students ages 5 to 22 with Down syndrome, autism spectrum disorder, and other special needs. For over 70 years, St. Anthony's has empowered students of all faiths to reach their full potential, live independently, and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more at StAnthonyKids.org.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you, a Pittsburgh tradition. The Pirates dropped a 10-inning, 5-4 decision to Los Angeles in California against the Dodgers last night, despite a strong effort highlighted by a home run and 2 RBI from O'Neill Cruz. The Pirates ultimately fell short. Two teams again in California tonight, 7:15 first pitch, 93-7 the Fan. Steelers fell 17-0 to the New York Jets in a preseason matchup here in Pittsburgh, where offensive struggles and quarterback questions took center stage. Starting quarterback Will Howard endured a rough outing, tossing 2 interceptions and absorbing heavy pressure, including a sack by Jets rookie pass rusher David Bailey, before Drew Aller, who didn't have much success either, took over in the second half. The Jets capitalized on the Steelers' mistakes behind a efficient cameo appearance from Geno Smith, who connected with Jillian Woods for a touchdown. Riverhounds taking on Brooklyn tonight, and through 2 rounds of the BMW Championship, Wyndham Clark is your leader by 1 shot. He's at 12 under. More sports, 937thefan.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acroshore Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at KDKARadio.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, just like an alarm clock, he's always here, up first at it, Ken Lowerborough. Good morning, Ken. Welcome to KDK. How are you?
Good. I'm back. All right. I had you on speakerphone. Yeah, real quick, a lot of stuff went on this week. I've been listening to the news occasionally. And here's a couple of words that you're not going to want to hear. Government consolidation. Pittsburgh, listening to, I guess, one of your announcers or one of your DJs that was in temporarily last week, these guys are in trouble down there financially, and it's not just Pittsburgh. It's every blue state. I push this. It looks like your governor, which at this point, I don't even know what the heck he's talking about. He's going to put out so many small businesses by taxing these skill games that these small businesses are surviving on. You saw it on the news yourself, $500 per month per game? Who can afford that? I mean, if you have 4 games in there, that's going to get to be a little costly. I mean, these people, even under Rendell said the casinos would, well, let's go back to the 70s. The casinos and the lottery was supposed to be the funding for the school districts. We weren't supposed to be paying school tax at this point. What is going on? I mean, he's going to put out, I mean, obviously the Democrats don't care about small businesses because what they closed down during COVID was astronomical, and it still has its effects. But they're going to have to do something about this. I mean, we can't keep being controlled by the government at this point. AI centers. What's Shapiro do? He put a lockdown on AI centers. Where are they going to go? To Ohio? Apparently they have double the AI centers, and they don't have a problem out there with it. All he wants to do is control and regulate. If the people of Pennsylvania cannot see that, I mean, he's going to try to make a big money grab. If it was me, I wouldn't be coming here if I was an AI center. It just would not happen. I couldn't afford to listen to being controlled. I'm a small business. I don't want to hear it. I mean, we want to be able to do what we have to do to make money, to buy our goods and do what we have to do. The Democrats are regulating everything to death. Let's see, what else did I have here? The reassessment. My God, the people of Allegheny County, these guys are going to pay so much more. It's not going to be just for your county tax. It's going to be your city and school. I mean, homes that were reassessed in the maybe $40,000, $50,000, $60,000, they double those. Those people are struggling now to pay their taxes. I mean, don't these government officials have any type of? They're sitting behind a desk. They're not out in the streets. I'm seeing empty homes. I'm seeing empty apartments. Can you not understand people are still leaving? You have to understand this. And I don't, like I said, it has to stop. They're going to have to let loose so businesses will come here, and they're not letting go. I mean, the old establishment Democrats will not let go. You're going to have to make a decision on which way you're going to decide to go at this point in time, because you know for a fact what Shapiro did last week crushed us here. He crushed us here.
What are you talking? You're talking about the executive order on data centers?
Yeah, the data centers the gaming. The gaming.
I know. Well, these social clubs, I mean, they're the ones that I worry about. They're out, supporting the local Little League team. They're buying police dogs for the police department that are not cheap. I don't know. And I think putting those other games in all these little, like, gas stations and laundromats was such a bad idea to begin with.
Yeah, but a lot of these small businesses were struggling since COVID, and this gave them a boost to keep them going. And if you just take that out, it's like pulling the rug out from
but you know
underneath
what? But here's the problem, and I understand where you're coming from, but instead of actually realizing what the problem is by opening up the door and saying, look, everybody's welcome who wants to build, fix in these data centers, get to the end result, what you have to do. They've got deep pockets, once again, like natural gas, offering billions. Open the floodgates, do it the right way, get it done. But some of these places, these people are in these like convenience stores and laundromats for 20 hours straight. I mean, and you're trying to do business, get in and out, and you're like stepping on people. I don't think they should be there, but they should be at the local social club. I don't have a problem with that. And they should be in the casinos where they're actually being done right. Now, as far as the money from the casinos, that's above my pay grade. But I do know there's a lot of people making a good living working at those places. And they are paying taxes, too. And they give people a chance to blow off some steam a little bit. I have no problems with the legit casinos that are here, like the Rivers, like the Meadows, like Mountaineer, and Presque Isle up in Erie. Absolutely love it. All right, what else do you have?
Well, I would have loved it if it would have went.
I know. I don't know. I don't know why that hasn't happened. And you're not the first person that's brought this up. I thought it was happening. I don't live here. But now I keep hearing more and more people tell me it's not happening. Yeah, but honestly, I didn't think that was for the entire Commonwealth. I thought that was like for the Metro.
Well, I was hoping the lottery would do it right. And you know what? If you turn 62, you have no more school tax. If they would have done that, that would give people an incentive to get to 62 before they leave the state. Now, you're looking at what he's going to regulate here, and you know what? And I told you last week about Florida being one of the first red states to get rid of the county and city tax. If that happens, what's going to happen to Pennsylvania? I mean, the natural gas from Marcellus Shale, all it is a flow-through for Pennsylvania. They pump it here and they ship it out. Our gas bills through the winter should be half of what they are. They should be half. But the taxes that are imposed, these guys don't have any choice. You have to tax people because of the pension systems in this state, and that's unfortunate. Well, and they keep talking about this measles. Well, I'm telling you, where's Dr. Wong? You're telling me the introduction of 10 to 20 million people with kids going to our schools that are unvaccinated? Of course. What do you think? Thank God.
Listen, honestly, if this thing becomes an epidemic, and this, I don't know if anybody wants to talk about this, but I think it should be almost a requirement, or you're not coming into the classroom. You've got to get these vaccines. You're putting too many people in a very dangerous situation.
It's not going to be an epidemic. Too many people were vaccinated here.
Well, let's hope so.
It's just not going to happen here. But like I said, we're going to have to do something with these government officials. You're going to have to cut Pennsylvania government down. It needs to be cut. We can't afford this. It's just getting to be crazy. I'm looking at a lot of elderly customers. They're going to be gone. They're going to be gone, moving with their kids. And, you know what, let's say you have a 3-car family and, well, I can't afford this extra car. So everybody loses on that. So, you know what, it's happening. I see it. I know. I see people that had two cars that reduce down to 1, 3 that go to 2, homes that are empty, apartments that are empty. And who's going to pay for the reassessment? I keep saying that. If you rent, your rent's going up. Plain and simple.
From what I hear, already rent is sky high here in and around Pittsburgh. And I mean, 1-bedroom apartment, like $2,000. Are you kidding me?
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. Go to Westmoreland County. Go to another county that's close but not there. If you're renting, you can pick up and move. And you can be selective at this point in time. Because I'm telling you, what I'm seeing here, there are a lot of empty apartments over on this side. And there's one which I couldn't believe. It's off the chart for $2,000 over here in New Kent, but it's off the chart. If you're paying $2,000 on a small little 1-bedroom there, come over here. You could get the biggest apartment you could even imagine for $2,000.
Well, I'll tell you the story, and I'm going to get to it after the news. I don't know if you want to talk about it, but what DA Sapala said about the funds inappropriate as far as a lot of money in the city of Pittsburgh during the last administration. That's a major red flag. I mean, that's a story that's not going to go away anytime soon. I mean, I got Rachel Heisler coming up on Monday night, city controller. You folks don't want to miss that. But, man, I got to tell you, it never ceases to amaze me. And I know you got to go through your due diligence, and maybe they'll figure it all out. But it just seems like everything's a cash grab. We just can't generate money. And then, to add insult to injury, I see the biggest story break the other night when I was out doing a bunch of social media stuff to cross-promote KDKA and some sports stuff. I see that the country is now $40 trillion in debt. So what the heck did this administration even do for us? They put us deeper in debt? I mean, gee, many Christmas.
Well, Rob, how could Trump stop the bleed? I mean, this $40 trillion.
But he didn't have to act overnight. Listen, he didn't. I know. I'm not blaming him. I'm not blaming Biden. I'm not blaming Barack Obama. But 30 years we had a balanced budget in '96, and we're $40 trillion in debt. And this guy gets in office the second time and has Doge and these tariffs, and he wants to, stimulate and bring manufacturing and go. And we're now $40 trillion in debt. Crazy. Hey, I got to get to a break. Kenny, good hearing from you. So we're going to talk about what the Allegheny County District Attorney Stephen Sapala has to say about some money on the other side. We've got lines available. I'd love to hear from you. We are in open talk until 7, so let's get going. Time to wake up, put the coffee on, and spend a little time on the airwaves with your Pratt Pack. Again, that's 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
5 games in 2 days. It's the 3rd annual KDKA Kickoff Classic, live from the Wolf Arena August 28th and 29th. Teams from Western Pennsylvania and New Jersey's Bergen Catholic make their way to the home of the Wolverines for a 2-day extravaganza of high school football. Get the full schedule at KDKARadio.com. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet. High school football lives on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packard. An investigation is now underway after a small Cessna plane crashed near a remote military radar site in Alaska. 8 on board, no survivors. NTSB Alaska Regional Chief Clint Johnson says the aircraft missed its initial approach amid foggy conditions Thursday around noon and crashed on the second landing attempt.
Pilots in this case were navigating solely by instruments. Weather conditions would not allow them to actually visually see the ground.
As reservoir levels sink lower in Lake Mead and Lake Powell, the Department of the Interior ordering steep cuts to the amount of Colorado River water that will be delivered to California, Nevada, and Arizona. Amid growing American concerns about the cost of living, President Trump says he'll temporarily waive a tariff on imported beef for 90 days. 9 hurt Friday night after a swing ride malfunction at Wilson County, Tennessee State Fair. Officials say most of the injuries involved legs and the hurt expected to recover. This is ABC News.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Are your property taxes too high? Time is running out. You have until September 1st, 2026 to appeal your Allegheny County property taxes. Call attorney Richard Ernsberger at the law firm Barron and Ernsberger at 412-391-2515 for the help you need.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of sun and clouds ahead of the risk for a late-day thunderstorm that may bring hail and damaging wind gusts with a high of 81. Then showers and storms tonight could still be gusty with hail, the low 61, followed by more wet weather tomorrow. Despite some sun, showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 73. Give way to some sun Monday, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Pittsburgh Public Schools back in session, and we've got everything you need to know before you go.
All right, so let me read this verbatim, and then I want you to call in and talk, especially if you're from the city. Look, I've been wondering for a long time about a lot of money, especially COVID money that came in. And look, no allegations, not pointing any fingers. I'm just following up on a story that I first read in the PG, and obviously my colleagues, our news department, has been talking about it. The Allegheny County District Attorney said Thursday that millions of dollars purposely spent on contracts by former Mayor Ed Gainey's administration could be unaccounted for, saying financial documents show money spent but no tangible work product as a result. We're looking for work product, said Stephen Zapala Jr., for the amount of money that was paid out to different people. What kind of work product did the taxpayers get in return? Zapala said his investigators have absolutely found evidence that money was inappropriately accounted for or taken. You're talking millions of dollars from different accounts, different contracts, different schemes. He said, we can't find a work product right now. So the key is, anybody, when you do a job, you get paid, large or small. If you do exactly what you say you're supposed to do, it is what it is. And it's all basically a handshake, word of mouth, whatever, written down. But when you're in government, it's got to be to the T. Everything has to be done to the T. There is no room for error. And, you know, there was a lot of money that came because of the COVID, not just to Pittsburgh, but to other places in this country. But I know one thing, Stephen Zapala has been the DA as long as he has because he's great at what he does. And it's going to be interesting to see. Look, my thoughts are it's sad because a lot of money was here, and this great city that I love could have used some of that to go where it's been going. But, you know, Rachel Heisler, who's here Monday, has been talking about these type of issues and money and this and that and shortfalls for the longest time. Not just the city, Pittsburgh Public Schools, now before the school closure announcement as far as different buildings, everything. So we have people, and we have the new mayor, obviously, former controller, Allegheny County, who understands numbers too, and he's out getting nonprofits to finally step in and help out to raise money for much needed equipment. Look, we are living in a very perilous time right now. We don't have the industry to back things up as we once did. And that's why all of this money is so vitally important. So I'm just asking you. That's my thought process. What do you think? And honestly, some of the money that is missing, I don't know, even if we brought in major manufacturing, corporate America returned in a big way, I don't know if we would ever be able to even ever raise or create or generate that kind of money again. I just don't know if it's possible in this day and age because so much has left this city. Very big local story, and it affects all of us, not for just those who live in Pittsburgh. So I've been waiting to get back on the airwaves to talk about it, so I really want to hear from you before we move on to some other topics. Again, open talk only till 7, so I'd love to hear from you, especially if you live in the city. 866-391-1020. And listen, this is happening all over the country. This has been going on forever, okay? It's one of the reasons why our nation is $40 trillion in debt. Here's Andy in Butler. Andy, good morning. Welcome to the Saturday Show with your Pratt Pack.
Hey, good morning, Rob. So the missing millions of dollars in Pittsburgh is a real tragedy. And you talk about how the current administration is out talking to nonprofits about getting money to, provide essential services for the city. Why should any nonprofit give Pittsburgh a dime after?
You're not going to get an argument. You're not going to get an argument from me because I've explained my stance on that. Go ahead.
But I understand. The other thing is the last administration, while they were in, would tell you that there were, safeguards in place and things to make sure that, these type of things didn't happen, but they did. And this current administration will tell you the same thing. We have programs in place to make sure that these kind of things don't happen. And we won't know if they're happening until a few years from now, whenever it gets exposed during the next administration or the administration after. So once again, I'll say, why should anybody trust the city of Pittsburgh government to be able to do anything? Because they haven't proven anything yet. And you did make a good segue about how that money COVID money being wasted and not spent where it should have been spent helps lead into the problem of the national debt.
Wow. So, Excellent point. The
four biggest drivers of the national debt right now, okay? One of them is interest on the national debt. In other words, that $40 trillion plus that we're in debt right now is costing us $2 trillion a year in interest payments on the debt just to service the debt. That's roughly 15% of all federal spending on the budget. Social Security is the largest single spending category and driver of the debt. Because despite what all the people will tell you, Rob, Social Security doesn't pay for itself, and it never did.
All right,
The next biggest driver is federal health care programs, and after that comes national defense. I understand, Rob, that you don't like this debt. You can't do anything about the interest that we pay on the debt. So between Social Security, federal health care programs, and the national debt, which one do you want to cut so that we can balance the budget?
Oh, I don't know. A lot of hard questions for sure, Andy. A lot of hard questions.
Okay.
Yep.
And right now, the debt is going to go up at a couple of $1 trillion every year.
So
simply because
it's never going to
we
end,
can't-
basically, right?
Well, no, Rob. I do have good news for you. It will end. Okay. It'll end when other countries decide they're no longer going to purchase our debt. It'll end when the United States as a nation defaults and their currency becomes absolutely worthless. And at that point, when no one will buy our debt, when no one will service our debt, when the United States won't have credit to buy a bag of rice from China, it'll end then, okay? Because the United States will be forced to pay cash for everything that it buys. And that'll end the national debt. It'll be over.
Good stuff. Andy, have a great day. Appreciate you. Here's Teddy up on Mount Washington. Ted, good morning. Welcome to KDKA.
What's going on, Rob?
It's a Saturday morning, and we're up and running. How about you, Ted?
Well, I'm trying to live that American dream. But I don't know.
American nightmare.
Yeah, it might be call it American default.
Listen,
I think
listen.
Andy
All
hit
I
it
can,
off the
all,
park.
and I mean this. I would not want to be 40 years old again. I would not want to be 30 years old again. I don't. There's no end in sight. And then this story was Stephen Zappala in the city and millions. It's just sad. It's very sad.
Well, look, to be honest, I'm not surprised.
Oh, no one's surprised. I don't think.
I am not surprised. If you think the city's bad, you should see Allegheny County.
Oh, I know. And then, the pension situation, who's going to pay that? Or the taxpayers going to have to get that pension thing squared away? I mean, how much can people continue to get taxed? I mean, honestly, it's frightening. It's just really
Rob,
frightening.
they can't. I think everybody, I don't care if you're city, county, whatever, you got to throw the bums out. We need to get people that are responsible. And we're going to have, just like Andy said, we're going to have to make some tough decisions. There's no way around it. Look, if it is what I think it is, this includes city council, you're going to have layoffs. You're going to be forced to start laying people off. And you're going to have to make some
But here's the thing, and let me ask this to the entire audience. Who do you lay off in government? I mean, who goes? Do you lessen the amount of seats on council? I mean, the resources that we need, trash collection, law enforcement, first responders. I mean, who do you lay off? Clerks, secretaries? I mean, who do you lay off?
Well, like I said before, it's a privilege to serve in government. It's not a right. Okay? It's not a right to serve in government. It's just common sense. And when you take those positions, you know there's no guarantee. The hogs have been eating good at the trough for a long time, Rob.
Yeah,
okay, it's time to put the hogs on the diet.
But do you think, now I'm just asking this, do you think that's the case, which I think you could have used better phrasing, but that's your thought. But here's the thing. Do you think that's the reason, or it's because we've had no manufacturing or major corporations paying good paychecks to the average person that made everything kind of balance out? I mean, what's the real problem here?
Oh, the real problem is that after COVID, and I told you this, and I think I told the other couple guests, my biggest fear is that once government grabs you, it won't let go. When everybody got a check, and almost every entity in this country got bailed out from the banks on, no one thought that we wasn't going to pay a price. Well, guess what? Playtime's over, Rob. We're going to pay that price. You have all the manufacturing you want, you name it. But when a country is spending more than what it takes in, you're screwed. I don't care who you are. It's like these people never study history.
Teddy, let me get a break. I only had a couple minutes with you. I want to give you another shot on the other side. Anybody else wants to jump in here, give us a call, 866-391-1020. Listen, if you live in the city, I guarantee after hearing that story, there are people right now thinking, I can't stay here because shortfall, somebody's going to have to pick up the difference. Allegheny County, that pension story. I mean, I had people come up to me when I was outside the station saying, you know what, I'm moving, I'm done. I can't handle it no more. Reassessment, can't handle it no more. Well, when are we going to realize that this is something, this is a blueprint happening across the country? We're $40 trillion in debt. I mean, we've got to figure it out. We've got to figure it out. But I've also come to the realization America is never going to climb out of this. Oh, definitely not in my lifetime. All right, 866-391-1020. Open talk until 7, here till 1. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
Rick from Irwin suffered for 14 years with peripheral neuropathy from an autoimmune disorder. He was super skeptical when he came in. He'd been going to doctor after doctor, and they told him there was nothing that could be done. After qualifying Rick for our program, utilizing our FDA-approved, most powerful equipment on the market today that's non-invasive, no surgeries, no drugs, we were able to get him almost 100%.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers helped Rick. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you, a Pittsburgh tradition. The Pirates dropped a 10-inning 5-4 decision to Los Angeles in California against the Dodgers last night, despite a strong effort highlighted by a home run and 2 RBI from O'Neal Cruz. The Pirates ultimately fell short. 2 teams again in California tonight, 7:15 first pitch, 93-7 the Fans. Steelers fell 17-0 to the New York Jets in a preseason matchup here in Pittsburgh, where offensive struggles and quarterback questions took center stage. Starting quarterback Will Howard endured a rough outing, tossing 2 interceptions and absorbing heavy pressure, including a sack by Jets rookie pass rusher David Bailey, before Drew Aller, who didn't have much success either, took over in the second half. The Jets capitalized on the Steelers' mistakes behind a efficient cameo appearance from Geno Smith, who connected with Jillian Woods for a touchdown. Riverhounds taking on Brooklyn tonight, and through 2 rounds of the BMW Championship, Wyndham Clark is your leader by 1 shot. He's at 12 under. More sports, 937thefan.com.
Now's the time to register for Pittsburgh's Fall Fitness Classic. Join thousands of runners and walkers crossing the Great Race finish line in downtown Pittsburgh on Sunday, September 27th. Run the 10K from Frick Park, or walk or run the 5K from Oakland, and invite friends and family to join you. It's all part of one great weekend celebrating the Richard S. Caligari City of Pittsburgh Great Race, presented by Highmark Blue Cross Blue Shield and sponsored by AHN and Dollar Bank. Details at KDKARadio.com.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acroshore Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at kdkaradio.com. Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, 866-391-1020. I'm going to have more to say about that Penn State drug bust, which is still, that's another one that just blew my mind. 866-391-1020. All right, Teddy, let's just go back to this situation in Pittsburgh. I think this has been going on for years in government across this country because we feel as though we can just print money, right? And sometimes government, like everything else, gets up on their high horse and thinks that they can do things different than the average citizenship. But while all of this has been going on, we've lost our manufacturing base, and now it's taken us some 30 years to hit this horrible roadblock. But what crushes me is we got all of that COVID money, not just in Pittsburgh, but elsewhere. I'm wondering, what about other communities, other cities, municipalities, township, boroughs? If you could do get somebody to basically come in and see what they did or whoever did, is this maybe something that could be like an epidemic across this country, that maybe people just blew all this money?
Of course, Rob. What happens when you give a man the power to print money? They're going to print money. And I'll be honest, Rob, look, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, all came from the Biden administration. We didn't have inflation until the Biden administration. And the sad thing, the head of the Fed at that time, Jerome Powell, never pushed back. Never said, hey, you know what? If we print all this money, I'm going to have to raise interest rates. And all of a sudden, we got comfortable with flooding the country and the world with cheap money. And now we're getting burnt with it. We're having high deficits and high interest payments. And, Rob, if anybody ever read a history book, every country or great empire has a great currency. And when that currency goes, guess what? That country goes. You go from Great Britain, Germany, France, Soviet Union. Whenever you print money like this, and a currency, like Andy said, is worth nothing, or people don't want to hold your debt, well, guess what? You're in trouble. Why do you think the president is pushing cryptocurrency, for God's sakes? All these schemes try to avert a catastrophe. The Treasury Department has bought close to $130 billion in its own debt. Okay, because he knows what's going to happen to that bond market. It's going to explode, my man. You better look at your 401k because the markets rule. The markets rule. Interest is going to go through the roof along with inflation, and you're going to have low job growth. We're not creating enough jobs. But for some reason, everybody thinks AI is going to create all these jobs and everything else, all this production. I'm not buying it. Same thing with Bitcoin. I'm not buying it.
Well, listen, here's the thing, bro. Teddy. Even if it would create jobs, people don't want to work. We only created 27,000 jobs in this country last month. That's it.
Bingo.
I mean, come on.
Yep.
People don't want to work anyway. That's what's so sad. I mean, even if we would build 10 steel mills again, right, here in this region, Mon Valley, Ohio Valley, nobody'd even show up to apply.
Well,
because they're used to the government, everything being when the pandemic hit, within 3 weeks of that February month in 2020, people were falling short on rent payments, mortgage payments, utility bills. They couldn't even eat. Food banks were like just being bumper to bumper traffic every week. I mean, we have not only invested in our infrastructure, we haven't invested in each other. There are more people today living hand to mouth, I bet, than there were during the Depression.
Absolutely. And there's more people awarded to the state now than ever. Okay? In other words, the state over the beauty of the individual. People today are so dependent on handouts. than figure it out for themselves, which is a shame. Because I told you, once that mindset sits in and the government grabs you, and guys like Bernie Sanders, who wants to say, hey, we want your health care, the government to run, wants all these freebies, and you got young people know nothing about history, talk about, hey, I want socialism. Well, guess what? You're going to get it. We're living in it right now. And it's a shame. We're going to lose our country, man.
Well, here's the thing. So I read verbatim the Stephen Zappala, accusations about the money. You're the only person from the city that even called. Andy's from Butler. I mean, people are just so used to this stuff, it doesn't even faze them anymore. You think my phones would be ringing off the hook. They're not. People just don't care anymore. They just don't care.
And he said something, and I think everybody better understand. Wait till Social Security start making cuts. Okay? It's going to go broke anyway, 2030. You wait until you see it. It's like the Great Depression. It didn't start out once. It started small. Little things you take for granted all of a sudden will not be there. And guess what? When that happens, this country, it's over. It is
well, hey, man,
over.
Look at it this way. You and I are at the age that, just when you expect us to be there, we won't be. So we don't have a whole lot of time left on this planet, brother. So I just hope and pray they figure it out for my children. I've done everything I can do preaching the message of hope, and I know you have, but there's only so much you can do. What's the old saying? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
You're right, but I know one thing. When people get hungry, everybody's a thief.
Listen, can I tell you something? Bottom line is peanut butter and jelly goes a long way. So I've already started teaching myself to eat the finer things in life. I don't have any more like porterhouse steaks in my life. I'm going for the granola bars, man. I'm getting ready for DEFCON. Trust me what I'm telling you. Because honestly, the bubble's going to burst real soon, man. I mean, when you have stories like that one breaking... When you have stories like that breaking about the city and what's happening in our country, when I saw that Fox report of $40 trillion, honestly, I didn't even want to ever think about mentioning Donald Trump's name again. I'm not blaming it on him, but you make all these promises and do all this stuff, and people put up with all of this, and now you got us $2 more trillion in debt, and we're in this war in Iran with no end in sight. I mean, if he was going to do it, he should have sent in ground troops, and it should have been over by now. It's all smoke and mirrors. Forget about what's happening in Pittsburgh. It's happening in the nation. It's affecting everyone 10 times, 20 times, 50 times worse than what we're dealing with in Pittsburgh. It's a rotten shame that we have got to this point in our country where people are out every day just grinding, trying to make a living, and we're $40 trillion in debt. $40 trillion in debt. How does that give anybody hope? How does that give anybody the thought of, hey, if I go out and work hard, I can really make a difference in life? That's poppycock. That's not true anymore. So now what happens, you have people that are bailing, people that have actually worked hard and have done everything they're supposed to do. They're like, I can't make ends meet. I can't take one step forward. Look, I'm talking to all of you because this is going to be on all of you, those of you who are 40 and 50. I mean, this is going to be in your lifetime. We're still basically running on fumes, but you've got kids like I do in their 20s, in their 30s, and grandkids. And, we want them to have a shot at the future. But unless we rectify it, it's not going to get better. And to be quite honest with you, I'm going to basically leave it up to you next hour. How do we fix it? Can we? All right, I'm also going to bring up more about that Penn State drug bust, which gets more bizarre by the day. But this stuff is happening everywhere. It's everywhere. I mean, it should be a shock, that type of story, sure. But it's happening everywhere because people are all greedy. People are trying to find ways to make money, even if it is illegal. 866-391-1020. Rob's next with the news. We'll be right back at your Pratt Pack.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Ouch! Checked from behind. Man, that's gotta hurt.
I'd hire Morgan & Morgan if I were them.
What?
Yeah, Dan, America's largest injury law firm. They serve up justice, ice, cold, law. Know what I mean?
I guess.
Their gloves come off when they fight for you.
Okay.
I'm talking a settlement slap shot.
Shouldn't we be talking about the game?
Yeah, Dan. Morgan & Morgan. Proud sponsor of the Pittsburgh Penguins. Offices Pittsburgh.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 60 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. While police continue to search for the alleged suspect who shot and killed a security guard earlier this month outside of Penn Hills Bar, a man who died has now been identified. County Medical Examiner's Office identified that security guard as 46-year-old Ronell Jones of Rankin. H's Bar and Grill on Verona Road, where the deadly shooting took place, has been the site of two other shootings in 2019 and 2023. On this most recent shooting from August 7th, police say the suspect and victim were speaking outside the bar before that alleged suspect shot Jones. Area's first measles case has been diagnosed at UPMC Children's Hospital, the first infection since 2019. Details about the patient were not disclosed, but the child, we're told, is unvaccinated, not from Allegheny County, and was isolated after 2 visits to the hospital this month. Contact tracing is underway, and UPMC says another person is being tested for that highly contagious disease. The state is reporting around 340 measles cases, most of them around Lancaster County. A meeting next week may determine the future of a Southside bar. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
District Attorney Stephen Zappala says his nuisance bar task force will meet with Capo's representatives on Tuesday to discuss ongoing problems, and then they'll decide if they'll execute a petition to get the bar closed down. At a Thursday news conference, Zappala addressed a long history of problems there.
I've looked at an extensive history that began back in the beginning of 25 and deals through 26. And we had a horrendous major crime.
That was the case where a woman who was drunk was let out of Capo's by security only to be raped. Zappala said that was the last straw. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
A well-known commercial real estate leader successfully talked a man out of jumping off the 40th Street Bridge earlier this week. Herky Pollock says he was driving across the bridge on Tuesday when he saw a man on the edge. He stopped, spending 3.5 hours along with Millvale police, building trust with the 26-year-old man.
I'm just very grateful that it ended the way it did, because we kept saying to him, there's 25 people on this bridge right now, and you have a piece of our heart, each and every one of us, and this can go one of two ways. And had it gone the other way, it would be a whole different outcome today.
On the Big K Morning Show, Pollock said he rarely drives across the 40th Street Bridge, but believes fate and divine intervention put him there to help save the man's life. KDK Radio News Time coming up on 6:03. The AccuWeather forecast on a Saturday coming up.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run, because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
That'll be 54.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting a $10 bonus on groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, we already earned enough this morning to pay for some extra treats you can bring to school this week.
Wait, so the app pays for snacks?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
With Upside, you can earn cash back on your everyday essentials and back-to-school favorites. The free app also gets you cash back on routine purchases, like gas and dining out, at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code CLASS10 to get a $10 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code CLASS10 to get a $10 bonus. Remember, use promo code CLASS10.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a mix of clouds and sun with a late-day thunderstorm for some that may be rather gusty with hail after a high of 81, with more showers and storms for tonight and a low of 61, leading to some sun tomorrow, but still some wet weather. More showers and another thunderstorm, high 73, ahead of a dry Monday with some sun, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fracks on the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, look, I was expecting a little bit more from that kid from Ohio State, Rob, last night. I was expecting a little bit more from that kid from Penn State last night, and I didn't get much of anything to give me any hope. I mean, I tell you, probably the happiest guy after last night's game is Mason Rudolph. Looks like he may not be going anywhere.
You know, Rob, the Courier had its Men of Excellence event last night, so I didn't catch too much of the game. I caught a couple of the highlights, but didn't.
Well, let's talk about last night, then we'll get to the game. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, the Courier had its. We have 3 events per year. Fab 40, which is when we honor 40 African Americans under the age of 40. We had the Men of Excellence and the Women of Excellence, where we obviously honor men. African American men and African American women. So last night at the Sheraton Hotel Station Square was the Men of Excellence, where we honored 50 African American men, including Lenny McAllister from KDKA Radio right here. And the legacy honoree was, of course, KDKA Radio's own Chris Moore, host here for 32 years before retiring back in February. So outstanding night. Great to see Lenny get his Men of Excellence award. Great to see Chris Moore be honored with the Legacy Award. And, there was about a 6-minute video that the Courier produced on Chris Moore before he had some remarks, and just took me back, man. I mean, he was a
legend.
Yeah, of course, on the radio, TV, and, the Pittsburgh Black Media Federation, which he co-founded the Urban Journalism Workshop, where so many students went through it over the years, including myself. And they had just had these old school videos of Chris Moore going through the hallways at Point Park University, waking up the students like myself, saying, get up, and he'd shake the keys. And, we were there for a whole week back in the, 90s at Point Park. We'd spend the whole week during the summer learning journalism from, people at the Post-Gazette, people at KDKA TV, Chris Moore, of course. So it was great to reminisce on those old videos and then to see Chris get the Legacy Award yesterday.
Well, and here's the great part of all of it. I've been at it a long time. You've been at it a long time. You just hope that, you do get a chance to retire and, just step back a little bit and enjoy what the journey was. And I'm sure he's looking back a lot because he had an illustrious career. But I'm glad that he's retired and he seems happy and healthy. And obviously that was a very humbling experience last night because I know how much he loved and still does the new Pittsburgh Courier. So that's a great night all the way around. And Lenny is in the midst of this book tour, was on a great social media podcast with Major Garrett, who many of you know from CBS News. So he's making the rounds there, and he's done some time with me on the radio. And, hey, life's pretty good, and you guys continue to do great work. I've just been so busy this last week with social media stuff and here on the radio. I knew that was coming up, but I didn't realize it was last night.
Yeah, last night, and about 400 people were there. So
nice venue.
Oh, yeah, right there. You can see the skyline of downtown right there. And, It was just an incredible. Now that I reminisce on it a day later, morning after, like I said, that video of Chris Moore, all those different clips, really.
Who put that together?
Well, I guess you could say the Courier did. I didn't.
Right.
But
well, who's ever doing your work?
yeah,
I've seen it, so I'm sure it's great. I really want to see it.
Yeah, I think it was someone in Detroit, our parent company. They got all the clips and they interviewed Minette Seat from WQED, interviewed Olga George, of course, the longtime former KDKA assignment editor on the TV side. Sharon Epperson they interviewed, who's the longtime senior finance correspondent for CNBC. She went through the Urban Journalism Workshop program, as did I. I went through it in 98 and 99, the summers of 98 and 99. So yeah, it's just a very incredible night last night.
Well, let me just tell you, you didn't miss much with the Steelers.
Yes, we looked and we saw the TV. I said 17-0. What happened?
Bad, man. All the way around. I can't wait for the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show tomorrow. Teddy and I and Greg, I'll be honest with you. I know Geno Smith is not, the greatest, but he got on that field and he put the ball right into the end zone, and that's all she wrote, man. So, Steelers, I know it wasn't the first team, but, man, thank goodness we have Aaron Rodgers. That's all I can say. Unless, it was just a bad night, but they just looked really slow, looked very undecisive, didn't seem to have the arm strength. A lot of balls being dropped by receivers, and thank goodness these aren't Michael Pittman Jr. drops or, DK Metcalf, but they just looked really, really bad, man.
And I was going into the game thinking, oh, man, I'm going to miss, some good performances. They're going to get a half each, and, Rudolph not playing, Rodgers not playing, and to hear about that dud, really disappointing.
Well, I'm always thinking it's the next great one, mm-hmm. And I think all of us kind of got used to it because of Ben, and we were fortunate, but we went through a lot of quarterbacks before Ben, and we're starting to do that same thing now. But as everybody tells me when I'm like sky high on Drew Aller after last week, or Will Howard, Ohio State national championship, 6th round and 3rd round, there's a reason for that. You know what I'm saying? So,
yeah.
But here's the latest. You're going to love this, Scuttlebutt. There's talk that Rudolph could end up with the Jets, which I don't think that's going to happen now or anytime soon. We need the guy. But they're saying the reason Joey Porter hasn't signed, that he could be possibly traded for, because they still have him under control for one more year, but for like multiple first-round picks. So if he ends up going to maybe like a Dallas or someplace, and we end up getting like 2 first-round picks next year, or like Gardner, who went and the Jets got 3 first-rounders, 2 including theirs, we could actually maybe be in the market for one of these quarterbacks. So there's a lot of them coming out next year.
Wow, that's all I could say, Rob Pratt. Well,
you had a late night last night.
Yeah,
so.
When I saw that 17-0, because there were Steeler fans coming all through the hotel and stuff like that, and we were asking like, "Hey, what happened?" And everybody was just telling us about the tough night that the quarterbacks had. So who played better, Aller or?
I'll be honest with you. Will Howard threw 2 picks, but neither one of them did. Their footwork, they didn't look as though they belonged on an NFL field.
Wow.
I just was, and listen, I was multitasking, so I'm turning the sound up and down with Charlie Batch and Bob. I'm doing work on my phone, on my iPad, videos, this, that, whatever, trying to get every last story, for today's broadcast to get ready to get up and get going. And I was very disappointed. And this is the Jets, okay? The Jets are horrible. They're horrible.
Yeah.
We sacked. They were getting sacked. And the other thing they were doing a lot of last night, Rob, Fatanu, Jones, they were bouncing them all over the offensive line like nobody was locked in on what would be their position, either on the left side or the right side. I don't know. And listen, if Mike McCarthy's doing his press conference, he said, well, last week. So you could even tell he's making all these notes. He's thinking, DEFCON 5. We got some issues here. They need a future quarterback. And if it's not going to be either one of these guys, keep one, keep Rudolph, and then if you can trade or do whatever, you got to get into that mix to get into that first round, because Rodgers isn't coming back. But I can say this, for anybody who's complaining that Rodgers is still here and he's too old, this morning they're not saying that anymore. And I know it's only one game. We got Buffalo coming up, preseason. But, man, when both of them miss on just about every aspect of what you were trying to see, I mean, their arm strength, they were floating balls. And these receivers, I mean, it was like drop after drop after drop. I just didn't. I mean, Johnson looked pretty good. Caleb Johnson running the ball.
Oh, finally.
He did. He looked pretty good last night, even catching the ball out of the backfield. But I just, I don't know, man. I'm a little concerned.
Well, now everybody knows, like you said, why Aaron Rodgers is still on this team at age 42, because he knows so much about the game, and he's been in so many situations. It's hard for me to believe that Aaron Rodgers is going to have a bad game. He's not going to be running all around the field. But as far as, just being horrible for 4 quarters, not when you have Metcalf, not when you have Pittman and possibly Bernard. So that's what got me, is that, the quarterbacks were so bad last night. No way to do it. I just think that's why the Steelers have Rodgers. He can, if he's having a bad quarter, he can, dump it off, use his intelligence on the field to kind of get out of ruts, because he's played so long. I'm sure he's had some, bad games, bad quarters, but he knows how to, quote, get out of it and get the team back on track.
Listen, he could be 63 and have a better arm than what I saw last night. It was just, I'm just telling the way it is. It was horrible. All right, Rob, thank you, buddy.
Right.
All right, let me get a break. Got some folks waiting in the wings to talk to your Pratt Pack. That's next, KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods, with 8 locations to serve you a Pittsburgh tradition. The Pirates dropped a 10-inning 5-4 decision to Los Angeles in California against the Dodgers last night, despite a strong effort highlighted by a home run and 2 RBI from O'Neal Cruz. The Pirates ultimately fell short. 2 teams again in California tonight, 7:15 first pitch, 93-7 the Fans. Steelers fell 17-0 to the New York Jets in a preseason matchup here in Pittsburgh, where offensive struggles and quarterback questions took center stage. Starting quarterback Will Howard endured a rough outing, tossing 2 interceptions and absorbing heavy pressure, including a sack by Jets rookie pass rusher David Bailey, before Drew Aller, who didn't have much success either, took over in the second half. The Jets capitalized on the Steelers' mistakes behind an efficient cameo appearance from Geno Smith, who connected with Jillian Woods for a touchdown. Riverhounds taking on Brooklyn tonight, and through 2 rounds of the BMW Championship, Wyndham Clark is your leader by 1 shot. He's at 12 under. More sports, 937thefan.com.
For a lot of workplaces, the work week doesn't end on Friday. That's why there's EasyCater, the best way to order food from favorite restaurants for your hardworking team, even on weekends. With EasyCater, you'll find great options for any group size and any shift, with tools to help meet dietary needs, stay on budget, and simplify expenses, all backed by our award-winning 24/7 support. EasyCater, your Monday through Sunday workplace food platform. Start an order for your weekend crew at easycater.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, Dr. Dawn Spall, Allegheny Health Physical Medicine at 7. It is Secure Money Advisors at 8, 9 o'clock, MediConnect, The Inside Connection, 10 o'clock, True Value. And then, of course, it's Alicia Maisel, AAA Essentials Talking Travel, and we have another hour of open talk at noon today. So we have a long way to go here till 1 o'clock. So let's get on the phone lines, talk about this debt as far as the city is concerned, the possibility of the missing money, just talking about the state of the world that we live in right now. All right, here's Craig in wild and wonderful West Virginia. He and Andy both up early today, so it's nice to have them part of the weekend show. Normally they just join me during the week, 6 to 10. All right, Craig, good morning, welcome, and hope all is well in wild and wonderful West Virginia. How are you? Good morning.
I'm doing good. I was making coffee about 4:30 this morning, which I do just about every day.
Oh, wow.
Let me make one correction, if I could, please. Several times you made the comment that they only created 27,000 jobs last month. We didn't create 27,000. We lost 27,000 jobs last month. We went in reverse. Now, here's what you got to think about when you talk about job creation. This country needs 130 to 140,000 jobs a month just to break even.
In a long time. Now, did we lose 57,000 the month before, or did we gain 57,000?
We gained the month before, but let's look at the whole scheme of things. In his first year, in his second term.
Okay, wait. We lost 23,000. I got that from a very little bit legitimate source in July. So lost 23,000 in July, which I said 27. You said 27, but it's 23. But we gained 57,000 as far as the month before, which would be June. All right, so pick up on what you want to talk about. Go ahead.
All right, so in the first year of a second term, we averaged 10 to 12,000 jobs a month. 10 to 12,000. We need 130 to 140 to break even. This year now, the second year of the second term, we are averaging around 20 to 25,000. We need 130 to 140 to break even.
Right.
Now let's look at, I always hear about how Democrats can't run a state. 9 out of 10 of the poorest and the lowest income are Republican governors. The only reason it's not 10 out of 10 is because New Mexico is in there, and they are in the bottom 10 because of Native American reservations. If you take the Native Americans out of the equation, it is 10 out of 10 has the lowest income and the lowest standard of living. J.B. Pritzker, Illinois, just balanced his budget for the 8th straight year. 8 straight years of a balanced budget in Illinois, which is probably the second hardest state to balance other than California. Now, at some point, we got to stop skirting around what's really taking place. I told you Donald Trump ran up $8.7 trillion. $8.7 trillion. When he walked into office, he was at $19.5 trillion as a debt. 44 other presidents ran up 19.5. He ran up 8.7. And in his first 2 years of this term, we are now sitting at 4.2 trillion extra. We have to stop dancing around what's really taking place. Did you ever hear anybody complain about the color of the reflecting pool? Anybody?
No, not really.
No.
Nope.
No,
But here's the thing. And I don't want to go on about Donald Trump. I haven't given him the time of day in over a month because that is another problem for another day. But what we're dealing with in the city right now with these millions that are missing is absolutely frightening. Look, Trump's history. He's done. He's going to be out of office very soon. He doesn't even look healthy to me, to be quite honest with you. J.D. Vance is already doing the whole, pomp and circumstance thing, getting out fresh in the flesh. We better all start concentrating on what's going to happen in 2028. We all need to dig deep and look at issues when it's job creation, whether it's the national debt, no matter what it is, trade, wars, military, defense, borders. All of us need to do our homework so we are ready to vote for the right candidate that's actually going to turn this country around. And our party better get their act together and start putting people in the spotlight and get them on places like Face the Nation so the rest of the world can at least see that we have an opportunity to have a fighting chance in 2028. Go ahead, Craig, your response.
Well, here's what I did yesterday. I did some research to find out, because I know you always talk about manufacturing. I researched what states have the highest manufacturing in their state. 7 out of 10 are Democratic governors. 7 out of 10. Governor Walz, who was picked to
Minnesota,
be a running mate.
Right.
Yeah, they are the third highest when it comes to bringing in manufacturing and the number of citizens in that state that are working in manufacturing. So even though I didn't think he was the right pick, he was still a good pick if you're looking for job creation. The three things you talk about all the time, well, really the main two is our debt and manufacturing. And listen, anybody that doesn't think that the Democrats are doing that is just crazy. Joe Biden averaged 200,000 jobs a month. 200,000. 60,000 above what we need. 70,000 above what we need. We got to stop just.
Let me ask you, have we ever lost jobs? I mean, I don't remember ever losing jobs. Have we ever actually lost jobs during the month?
Yeah. There's been months. Oh, yeah. There's been months. Yeah, but not like this. There's been months like that, but you haven't had averages like this, where you have an entire year where you only average 10,000.
But when you're losing 27,000 jobs and the majority of them are minimum wage, which really can't keep the lights on, I mean, that's like the abyss. That's like, here today and gone forever. I mean, that's like horrible. Why weren't more people talking about that other than us?
I really can't understand it. And I'm going to tell you, the key to this whole thing is these tariffs. That is what's causing what's happening in this country right now. You see that he just dropped the beef tariff.
Yeah, he did. Well, you know why? Because people need to eat. There are people actually starving in this country right now.
This is the first time in American history that the nationwide average on ground beef is over $7 a pound. First time in history. We got to stop turning the other way, and we need to talk about this man. We really, truly do.
Well, yeah, you do, but my audience has had it, and I'm not playing the game anymore. I'm done. You know what I mean? Unless it's of prominence that we got problems right here in River City, and I'm talking Pittsburgh. That's the place that's got the problems. Pittsburgh's got a major, major problem right now. And this isn't about just over the last couple of years. This has been going on for a long time because we've never replaced any of the infrastructure. We've never replaced any of it. And, all these ideas that we've had throughout this region as far as creating solar power, wind power, all that other green energy, that's nonsense. Right now, we got to start generating green as in cash flow, and you got to be all in on what can be that proprietor, that one that leads the way, and it's electricity, it's nuclear, it's natural gas, it's the steel industry. With this opportunity with Nippon and U.S. Steel, the hundreds of millions of dollars are on the table, I hope and pray we do not screw it up. All right, 866-391-1020, and I'm going to get to more on that Penn State drug bust if we don't run out of time here. I just think people need to wrap their brains around this. More desperate things are happening and more frivolous things than you can imagine in the community that you call home. There are things going on behind closed doors that you can't even believe, or wouldn't be able to believe, I should say, because we don't have the same thought process in America. It's all about cash is king. Give me the cash, whatever I need to do to get the cash. It's happening from all walks of life, all communities, large and small. So that story is not as shocking as you might think. 866-391-1020. We'll be back.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Do you consider someone in our Pittsburgh area a hero? A hero can be your neighbor, a teacher, a church leader, or even your parent. Someone who has done something extraordinary. Once again, KDKA Radio needs your help as we honor 5 local heroes in our community. Nominate your hero for Larry Richards' Hometown Heroes event at kdkaradio.com. While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richard, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 60 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. While police continue to search for the alleged suspect who shot and killed a security guard earlier this month outside of Penn Hills Bar, a man who died has now been identified. Allegheny County Medical Examiner's Office identified that security guard is 46-year-old Ronell Jones of Rankin H's Bar and Grill on Verona Road in Penn Hills, where that deadly shooting took place. It's been the site of 2 other shootings in 2019 and 2023. Now, in this most recent shooting from August 7th, police say the suspect and victim were speaking outside the bar before the suspect shot Jones. Area's first measles case has been diagnosed at UPMC Children's Hospital, the first infection since 2019. Details about the patient were not disclosed, but the child is unvaccinated, not from Allegheny County, and was isolated after 2 visits to the hospital this month. Contact tracing is underway, and UPMC says another person is being tested for the highly contagious disease. State is reporting around 340 measles cases, most of them around Lancaster County. A meeting next week may determine the future of a Southside bar, as we hear from News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
District Attorney Stephen Zappala says his nuisance bar task force will meet with Capo's representatives on Tuesday to discuss ongoing problems, and then they'll decide if they'll execute a petition to get the bar closed down. At a Thursday news conference, Zappala addressed a long history of problems there.
I've looked at an extensive history that began back in the beginning of 25 and deals through 26. And we had a horrendous major crime.
That was the case where a woman who was drunk was let out of Capo's by security only to be raped. Zappala said that was the last straw. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh Regional Transit says the fiscal year 2026 was its best in 6 years in terms of ridership. In June alone, ridership was up nearly 10%. Average weekday ridership reached over 122,000 passengers in June. And weekends also saw an increase, with Saturday ridership up more than 4% and Sunday volume up more than 8%. KDK Radio News Time, it's 6:33. The AccuWeather forecast coming up.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da!
If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of sun and clouds ahead of the risk for a late-day thunderstorm that may bring hail and damaging wind gusts with a high of 81. Then showers and storms tonight could still be gusty with hail, the low 61, followed by more wet weather tomorrow. Despite some sun, showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 73, give way to some sun Monday, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Pittsburgh Public Schools back in session, and we've got everything you need to know before you go.
So, Rob, you remember that first day of school? I mean, back in the day? And it seems like maybe it's just me, but these kids are going back soon. I mean, it's like, August 21st today, and some have already been back in school for 2 or 3 days. Come on, man.
Yeah,
after Labor Day.
Come on. Yeah, I remember going, thinking that Tuesday after Labor Day is, like the first day of school. And I don't know, obviously, I don't actually know the reason why school is starting 2.5, 3 weeks earlier these days. I think is it because
they get out earlier? I don't know.
I don't know. It's, I guess snow days. They want to make sure they get all 180 days
I'm going to tell you right now, even though it would be nice to be 18 and able to leap tall buildings in a single bound, if I had to do it only if I were going to be a senior in high school again, I'd rather stay my age and be right where I'm at right now. I do not want to ever go back to school. School to me, it was a means to just get out because I was always looking out the window, and you would always hear my name 2 or 3 times because I was spaced out. I just wanted to be outside entertaining people, man.
Yeah. When I look back at it, it's hard for me to realize we went to school 5 days a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Get up at 6:30, 6:45.
Cold winter mornings, KDK radio on in the background. Please have my school canceled today.
That was the greatest thing hearing.
But what was really surreal for me is that I grew up and I actually was on the air with John Cigna doing school closings. I mean, that was like surreal.
That was my favorite. Hearing the KDK radio school closings and hearing, usually for me, I told you if I heard Pittsburgh Public Schools closed, that meant that, places like Central Catholic and I knew if City of Pittsburgh was closing its schools, then, most of the Catholic schools inside the City of Pittsburgh would close too.
No, look, don't get me wrong. I mean, I had a lot of fun in school. But my best years in school were what we used to call junior high, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Those were, dances for the first time. Those were really good times. But it just, when you think about it, it's been a long time for me. No matter how old you are, when that first day rolls around or you see that beautiful yellow school bus, you start thinking about being a kid again. And it seemed like it always rained on the very first day. And the thing that used to always shock me, is seeing fog in the morning because, you'd sleep late unless your dad was off and he had you up doing some chores. But nobody as a teenager ever got up before 10 o'clock in the summertime. You know what I mean?
Oh, you know what I never had to deal with going to school? Locking your cell phone.
Oh, cell phone. My dad would have given us a string and 2 Dixie cups. I could just see him, hey, Dad, would you go and buy me a new cell phone? I'll buy you a cell phone, all right. Listen, I had to do everything in my power to convince my dad to go to Enlow Shoes in Beaver Falls and buy me a pair of $13.99 Converse Chuck Taylor shoes. I mean, and then you'd buy them, and he'd say, don't wear those outside. And you're like, well, what do I got them for? But, man, or putting dress shoes, because back when I was in school, you had to wear, nobody wore jeans. Maybe when I got to high school, but I can't remember. But you had to wear, nice, trousers, as my grandmother used to say, and hard shoes and, a collared shirt. And, I mean, putting those hard shoes on for the first time after wearing flip-flops, sandals, and tennis shoes all year, that was strange, man. That was really, really strange. But a lot of good memories. I was not a very good student. I'm sure you were a good student.
I think I was a good student. I remember getting 3.0s and 3.1s, and
listen. If I told you what my you would laugh. I mean, honestly, if you didn't get points on your SATs for signing your name, I would have got nothing. I'm telling you, my whole life has always been around entertaining. I'm dumber than a box of rocks. I mean, I really am. I just like entertaining, and I like talking, and I like communicating, and I like doing deep dives. Look, I got caught up in a conversation at a car wash yesterday, washing my car, because I still like to do that, with a guy who sells used cars. And I was like, this was the greatest conversation. I mean, we were just talking about this, that, and everything. It's the little things that stimulate conversation with me. And back in the day when I was traveling from one state to the next, I would stop off in a barber shop, and I would spend 2 hours there because I just love hearing people talk about life,
in high school when I was at Central, that's when you took the real Pat bus. You did take the.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah, you got back in the day, we'd get the bus pass for a whole month for free. At Central, so I felt like an adult. I'd be able to go anywhere I wanted.
Is that what they still do?
That was back then. I don't know what they do now.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you get a bus pass if you lived far enough from the school where you couldn't walk. So you get a bus pass for the month and you could go wherever you wanted, I guess. And I felt like a man. I felt like a man in high school. And then I think 2 years ago I went back to Central, and I'm looking at the students, and I'm thinking, wow, they look so young. And I'm thinking, is that how I looked in high school? No, I was definitely not a man.
Well, listen, so when I was growing up, the schools that I attended to were larger schools. You had Beaver Falls graduating 500. Mine graduated close to 3. I mean, now those schools that I went to are graduating 100, 150. And this is the time of year, Ben Tenuta's doing a lot of great things, Joey Bova, the film, all the video of these high schools, and, the 5As, the 4As, the Pine Richlands, the NAs. They look like kids. I mean, and they are kids.
They are.
But when I was in school, we had guys that were 250, 300, 6'4". But, man, I look at some of these players now, and it's like, is this the varsity team, Or I just think that's the natural aging process. I think we probably look that way to other people, too. But, man, when then you get removed so long and you realize the starting quarterback, like George Novak, the legendary football coach, Woodland Hills, his grandson is a sophomore, I believe, Max, is going to start at quarterback for Bethel Park this year. So these kids could actually be my grandkids. And if I hang around a couple more years, they could be my great-grandkids. I mean, it's just, time stands still for no one, but it's just mind-boggling to think 2026, we're already 26 years into this new century.
And, I mean, we all, of course, remember watching Joey Porter.
Yeah.
And now
at NA.
It's almost, I know Joey Porter Jr. is not, quote, a veteran.
But it seems like.
But yeah, it's like time is passing so fast where you're seeing these football players' sons.
I know.
Being veterans, not just rookies.
Well, and this Joey Porter Jr., who I covered at NA with Art Walker Jr., who went on to Penn State, is waiting for a contract that some say will pay him $30 million a year. So, by the way, Joey Porter Jr., two of your biggest fans.
Hey, we're your biggest fans.
We love you, brother. No, I don't know. And then, well, here's the other thing. I follow all the stuff they do here at Odyssey with the high school sports, and I love it. A lot of the coaches now, I covered as players. Like Eric Kasparovich, North Hills coach, I covered him when he played there. I mean, Ryan Lahmeyer, Central Catholic, when he was at North Hills, I covered him when he played there. It's mind-boggling to me how quickly time gets away from you, man.
Yeah, time is really flying. I remember it was snowing on New Year's, it felt like yesterday, and now we're almost to New Year again.
I looked at the calendar preparing some stuff for next week. It's the final week in August.
Yeah, I mean,
I know, man.
But the Steelers' regular season is about to begin, and then it's going to be gone, and then 2027 will be here, and then it's on to Easter and summertime, and then 2028 will be here.
Listen, you're still a young man. You have many more seasons to believe in hope rings eternal. When you get to be my age, man, you're just looking to get to Sunday. You know what I'm saying? All right.
We'll eventually find a quarterback for the Steelers one of these years.
Can I tell you something? I literally had to get up and just kind of walk out of view of the television last night. And look, I know it's one game, but I'm such a diehard, and I've turned into my dad. You know, he loved them when they were winning and frustrated. I just didn't see any hope in either of those quarterbacks.
You were just saying a couple moments ago about how the Steelers went through so many quarterbacks between Bradshaw and Roethlisberger.
Tons.
And I got to shout out my man. You know, I was so little. I used to love Bubby Brister.
Listen, his best friend, Merle Hodge, is back on the broadcast. I mean, he's back in the city. Yeah, listen, Bubby Brister was the second coming of Terry Bradshaw. Joe Walton, God rest his soul, good friend of mine, was the offensive coordinator. I don't know, man. They just didn't really click. But I think Bubby Brister, number 6 in your Pittsburgh Steelers program, and I've interviewed him and I've met him, and he is some kind of guy, man. All I'm saying is I think he never got a chance to live up to his potential. He could have been a pretty good football player. Well, the best, though, in all these quarterbacks that I remember that never really got a chance, who, if he played in today's game, is Cordell.
Oh, I knew you were going to say it.
Cordell.
He would have fit perfectly in this age of quarterbacking in the NFL.
Listen, they'd be paying him $60 million a year.
Oh, yeah.
He was a great athlete. And by the way, Joey Porter, teammate at Colorado.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Cordell.
All right, good stuff. Yep. All right, short break. We'll come back, wrap up the hour, get ready for Dr. Don Spalla, Allegheny Health Physical Medicine. Your Pratt Pack Saturday morning. Our marathon is underway till 1 o'clock on KDKA Pittsburgh. Good morning.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Plumbers, today will be a good day. You will be profitable. Your clients will be nice. No one will stand over you and tell you how to fix the thing they actually hired you to fix. You will also feel at peace after switching to Progressive, America's #1 commercial auto insurer. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, #1 commercial auto insurer from the NAIC's 2024 National Premium Data.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Sports brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you, a Pittsburgh tradition. The Pirates dropped a 10-inning 5-4 decision to Los Angeles in California against the Dodgers last night, despite a strong effort highlighted by a home run and 2 RBI from O'Neal Cruz. The Pirates ultimately fell short. 2 teams again in California tonight, 7:15 first pitch, 93-7 the Fans. Steelers fell 17-0 to the New York Jets in a preseason matchup here in Pittsburgh, where offensive struggles and quarterback questions took center stage. Starting quarterback Will Howard endured a rough outing, tossing 2 interceptions and absorbing heavy pressure, including a sack by Jets rookie pass rusher David Bailey. before Drew Aller, who didn't have much success either, took over in the second half. The Jets capitalized on the Steelers' mistakes behind an efficient cameo appearance from Geno Smith, who connected with Jillian Woods for a touchdown. Riverhounds taking on Brooklyn tonight, and through 2 rounds of the BMW Championship, Wyndham Clark is your leader by 1 shot. He's at 12 under. More sports, 937thefan.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, a couple of minutes left in the first couple of hours of the broadcast, which we always dedicate to you, give you a chance to voice your opinion. We had some strong comments today, talked about a lot of stuff, including the big story. Allegheny County District Attorney said Thursday that millions of dollars spent on contracts by former Mayor Ed Gainey's administration could be unaccounted for, saying financial documents show money spent, but no tangible work product as a result. So we talked a little bit about that. Talked about a man going to be having to stand trial on the death of an Alderdice grad. That was another story. We talked about the measles that are on the rise now in Allegheny County. Talked about, some things that are happening as far as closures are concerned right here in western Pennsylvania that are very important to those who love the great outdoors, including the Allegheny County 2-mile section of the Greater Allegheny Passage, which is going to remain closed indefinitely while the trail officials decide how to remove a pair of boulders on a cliff. That's something that came to my mind, too. I noticed driving a lot of these highways, and this has been and I'm going to kind of get to the point of why it's starting to take notice, and now it's starting to make sense. I've never seen so many landslides as I have in recent weeks and months. And trees literally ripped off of hillsides, stretching across highways, and basically pushed off to the side of the road, maybe even by some pedestrians who, walking, or people actually driving in their cars that had to physically get out and try to move some of this stuff so they could keep going because road crews can't keep up with it. And I just kept thinking, what is up with all these big boulders, like literally just an eyelash from falling into the road, right? Well, there's a story that broke on Thursday that absolutely was mind-boggling, and nobody's talking about it. And I've been talking about it, saying, in all my life, we had one tornado back in the mid-'80s in Beaver County that I remember as a kid. And that was it. I mean, we had some devastation along Route 18, that little strip mall there on Route 18, just outside of Coppell, Wampum, and Elwood City, and just outside of Beaver Falls up there on College Hill. But other than that, never, right? But in recent months, and really over the last couple of years, these microbursts that we've had, and the different storms and the amount of rain, August has already gone down in history as the wettest ever here in this western Pennsylvania area that we call home. But the tornado activity, I started to think the other day, when was the last time that I didn't see some sort of tornado warning? And I couldn't remember. And then this thing comes out, record tornado and rainfall. So we told you about the rainfall. So I'm thinking, well, how many tornado sightings have we had? How many? 12, 15? Now, I'm telling you, this made me sit down and think, what is going on? Like 30 recorded tornadoes have touched down. And we're not talking like over the last 10 years. This is recently. So weather patterns, and then, I get up today, and I'm up early doing some stuff around the house, and, you check the temperature, and it's like it's 60 degrees. And we're looking at highs today, low 70s, same thing tomorrow, but more rain. Mary Hours right now with that First Alert's forecast just moments ago, looking at her 5-day forecast up on television. She'll be with us tomorrow morning. But her and I have both been like dumbfounded with what's happening. And she's the pro. Even she doesn't understand. Nobody does what's going on. But the tornadoes have been just out of control. But now, what gets even stranger, we had all of that heat, that just extreme heat that was just stifling, right? But now the temperature, and we're still in really summer. I mean, this is August. We're still in the month of August with well over a week to go. And over the next couple of days, the temperatures are going to be down in the 70s. That's amazing. So I'm just saying, weather has never been strange. But one thing I noticed, that if we do not start paying more attention to this weather stuff and being prepared for it, we're going to have all kinds of issues. I mean, and here's the other thing. We talk about money. Everybody thinks it's just Pittsburgh. It's just about every community that you could ever think of right here within the sound of my voice. Their money is basically dwindling away, gone. So you got to hire road crews. You got to get equipment. You got to be able to, remove some of this stuff. You have to have a place to take it. And they're saying because we've had such an extreme summer, we could really have a very extreme winter. And one of the things that we've had to deal with in recent years, because we've actually had some real winters to where it starts to snow end of October, 1st of November, and it snows all the way until March, is salt. And overtime pay for people who are out there, and you may say, are you kidding me? I mean, one of the things that blows my mind is we have a snowfall of any significance. I could say, whose street didn't get cleared? Every line would light up. We would spend hours talking about the same thing. Because I don't think people realize what it takes to be able to remove this snow and do what we need to do and maintain equipment. And that's why you always hear me singing the praises of PennDOT. Imagine if we didn't have that entity around. So if this thing kind of carries over into a wet and somewhat chilly fall season, we get the fall foliage early, and the next thing you know, we're on the other side of it with snow, month to month to month, and numbers we haven't seen, like tornadoes that we haven't seen. I never thought in my lifetime we'd be talking about as many as 30 tornadoes touching down. That just blows my mind. So there is something definitely going on with the weather pattern in our country right now. And I'm not so sure what it is, but I can tell you right now, I don't think it's ever been this strange. So all I know is that we better start looking at this with some people smarter than me and start paying attention to it. Because when you think of this entire country, between the hurricanes, the fires, the flooding, and that's another thing, flooding. I have people come up to me and say, look, I've never had water in my basement. Never. I mean, new home construction. We've just got a deluge of weather from Mother Nature. It's been really wild, to say the least. All right, let me get you caught up as far as what's happening the rest of the day. We have a long way to go. We're going to be back at noon with some more open talk today. But next hour, Dr. Dawn Spalla is here, Allegheny Health Physical Medicine. They're actually helping people with neuropathy, doing amazing work. We'll get caught up with her. 8 o'clock, it's all about money because money matters. Secure Money Advisors. We'll have that show from 8 until 9. And then, believe it or not, as summer is slipping by, it won't be long before October will be here, and it'll be the annual enrollment for Medicare. So if you're signing up for the first time, 65 calendar year, or you want to revisit, which everybody should, you're going to want to start to do the deep dive and listen to MediConnect each and every week in that 9 o'clock hour. 10 o'clock, a lot of fall, maybe fix-up ideas, some plans, late summer home improvement stuff, True Value Home Improvement Show. And there's still a lot of great things on the table when it comes to travel, including some fall foliage and all sorts of incredible things. AAA Central's Talking Travel. It's your Pratt Pack Saturday morning, KDKA.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
August is here, and before summer slips away, Bowser Hyundai wants you to have one last getaway. Take a look at the all-new 2026 Hyundai Elantra during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. With a bold design and impressive fuel economy, it's built for every adventure, big or small. And right now at Bowser Hyundai, a 2026 Dealer of the Year winner, you can lease a 26 Elantra SE for just $159 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranty. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. 24 months, 7,500 miles per year with $2,999 due at signing with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 60 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police arrested a man who they say fired a handgun multiple times Thursday night at a vehicle he allegedly was following in New Sewickley Township, Beaver County. 41-year-old Christopher Brown of Brighton Township faces 2 counts of second-degree felony aggravated assault as well as other charges. Police say Brown followed occupants in another vehicle along Big Knob Road and Blackswoods Road. Police say Brown fired upwards of 15 shots during the incident. No one was injured. Brown was eventually pulled over by police. Brown told police the occupants in the other vehicle threw a liquid at his car when they initially passed each other, angering him. Brown is in the Beaver County Jail. 2 people from Brackenridge are facing charges after police say a 9-year-old child was the victim of physical abuse. Taylor Sliven and Tyler Sliven are facing aggravated assault charges along with criminal conspiracy, child endangerment, and reckless endangerment. When a caseworker came to the home on 9th Avenue in Brackenridge, the 9-year-old alleged they were beaten with a belt by both of the adults and was regularly struck with a spoon. The child had bruises to the back and to the thigh and hand, according to police. Taylor and Tyler Sliven are in the Allegheny County Jail awaiting a preliminary hearing scheduled for September 2nd. A well-known commercial real estate leader successfully talked a man out of jumping off the 40th Street Bridge earlier this week. Herky Pollock was driving across the bridge on Tuesday when he saw a man on the edge. He stopped, spending 3.5 hours along with Millvale police, building trust with the 26-year-old man.
I'm just very grateful that it ended the way it did, because we kept saying to him, there's 25 people on this bridge right now, and you have a piece of our heart, each and every one of us, and this can go one of two ways. And had it gone the other way, it would be a whole different outcome today.
On the Big K Morning Show, Pollock said he rarely drives across the 40th Street Bridge, but believes fate and divine intervention put him there to help save the man's life. While police continue to search for the alleged suspect who shot and killed a security guard earlier this month outside of Penn Hills Bar, the man who died that night has been identified. County Medical Examiner's Office identified the security guard as 46-year-old Ronell Jones of Rankin. Now, H's Bar and Grill on Verona Road, where that deadly shooting took place, has been the site of two other shootings in 2019 and back in 2023. Now, this most recent shooting from August 7th of this year, police say the alleged suspect and victim were speaking outside the bar before Jones was shot. KDKA Radio News Time. It's 7:03. We've got the AccuWeather forecast next.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
Another summer has come and gone too quickly, and kids are heading back to school for another year. While the first day of school is exciting, it's also a good time to remind drivers that thousands of kids around Western Pennsylvania will be waiting for the bus in the morning. Although it may seem like common sense to stop when a school bus with flashing red lights has its stop sign extended, Pittsburgh Public Schools reported more than 10,300 violations last year alone. Too many drivers are not getting the message. The latest study from the state shows more than 76,000 violations across the Commonwealth in 2024, resulting in $23.2 million in fines. Video evidence provided by Pittsburgh Public Schools shows too many heart-stopping close calls that could have ended in injury or worse. So, as a friendly reminder, remember to keep an eye out for kids walking to their stops as you begin your week, and no matter what side of the road you're on, obey the bus stop arm. It will cost you financially and could cost your community a life.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
Honor the 25th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks by visiting the Remember Me Rose Garden, a living memorial to the heroes of Flight 93. Based in Somerset, the garden features thousands of roses and perennials, wildflowers, 50 flowering trees, a walking trail, and more. See the new Visitor Center. Enjoy live music during this September 11th commemoration, just a quarter-mile east of the Flight 93 Memorial. Visit remembermerosegarden.org.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Running a business shouldn't feel like a juggling act. One app for accounting, another for inventory, one more for sales, and somehow they never work together. Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated platform with all the business applications you need. CRM, inventory, accounting, marketing, and more. All working together seamlessly. Stop juggling software and get back to growing your business. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's odoo.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a mix of clouds and sun with a late-day thunderstorm for some that may be rather gusty with hail after a high of 81, with more showers and storms for tonight and a low of 61, leading to some sun tomorrow, but still some wet weather. More showers and another thunderstorm, high 73, ahead of a dry Monday with some sun, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Always brightens my day early on a Saturday, just as the sun is coming up. That bright smile of Dr. Dawn Spalla, Allegheny Health Physical Medicine, our YouTube channel, streaming live on X, and right now, Metropolitan Window video screen, KDKRadio.com, KDKA Watch. Lots of stuff to get into today, but we're going to begin by giving you a chance to learn all about who they are and how they can help you with neuropathy. So let's talk shop. Allegheny Health Physical Medicine to begin this morning's show. Good morning, Doc.
Good morning. How are you?
I am spectacular. Better now that you're here.
There we go. Good. Good to know. Yeah. So, Dr. Dawn, I'm a chiropractor. However, myself and the other doctors that we have in our practice are the neuropathy experts in the area, meaning we do as much as we possibly can to diagnose and treat neuropathy pain without drugs and surgery, because it's really, really important, and it's a part of your nervous system.
So we're going to give somebody a chance who maybe just waking up and trying to get their feet on the floor and make sure they're on the floor, and they're like, oh, there's dreaded neuropathy. Or maybe you think you may be dealing with it. Once we get into the symptoms and what they do, we're going to give you a number. Stephanie is standing by right now. You can call it or text it, and there's always an opportunity to get an extra bonus by listening to the show this early Saturday morning. So let's go right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, so neuropathy, a lot of people are dealing with it, whether they know about it or not. So what is neuropathy? It's burning, tingling, terrible pain or sensations in the feet and legs that prevent people from living life. Like you said, walking on the kitchen floor, they might step on a crumb and it feels like they stepped on a Lego, which I have a 9-year-old son, so I've had plenty of those instances where it feels like I step on a Lego. People feel like they're wearing like a stocking or a puffy sock on their feet all of the time. Your feet are cold. They bother you at night. It bothers you to have the sheets on your feet. You can have it in your hands as well, and there's a lot of different things that cause neuropathy. But the main cause of neuropathy is usually back injury and or type 2 or even type 1 diabetes. And what we do in the office is really specific examinations to say, hey, this is a neuropathy issue, and see if we are able to help, because people think of chiropractic as, you know, you run into an office and you lay down on the table and a doctor comes running at you with a flying elbow and cracks something, right? And you're out the door, which is by far way different than how we help our patients. But looking at your body neurologically and really trying to promote overall health and wellness without drugs and surgery is what we're all about.
Well, let me just say this. I had a gentleman say to me the other day, your name came up in a conversation, and we were just talking. He said, let me tell you how bad my neuropathy is. I said, how bad is it? He said, I have to look 2 or 3 times to actually see if my shoes are on. And I thought to myself, of all the things I've heard about neuropathy, I've never heard that. So it can be so bad that you can't even feel that your shoe is basically on your foot.
Yeah, it can be so bad that, you know, patients don't want to admit it, but they're having trouble feeling the brake pedal and the gas pedal in the car. And if they go to their PCP or if they go to a neurologist and say that, what happens?
They lose their license.
Right. We don't do that. We don't do that in the office. But I think it's important for people to understand that, you know, there's different levels of physicians that are out there, right? There's different levels of primary care physicians. There's different levels of neurologists, and there's different levels of chiropractic care.
Right.
And when you look at chiropractic care and coming into our office, you know, really detailed evaluations and examinations, along with very detailed x-rays or even reviewing MRIs, CT scans, getting really good images to see what specifically needs to be done, because a back crack isn't just all that we do. In thinking about my son, and you know, he's really into Spider-Man right now. Okay, so I'm going to use a Spider-Man reference. In Spider-Man, right? We know one of the taglines is with great power comes great responsibility. Okay. I'm going to turn that around, and I want to say that your health, right? With great health comes great responsibility. Because I am learning, I guess I know it, but a very hard push in the direction of learning that our health is our responsibility.
Yeah, it is. By the way, Tom Holland and Zendaya, his wife, who stars with him, because it's made already $1 billion, he's going to get $100 million for that one role.
Can I be in the next Spider-Man movie?
Hey, well, he is smooth as silk, I must say. But, I'm in the wrong business. Anyway, a little bit about your practice, then we're going to go to break. Locations, all the things they need to know.
Yeah, so we are located in Natrona Heights and Sarver. We're going to have an amazing special offer soon, probably at the next segment, for patients to come in, whether it's chronic low back pain, neuropathy, burning, tingling, numbness. But Natrona Heights and Sarver, phone number is 724-224-2224. And if you have any specific questions, whether it's about you or a loved one, you can text that number and I can actually answer you directly. So 724-224-2224. I am here to help.
And locations again?
Sarver, Natrona Heights, and then we have our sister location on Mount Washington.
So are you still seeing a lot of good results on a regular basis?
Yeah. Fran, hey, Fran. I talked to her about the radio show. She's like, I'm not sure if I'm going to be up that early. Fran came in this week for one of her follow-up evaluations, and she now has vibration sensation in her feet. She didn't before, and balance was really affected. That's one thing that neuropathy can do before anything else, is it affects our balance. And she is actually balancing better, standing longer periods on her feet without pain, and that vibration sensation is coming back.
That's a good sign.
Absolutely.
All right, don't forget, call or text 724-224-2224. Stephanie standing by, 724-224-2224. Just to kind of tease them a little bit, very popular right now to help people control their weight and lose weight, but there's something people need to know. Just explain as we go to break. Go ahead.
So with the neuropathy portion of it, a lot of people are afraid to do something about it. So we have, through August, free consultations, which are usually $250. Free consultations now through the end of August. There's limited spots available for all of our expert physicians. And if you call or text that number today to reserve it, we can get you in before August and make sure that we get you on the path to feeling better.
We're coming back. Dr. Don Spalla, Allegheny Health Physical Medicine, back with more on a Saturday morning at KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acroshore Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Are your property taxes too high? Time is running out. You have until September 1st, 2026 to appeal your Allegheny County property taxes. Call attorney Richard Ernsberger at the law firm Barron and Ernsberger at 412-391-2515 for the help you need.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Buddy Foods with 8 locations to serve you, a Pittsburgh tradition. The Pirates dropped a 10-inning 5-4 decision to Los Angeles in California against the Dodgers last night, despite a strong effort highlighted by a home run and 2 RBI from O'Neal Cruz. The Pirates ultimately fell short. 2 teams again in California tonight, 7:15 first pitch, 93-7 the Fans. Steelers fell 17-0 to the New York Jets in a preseason matchup here in Pittsburgh, where offensive struggles and quarterback questions took center stage. Starting quarterback Will Howard endured a rough outing, tossing 2 interceptions and absorbing heavy pressure, including a sack by Jets rookie pass rusher David Bailey, before Drew Aller, who didn't have much success either, took over in the second half. The Jets capitalized on the Steelers' mistakes behind a efficient cameo appearance from Geno Smith, who connected with Jillian Woods for a touchdown. Riverhounds taking on Brooklyn tonight, and through 2 rounds of the BMW Championship, Wyndham Clark is your leader by 1 shot. He's at 12 under. More sports, 937thefan.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money. And most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are back. And those of you, as I said during the break, are thinking, well, if I lose some weight or I get in better shape, this neuropathy will go away. That's not the case. And not just people that are overweight and dealing with issues as inflammation and maybe a broken bone or two are the ones dealing with neuropathy. Neuropathy can affect everybody in all walks of life. Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, so the starting symptoms of neuropathy can be pain or tingling or numbness in the tips of your toes. You know, maybe you're noticing some balance issues, difficulty standing, or even it wakes you up at night.
Right.
And the biggest thing when it comes to neuropathy is diabetes being the number one cause of it. But we have to think of diabetes as something that's different than just kind of medically. So everybody who's listening, if you've been through the kind of diabetes trip, you either get diagnosed with type 2 diabetes or they tell you that you're pre-diabetic, okay? What they're measuring is how much damage is being done on a cellular level by having too much sugar in your blood.
Right.
And so even being pre-diabetic makes us prone to having that damage done before we're even diagnosed with with actual diabetes.
Mm-hmm.
And so that pre-diabetic form, not watching the sugar, not, taking care of ourselves, which is mostly diet related if it's type 2, means that now we're putting our health at significant greater risk than what we were if we're not watching it. Number 2, with back injury, if we've had a back injury before and we're talking stenosis, we're talking degenerative disc disease, we're talking degenerative joint disease, which that is my forte. That is where I live, and that's what I help. I love helping patients with, because guess what? I'm 40 and I have degenerative disc disease. And so there are much better ways to manage back pain and radiating pain than just gabapentin and meloxicam. And that's what I want patients to know. So here's the thing. If you're tired of getting the runaround, if you're tired of the solution being another prescription and it's not actually functionally making you better, please call today. Stephanie texted me and she said, we have 5 appointments left for that free consultation, which is typically $250.
And those will be gone before the hour's up.
Yeah, with either myself or one of our amazing specialists who do exactly what I do to get a solid diagnosis and an actual pathway to getting healthier, because you don't deserve to continue being put to the wayside and here, take another medication. Now, don't get me wrong. There's a time and a place for medication, and there's a time and a place for medical intervention. But let's talk about gabapentin for a second. So gabapentin is a very common medication that is prescribed for back pain, for nerve pain, for neuropathy. But gabapentin was designed originally as an anti-seizure medication. So it works on our central nervous system. It works on the part of our brain that causes pain, and it numbs it. It kind of shuts it down. But in shutting down that portion of our brain, we get a depressed central nervous system. Mm-hmm. The most recent study came out, and it said for every prescription of gabapentin that you take, your risk for Alzheimer's and dementia goes through the roof. And so many people, as they age, are so worried about this terrible disease of dementia and Alzheimer's, because I've had family members that have gone through it, and it's terrible, that you don't need another thing to worry about when your situation can be managed beautifully with integrative, specific chiropractic care by doctors that really care for you.
Isn't it amazing all the different things people think that will make it better? But in reality, if any of that would have worked, they would have done it. This is the only one we've talked about, the laser therapy and what you're doing, that is actually giving people relief by getting blood flow going again and having your body heal itself, which your body does on a regular basis, a lot of times before it even gets started, some sort of illness, because our bodies, when we let it happen holistically, can really do incredible things.
Our bodies were designed to be smart, and they were designed to heal. And one of my favorite sayings, because it's on my walls all over through my office, is the power that made the body heals the body. So take that how you want it, but there are better things out there for you than another prescription. And you don't have to continue suffering at home and waking up with these aches and pains and saying you can't play with your grandkids, or you can't go take them school shopping anymore. I'm going to stay home this time that we're going to the beach because you can't stand sand on your feet, right? It doesn't have to be that way. And so in our office, we do use really specific state-of-the-art class 4 laser to help patients recover from neuropathy, but recover from a lot of different injuries. And there's not a whole lot of offices out there that specialize in using laser for neuropathy treatment. Mm-hmm. And 90% of our patients get somewhere between 70 to 100% of relief from their neuropathy we do the treatment and it stays that way.
Well, we're also going to talk about what they do. We're going to drill down more on that treatment and how they're getting results. But she has an offer on the table, and you heard Stephanie texted, we only got like 5 that are those opportunities that are awaiting you. So explain that and give them the phone number that you can also text, then we'll go to break. Go ahead.
724-224-2224. You can call or text that number. If you want to text me directly and ask me some questions, I will be the one who gets back to you. 724-224-2224.
Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, Dr. Dawn Spalla. Dr. Dawn is here until 8 o'clock. Don't forget, bottom of the hour, Rob Taylor checks the news. Coming up next hour, Secure Money Advisors on the Money. 9 o'clock, MediConnect, the Inside Connection, as we are just weeks away from the annual enrollment period for Medicare. That'll begin in October. And then at 10 o'clock, the guys from True Value nail down all of those home improvement projects for the late summer and fall to come. And then at 11 o'clock, we'll go to Parts Unknown. AAA Central's Talking Travel with Andrew Benacki. It's your Pratt Pack today, KDKA.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread build-it-yourself furniture, with extremely vague instructions.
What are these? Hieroglyphics?
Then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
It is 61 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police arrested a man who they say fired a handgun multiple times Thursday night at a vehicle he allegedly was following in New Sewickley Township, Beaver County. 41-year-old Christopher Brown of Brighton Heights faces 2 counts of second-degree felony aggravated assault, as well as other charges. Police say Brown followed occupants in another vehicle along Big Knob Road and Blackswoods Road. Police say Brown fired upwards of 15 shots during the incident. No one was injured. Brown was eventually pulled over by police. Brown allegedly telling police the occupants in the other vehicle threw a liquid at his car when they initially passed each other, angering him. Brown is in the Beaver County Jail. 2 people from Brackenridge are facing charges after police say a 9-year-old child was the victim of physical abuse. Taylor Sliven and Tyler Sliven are facing aggravated assault charges along with criminal conspiracy, child endangerment, and reckless endangerment. When a caseworker came to the home on 9th Avenue in Brackenridge, the 9-year-old allegedly said that they were beaten with a belt by both of the adult individuals and was regularly struck with a spoon. Child had bruises to the back, thigh, hand, and forearm, according to police. Taylor and Tyler Sliven are in the Allegheny County Jail awaiting a preliminary hearing scheduled for September 2nd. Well, while police continue to search for that alleged suspect who shot and killed a security guard earlier this month outside of Penn Hills Bar, the man who died has now been identified. County Medical Examiner's Office identified him as 46-year-old Ronell Jones of Rankin. H's Bar and Grill on Verona Road, where the deadly shooting took place. It's been the site of 2 other shootings in 2019 and 2023. In this most recent shooting from August 7th, police say the suspect and victim were speaking outside the bar before the suspect shot Jones. Well, Pittsburgh Regional Transit says its fiscal year 2026 was its best in 6 years in terms of ridership. In June alone, ridership was up nearly 10%. Average weekday ridership reached over 122,000 passengers in June. Weekends also saw an increase, with Saturday ridership up more than 4% and Sunday volume up more than 8%. KDKA Radio News Time. It's 7:32. The AccuWeather forecast is next.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of sun and clouds ahead of the risk for a late-day thunderstorm that may bring hail and damaging wind gusts with a high of 81. Then showers and storms tonight could still be gusty with hail, the low 61, followed by more wet weather tomorrow. Despite some sun, showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 73. Give way to some sun Monday, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Third segment, Dr. Don Spalla is here, and it is time to talk about why they are a difference maker as far as treatment is concerned. But before we do that, an offer on the table, only 5 openings, so hurry, hurry, hurry. Go ahead.
Yes, so we have a free consultation. Typically, our consultations are $250. If you have the tingling, the burning, if you have pain radiating down your leg, any symptom that has not gone away, please call this morning and take advantage of this offer. Now, what I'm going to do is we usually do a back to school special, right? Kids are going back to school, so it frees up some people's schedules, etc. Is your first laser treatment is going to be on me.
Nice.
So if we look at class 4 laser, which is extremely safe and extremely beneficial for not just neuropathy, but if we're talking disc injuries, if we're talking disc degeneration, if we're talking like that chronic nagging, awful low back pain or neck pain, then you're still a candidate for really specific care. But you're also going to get a $250 voucher that goes towards your treatment. So today, calling, we have 5 spots to sign up for that $500 bonus to make sure you get your health back on track.
So don't delay. Do it now. Call or text. Stephanie standing by. 724-224-2224. 724-224-2224. Okay, so I come in. You give me the once over, which is not just a handshake and a hello, but like you put a lot of time into it. You realize I have neuropathy. So what's the treatment? What do we do? How do we get started?
So that initial exam is really specific. We go through your health history, your medications, any testing that you've had. We go through any images. We'll take images if we think we need to, because we can't forget the nerves in your feet all have to come out of your spine at some point. And so with that, we look at the laser therapy. Now, laser is really specific, especially class 4 laser, okay? So there's only, I believe, 6 offices in Pennsylvania that carry class 4 laser, and we have it in all of our 3 offices in and around Pittsburgh. What laser does is when that certain spectrum of light, there's a certain spectrum of light, just like when the sun hits our skin and we start making vitamin D and we can tan, a certain spectrum of light causes our cells to get excited and they start to pick up more oxygen. And when we oxygenate an area, it draws blood flow to it. And when we get more blood flow, we get more nutrition. The nerves, when it comes to neuropathy, have been starved. They've been starved by blood vessel damage around the nerve endings, and so those nerves start to regress. So what people think is that with neuropathy, their nerves start dying, but really their nerves start starving. And if we return that blood flow and if we return that nutrition to those nerve endings, we get a really good regeneration effect. And so you don't need to take gabapentin for the rest of your life. You don't need to go on these medications the rest of your life. And even if you do use gabapentin, it does nothing functionally or nothing to help you gain back function when it comes to improvements. And in our office, we focus on returning normal feeling to the feet. We focus on recalibrating your balance so that you can walk better, you can feel things better, you can sleep better, you can rest better, because again, there's a time and a place for medications, but most prescriptions don't help you to feel better or actually get in a spot where you're functionally better, and that's what we want to do.
I always try to ask a question or two that we haven't done before, just to kind of take a new angle. So what stops the natural blood flow? Why does it get interrupted like that?
So in a spinal injury, or even in the case of diabetes, so diabetes, whether you're pre-diabetic, you're diabetic, or type 2 or type 1, when you hold the sugar and that extra sugar is going through your bloodstream,
right?
Those little sugar crystals, they're microscopic, they're tiny, but they're jagged. They're like little daggers. And they congeal at the very end of those blood vessels.
They what? What is that?
They kind of form like a big pile of like little daggers.
Okay.
And that blocks those little tiny blood vessels from exchanging oxygen. And when your tissues and your nerves don't have that blood flow exchange, they also start to regress and shrink back. And so patients with diabetes, you know that you're at risk for, foot ulcers and foot wounds, and things don't heal as quickly as they did because there's no blood flow there. That's exactly what happens internally. Now, here's the other thing is that there's a lot of questioning or a lot of information out there about red light therapy.
Yes.
So red light therapy can be beneficial, right? But when we're talking about neuropathy, those blood vessels are deep. Okay. And red light therapy only penetrates about 3 to 5 millimeters into the skin. It can still be beneficial, right? But when we're talking about a chronic issue like neuropathy, laser therapy penetrates 8 centimeters into the skin.
We have like 10 layers of skin or something like that, right?
4.
4. Okay.
Yeah. But still, depending on our size and what our weight is and muscle.
Right.
We have to have something powerful to penetrate through all those layers to actually get to the deep layers that are going to cause a lasting effect. So our program isn't something like, here's your red light therapy, you have to continue to do it forever.
Mm-hmm.
We use the highest powered class 4 laser that's out there. And so depending on the severity of the issue, depends on how many visits we need to use for the neuropathy. But I would say 90% of patients notice a difference after their very first treatment.
Well, and one of the things that we've talked before, and this is why she's the doc, the chiropractor, they know every nerve ending, every bone, every nook and cranny of the human body. That's what they learn when they go to school for 8 years. But the thing that I've realized by talking to you, even if somebody gets 10%, 5% difference, it's like a giant step forward for them, because many of them this is such a crippling issue that if they get the slightest amount of relief, it really goes a long way to give them hope to continue and want to get better along the way.
Yeah, and even for couples that are out there, so wives who have husbands who have neuropathy, and they have to wake up with their husband and rub the feet or put on the creams or get the stim pads out or get the ice pack, get the heat pack, what have you. It's a big interruption for everybody in that family, not just the person with neuropathy. So if you're out there, if you're suffering, please call. Again, a free $250 consultation. It's not going to cost a thing. Along with your very first treatment for free, another $250 value. Stephanie said we have 3 spots left to fill for the rest of August, and those spots can be yours. You have to call or text 724-224-2224.
So here's the other thing. Somebody right now waking up, and this happens way too often because we hit home with these topics that we bring you on Saturday morning, but especially with Dr. Dawn. Well, I just got a clean bill of health. I mean, I don't have any blood issues. I'm not overweight. I'm this, I'm that. I'm still in the prime of my life in my 40s. How could I have neuropathy? So you can be a healthy individual too, and in the prime of your life, which is in your 40s in most cases, and you can be suffering from neuropathy. And the sooner you get it evaluated, the better you're going to be.
Absolutely. 100%.
So make the call. Don't miss out. 3 opportunities left. 724-224-2224. You can either call or text. Stephanie is standing by. 724-224-2224. So let me ask you as we go to break, where do you see this whole thing evolving in your industry? Because there's 333 million and some change in this country, and there are millions that have neuropathy, and more getting it every day.
I think talking about the causes of neuropathy. So we've gone over, it can be back injury, it can be diabetes, it can be thyroid toxicity. Rob, the scary thing is that medications, very common medications that we use, can also be causes of neuropathy. So blood pressure medications and statin medications. And so with that, it's my job to make sure that patients understand where their issues are coming from.
Yeah, and here's the other thing, too. How many people are on statin drugs?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a lot.
A big, big number.
Yeah.
So, and also, just to let people know, you do the traditional thing that all good chiropractors do. If you need straightened out, you can help with that too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Patients dealing with sciatica, the stretching isn't helping, the icing isn't helping, the meloxicam isn't helping. It gets better for 2 days and then it keeps coming back, or I deal with it and it comes back for a longer, more severe period the next time. That's our expertise window. That's what we love to do, and we let patients leave with a smile and feeling better for sure.
Only 3 opportunities left. Don't miss out. 724-224-2224. You can call or text that number. Stephanie standing by. 724-224-2224. We'll get a quick break. One more look at sports news coming up top of the hour with Rob. It's your Saturday morning on KDKA. Again, 724-224-2224, 724-224-2224. Only 3 slots left. Call or text. Stephanie standing by. 724-224-2224.
News Radio, KDKA, Sports.
Brought to you by Coons Quality Foods with 8 locations to serve you. A Pittsburgh tradition. The Pirates dropped a 10-inning 5-4 decision to Los Angeles in California against the Dodgers last night, despite a strong effort highlighted by a home run and 2 RBI from O'Neal Cruz. The Pirates ultimately fell short. 2 teams again in California tonight, 7:15 first pitch, 93-7 the Fans. Steelers fell 17-0 to the New York Jets in a preseason matchup here in Pittsburgh, where offensive struggles and quarterback questions took center stage. Starting quarterback Will Howard endured a rough outing, tossing 2 interceptions and absorbing heavy pressure, including a sack by Jets rookie pass rusher David Bailey, before Drew Aller, who didn't have much success either, took over in the second half. The Jets capitalized on the Steelers' mistakes behind a efficient cameo appearance from Geno Smith, who connected with Jillian Woods for a touchdown. Riverhounds taking on Brooklyn tonight, and through 2 rounds of the BMW Championship, Wyndham Clark is your leader by 1 shot. He's at 12 under. More sports, 937thefan.com.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money. A lot. And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it.
Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Life-changing is happening every day at UPMC.
There's a few things that bring all of us together regardless of what our backgrounds are. Food is definitely one of those. Our main goal in the cafeteria is to provide a good experience, a safe space to feel comfortable. Our staff members, they constantly are giving some level of compassion or understanding or comfort. Outside of these walls, it's just food, but inside, it's all medicine.
That's life-changing medicine at UPMC.
Pennsylvania, the casino floor is now at your fingertips with the Hollywood Casino app. Don't miss your chance at their wide cash jackpots with over $1 million paid out monthly. Now's your chance to join thousands of other winners. They've got all your favorites, including over 2,000 slot games, tables, and live dealers. Right now, new players can get 300 bonus spins and up to $500 back in casino credits. Hollywood Casino. Download and play today. Must be 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or MyReset.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple fuel system additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus receive 4 times O Rewards points.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast.
Pump up the volume.
When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
August is Sandwich Month, and Easy Cater is rolling out a new surprise deal every week from August 3rd through 30th. That means every order of delicious sandwiches for your team comes with a side of something special just for you. From cheesesteaks and cubanos to pita pockets and pastrami, Easy Cater makes it easy to bring everyone's favorite sandwiches to work and rack up big rewards while you're at it. New week, new deal, all August long. Visit EasyCater.com to place your next order and take a bite out of Sandwich Month. Restrictions apply. See offer details at EasyCater.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, one more segment, Dr. Don Spalla. Don't forget that offer on the table. Going, gone, down to 3 openings, may even be less than that, so don't miss out. You can either call or text 724-224-2224, 724-224-2224. Stephanie is standing by. A couple of minutes. What have we learned on today's show, Doc?
Yeah, so anybody who is out there suffering, whether it's chronic low back pain, sciatica, tingling, numbness, burning going down a leg, or even that neuropathy pain, that burning, tingling, numbness in the feet, you don't have to suffer anymore. Our goal is to help patients feel better and to keep them that way and to promote overall health and wellness. So we want to keep patients feeling good for a lifetime. Neuropathy is terrible because there's no surgery, there's no medication that actually brings nerve function back. But all of the research points to class 4 laser being one of the top therapies to actually get nerve function back. And so that laser can be used not only in cases of neuropathy, but also in cases of disc degeneration and joint degeneration. I want to talk about one of my patients, Bridget. So Bridget came in to me with failed low back surgery syndrome. So she had had some fusion and some rods put in her back. And she also already had a pre-existing Lewy body dementia diagnosis, which means that she cannot go under general anesthesia without making that issue worse. And so there are no more surgeries or medications that she can take for this debilitating low back pain. So we do our evaluation. We come up with laser as a really good conservative treatment for you. And Rob, she came in my office last week in tears because she said she never thought she was going to be able to walk or feel better again. This is somebody who had been dealing with pain even after a surgery for the past 2 years. And laser really brought back her life. So, and she's 82. And so you're not too old, right? You're not too old. There are other solutions out there. Our office has the experts. We've done the extra education. We've been certified in laser therapy. We've been certified in non-surgical treatment for neuropathy and disc issues. And so with a free consultation that is typically $250 plus your very first free treatment of laser, that is the best thing. Now, it can be scary to just call today and schedule an appointment. So Tuesday in Sarver at 1:00 in the afternoon, we are having our neuropathy workshop. And what we do, no obligation, come in and hear us docs talking about the treatment, look at the laser, see what it's all about. We feed you dinner. You can bring a guest. You can bring a significant other. Come ask questions and check out the office before you take that big step of, signing up for a new patient appointment, because we want you to feel comfortable in our office.
All right, 724-224-2224. Stephanie is standing by, 724-224-2224. Call or text. We talk about side effects, medication. We were talking about that earlier, like gabapentin, Neurontin, and all that stuff. But there are some things that can happen to you if you don't get this neuropathy straightened out. You can fall. You can get into a car crash. You can get injured all sorts of ways around the house, have a wound on the bottom of your feet that you don't know is there, end up, amputation. We've talked about it all. But also, it can make you, between the ears, get very depressed.
Yeah.
And you become a prisoner of your own home. And to me, that's one of the saddest things about people dealing with something that you're actually able to help them with more times than not. Doesn't always work, but it can work.
The most recent studies of that say that 80% of patients with chronic low back pain and or neuropathy also 80% of the time have issues with depression. And so it's a mindset thing. We want to help people get back to their lives and feel better. Shout out, by the way, to Paul. Paul was sending me a little message this morning because he was interested in our office. It doesn't have to be this way. It just doesn't have to be this way. And so if you've had, an experience before with chiropractic and said it doesn't work or it doesn't help, we're an integrative office. So we combine our expertise among 5 different doctors to say, hey, chiropractic care, laser, decompression therapy, anything that's non-surgical, extremely conservative, but the best beneficial decision for you can be an experience in our office. So
great thing about your practice, and inquiry minds want to know, curiosity here. Have anybody come in thinking they had neuropathy and you found out it was something else? And
all the time.
You adjusted them and they got better?
A lot of the times a low back issue can mimic itself as a neuropathy.
Right.
Or, a neuropathy can kind of say, oh, it's your low back and you're old and we can't really do anything about it. So that's not us. There's usually 99% of the time some type of a solution where we can get you feeling better and get you some relief.
All right, tell them the offer one more time and the number that they can text or call Steph.
Free consultation plus your free first laser treatment. It's a $500 value, you guys. We have appointments through the end of August. Stephanie said that there's 2 appointments left. So you can call or text 724-224-2224 to grab that $500 value spot. We hope to see you in the office and your life doesn't have to continue to suffer. because of it.
I always feel good after you leave because, especially now that we've got some people booked, because I know we did some good on the show, and that's really what it's all about.
I know the one time that I brought the laser in, we did some laser on your neck. I
need a little tune-up again. I was just thinking about on the treadmill the other day, but it was amazing.
Good.
It really was.
Good.
All right, listen. Good seeing you. We'll see you next month.
Sounds good.
All right, don't forget, you can reach them right now and get one of those only 2 appointments left, 724-224-2224. You can call or text that number. Stephanie is standing by. Stay tuned because Rob Taylor is standing by with the news at 8. And then Secure Money Matters, of course, on the money. Moments away as we continue on our Saturday morning, your Pratt Pack KDKA. Good morning.
The proceeding was paid for by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Plumbers, today will be a good day. You will be profitable. Your clients will be nice. No one will stand over you and tell you how to fix the thing they actually hired you to fix. You will also feel at peace after switching to Progressive, America's #1 commercial auto insurer. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, #1 commercial auto insurer from the NAIC's 2024 National Premium Data.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 61 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. While police continue to search for the alleged suspect who shot and killed a security guard earlier this month outside a Penrose bar, the man who died has now been identified. County Medical Examiner's Office identified that security guard is 46-year-old Rynell Jones of Rankin. H's Bar and Grill on Verona Road, where the deadly shooting took place, has been the site of 2 other shootings in 2019 and 2023. Now, in the most recent shooting back on August 7th, police say the suspect and victim were speaking outside the bar before the suspect shot Jones. Well, the area's first measles case has been diagnosed at UPMC Children's Hospital, the first infection in the county since 2019. Details about the patient were not disclosed, but the child is unvaccinated, not from Allegheny County, and was isolated after 2 visits to the hospital this month. Contact tracing is underway, and UPMC says another person is being tested for the highly contagious disease. State is reporting around 340 measles cases, most of them around Lancaster County. A meeting next week may determine the future of a Southside bar. Here's News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
District Attorney Stephen Zappala says his nuisance bar task force will meet with Capo's representatives on Tuesday to discuss ongoing problems, and then they'll decide if they'll execute a petition to get the bar closed down. At a Thursday news conference, Zappala addressed a long history of problems there.
I've looked at an extensive history that began back in the beginning of 25 and deals through 26. We had a horrendous major crime.
That was the case where a woman who was drunk was led out of Capo's by security only to be raped. Zappala said that was the last straw. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
A well-known commercial real estate leader successfully talked a man out of jumping off the 40th Street Bridge this week. Herky Pollock says he was driving across the bridge Tuesday when he saw a man on the edge. He stopped, spending 3.5 hours along with Millvale police, building trust with the 26-year-old man.
I'm just very grateful that it ended the way it did, because we kept saying to him, there's 25 people on this bridge right now, and you have a piece of our heart, each and every one of us, and this can go one of two ways. And had it gone the other way, it would be a whole different outcome today.
On the Big K Morning Show, Pollock said he rarely drives across the 40th Street Bridge. He believes fate and divine intervention put him there to help save the man's life. KDK Radio News Time coming up on 8:03. Let's get to the AccuWeather forecast next.
Suffering from peripheral neuropathy? Learn how over 15,000 sufferers regained their comfort, mobility, and quality of life with Tri-State Neuropathy Center's successful treatment plan that is FDA cleared, non-invasive, and drug-free. Here's Sean Ritchie, DC, and Tri-State's founder about one of their many satisfied patients.
One thing I've learned about people that get numb with their neuropathy, they have balance issues, just like Bob from Gibsonia. His numbness got so bad, he started to have to shuffle and was starting to have some falls. After completing our FDA-cleared treatment program, he is doing so much better. In fact, he was at his friend's house and he was at the American Legions, and they couldn't believe the difference that they saw in him.
Tri-State Neuropathy Centers help Bob. Let them help you next. Call 724-940-9000 for a free consultation. That's 724-940-9000. Tri-State Neuropathy Centers, the leader in treating peripheral neuropathy. Learn more at marydanston.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a mix of clouds and sun with a late-day thunderstorm for some that may be rather gusty with hail after a high of 81, with more showers and storms for tonight and a low of 61, leading to some sun tomorrow, but still some wet weather. More showers and another thunderstorm, high 73, ahead of a dry Monday with some sun, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, good morning. On the Money with Secure Money Advisors. Of course, Brian Carant, it's Rob Pratt, and we're here today, and we're going to give you a chance to learn all sorts of incredible stuff throughout the hour. But I want to remind you, if you want to get the book, Right Track Your Retirement, in which he wrote it, they'll send it to you for free and pick up the shipping too, righttrackpittsburgh.com or 866-406-6639. 866-406-6639. We got some questions for Brian to begin the broadcast, so let's get started. So, when somebody comes to Secure Money Advisors with a 401k, IRA, Social Security, maybe a pension, how do you determine whether those pieces can actually create the monthly paycheck they need to, well, not put their future at risk. That's where we begin. Here again is your host, the man behind the brand. Secure Money Advisors on the Money is on the air with Brian Caranta.
Good morning, Rob. How are you?
I am wonderful. Good to see you.
Good. Yeah, well, this is common. All of those pieces. I always say when we're talking to folks about retirement and where their assets are, you have to listen very carefully because it's like juggling 100 different balls. A lot of people have stuff splintered in a lot of different places. Well, you know what that's like. I mean, stuff's all over the place, and not everything's created equal. There's a lot of things that are very challenging to figure out. When can I start this? How much are they going to give me? And then things change, as you know. I mean, one minute you could make a phone call if you have let's say a pension, and they could give you, one answer, and then you can call back and get another. So it first starts by taking inventory. I know that sounds very, very overly simplistic, but a lot of what retirement comes down to is just some best practices. And step one is putting together what we call a basic asset summary. And an asset summary is really simple, and this is how it should be organized. And this is according to the Certified Financial Planning Board. So an asset summary should include bank accounts and non-IRA accounts all in one section. The next part should be all of your retirement accounts, anything that would be pre-tax dollars. So, for example, a 401k, an IRA, 403b, and then you should have tax-free retirement accounts, which typically for most people is just going to be the Roth. Then we should have a section for life insurance, your estate plan, and now we have good inventory. Why do we categorize it this way? We categorize and organize it this way because all of those accounts are treated differently, Rob, with from a tax perspective. So when you're looking to build a plan and you have a lot of these different pieces of the puzzle, the first question we have to ask ourselves is, number one, what does the money now need to do for us? Are we still trying to grow it? Are we trying to grow it and get some monthly income from it? Are we going to grow it and just leave it to a family member? But all of these accounts are treated differently from a tax perspective. They're treated different from a tax perspective and penalty perspective based on age. There's certain rules around certain accounts based on age that can, such as 59.5 with an IRA, 55 with a 401k, 73 with an IRA. So when we're building a plan, in order to see it correctly and start to now strategize, and if we're going to be looking to take any type of income, we need to know what are the tax consequences for taking money out of this type of account. And then you start to set up what we call your order of withdrawals and what accounts you're going to start to withdraw from first. I know that's a long-winded answer, but it's very important that people understand this because the organization part of the accounts is very, very, very important solely due to the fact that each account is treated differently from a tax perspective and treated differently on how you withdraw money and when you can withdraw it.
All right, so what does being truly retirement ready mean, Brian? Meaning beyond hitting a savings number, what should somebody be able to answer before they leave work for the final time?
What are you going to do with your time? After over 25 years of doing this, I have story after story after story I could tell you of people that retired with no purpose. They weren't really sure what that next chapter was going to look like. And the to-do list is only going to last so long. Everybody retires. I got so much to do. That's what my dad said. I got so much to do. I think he was done with the to-do list in like a month.
My dad was a week.
Right. And then the question is, what are you going to do with your time? Because, humans are purpose-driven. We have to have a purpose. We want to feel significant to a certain degree. And, what's going to get you out of bed in the morning? And so the real question is not so much about the money. Psychologically, are you ready? And what are you going to do with your time? And I think that's really important because what you find is that the people that are purpose-driven, whether they're volunteering, whether they're going to help with the grandkids, maybe they start a small side business or they have a hobby that they're going to be spending a lot of time doing and getting good at, those people stay very young in retirement. I've watched people retire, Rob, and with no purpose, and a year later they come in for their first review, and they look like they aged 10 years, and it's just because they're kind of lost. I mean, imagine this. I was working with an executive with a large company here in Pittsburgh. He was in charge of over 1,000 employees, flew around on a corporate jet everywhere. And, one day he had all of this power, all of this respect, retired. And the next day, there was no more corporate jet. There was no more big high-powered meetings. There was no, managing and overseeing 1,000 people. He just now was a normal, average, everyday person, right? With no power anymore of this sort. And what he found very quickly was it was very depressing for him. And he went through a period of time of just feeling very down and unsure of what his life was going to be. And, that's probably the biggest part I think people need to figure out for themselves when it comes to retiring. And there's some really great books out there on this stuff. And, they were focusing on it more and more because it is part of the plan, Rob. I mean, it really is. The numbers are one part, but, the purpose is the other part.
But just think of the people that get to that point in their life, and then they deal with if they're going to have enough money or not, how much stress that puts on someone every day. Their eyes open up, and they really can't go do anything because physically they're just not able, and they realize, am I going to outlive my money?
Yeah, well, I think a lot of folks go into retirement with a lot of uncertainty, and where that uncertainty comes from is typically for the fact that most people are usually working with a financial advisor that specializes in helping them diversify and grow their money while they're working. And that's the easy part, putting money away, in the markets, it's up or it's down, but it doesn't really matter because there's a long time before you're going to need that money. But when you go into retirement and you still have 100% of your money in the market and you're living and dying by what the market's doing or what the political environment's doing, that is stress that is unnecessary. And it's actually just the wrong way to retire. And there's a lot of people out there with monies that they could be using to live the life that they want to live, but nobody's ever showed them how to use it. And so, therefore, they don't spend it. And then, of course, they die, and their kids have no problem spending it for them.
All right, 866-406-6639. Set up that first in-office review. It's absolutely free. Or if you want a copy of that book that Brian wrote, they'll send it to you for free and pick up the shipping, too. Call that number, 866-406-6639. And remember, RightTrackPittsburgh as well.com. Coming up, if somebody realizes they have accounts and benefits but not one coordinated plan, what is the actual first step they should take to get that retirement ready? That and much more when we get back. Secure Money Advisors on the Money on KDKA.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Hey, great day today and tomorrow at the farm. It is Pick Your Own Weekend. That's right. So get there and remember, it's 9 to 3 each day, $15 a peck basket being provided, mix and match veggies, also cut flower field will also be available. $15 a cup. Now, you need to bring your own snips and scissors. It's all happening today. Pick your own weekend and tomorrow as well. So what are you waiting for? All roads lead to the farm. Janoski's Route 30 in Clinton.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Ms. Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are back. Brian Coran, Secure Money Advisors, on the money. And we begin now by finishing up one more question that we have left over from the first segment. Then we'll continue to move forward. But again, 866-406-6639 to set up that first in-office review, absolutely free, or to get a copy of the book, Right Track Your Retirement. Brian wrote it. They'll send it to you for free and pick up shipping too, or you can go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. So, Brian, before you tell somebody they're ready, what do you stress test a bad market early in retirement, inflation, taxes, healthcare, longevity, and what happens to the surviving spouse? It's a lot to cover. Go ahead.
Well, it is a lot to cover, and these are the things that absolutely must be done before you make a decision to do anything with your dollars. You never want to start looking at investments or deciding what investments to purchase or what insurance to purchase until you actually go through a planning process. The basic fundamentals of a planning process would look like this. After you take the inventory of all of your assets and get it organized in the categories that I shared on the first segment, the next step is then to ask the question, okay, what job does the money need to have? And if you ask folks, what's the primary purpose of this money right now, the majority of folks today are going to tell you that we are going to need some income from it. It's just a fact these days. There's very few people that come to our office that say that they don't need to take any money from their investments. So after you organize everything and properly categorize it from a tax perspective, the next step is now to figure out, okay, what exactly do I need to hit my bank account every single month? So a lot of folks go, well, I make $100,000 a year. Well, yeah, that's great, but that's a gross amount. You get taxed, you have benefits, you invest in a 401k probably. So the real question is, what actually from your paycheck hits your account? Because that's the way we want to look at retirement. What actually needs to be deposited into your account every single month? Okay, now, once we determine that, now we've got to figure out, all right, where is that money going to come from? Well, obviously, for most, you've got enough credits with Social Security to receive a Social Security check. The question with Social Security is going to be when to turn that on. The next, if you do have a pension, that's going to come into play. But for the majority of folks, it's just going to be a Social Security check. Maybe one, maybe two, depending on whether you're single, widowed, divorced, or married. And then we need to find out, okay, what in addition to that? So if you want $10,000 a month and Social Security and your pension only provide $6,500 a month, now you know your plan needs to reliably create another $3,500 a month. Once we figure that out, that's called the income gap. Now we need to go back to how we categorized all those investments, right? Ones that were taxable, ones that were tax deferred, ones that are tax free. Okay, where are we going to start to take the $3,500 from? And then we need to figure out, all right, well, this money needs to provide income. This money needs to provide growth. This money is going to be left to my family members. What happens now if my spouse dies? All right, if my spouse dies, what if they die the first year of retirement, 5 years in retirement, 10 years in retirement? We want to run these numbers on paper, which we do, by the way. We've got a big 85-inch screen TV in every single conference room. And whether you're a client or not, we're going to go through this this practice with you, because you can't make decisions on where to invest your money until you figure out the fundamental challenges that you may be dealing with and exactly what needs to happen. The blueprint needs to be put together first before you decide what to invest. What makes me very nervous is that the majority of folks will sit down with a financial advisor today, and the immediate conversation goes to investment performance, maybe a little conversation about taxes, but then the conversation quickly turns into, well, you're currently invested in ABC mutual fund. If we move that to XYZ mutual fund, it's got a better, 5-year return or 10-year return. And now we're having a conversation around investments and returns, and that's not retirement planning. Returns are important, but retirement planning is about figuring out the income strategy, how long that money is going to last, what happens to the income if your spouse dies. Number 2, where are we going to withdraw the money from? How is it going to be taxed? Do we have to wait for certain monies to withdraw from because you're not at a certain age yet and you may inquire penalties? How much can we withdraw? Because if you withdraw too much money and you're on Medicare, you can affect your Medicare premium. Your Medicare premium can go up significantly. We just met with some folks where their Medicare premium, because of lack of advice, went up to over $600 a month. We were able to do some things and help them write a letter to Medicare, which is going to get that money, that premium back under. But again, these are the fundamental planning things that need to be done before decisions are made of how to invest your money. And I can't stress that enough, because we shouldn't be looking at investments right out of the gates. We should be looking at the planning first and then deciding on the investments.
All right, so here we go. Next question. What does a free online retirement calculator miss when a real household has Social Security choices, a pension, different tax buckets, healthcare costs, a spouse, and an actual lifestyle to protect?
Yeah, well, first off, calculators are great, but they're really exactly that. They just kind of give you a 30,000-foot view. And I like calculators, but they don't take into the situation. Most calculators are only good at assumptions you put into them. Future market returns, inflation, life expectancy. The bigger problem is that retirement isn't a math problem alone. A calculator usually doesn't know when a bad market will happen, whether your spouse dies early, whether healthcare costs spike, whether taxes and tax rates are going to change, or whether you decide to spend more money in your first, let's say, 5 to 10 years of retirement and less money later on. So a retirement calculator can tell you whether the math works under a set of assumptions. It cannot tell you whether your retirement plan works when life doesn't necessarily follow those assumptions. There's a lot more to it. And I want to talk about something I just said, and that is what we call front-loading your retirement. The things that you're going to do in retirement, you're going to do sooner than later because of your health, right? So a good strategy to look at is what I call front-loading, where we take more money out, let's say in the first 5 to 10 years, and then turn that down in the later years, because maybe you're not going to do as much. Like, we have some clients right now that we recently retired that, they just bought a, what the heck do they call that? A Winnebago, I guess.
RV.
An RV. There you go.
I can handle the simple stuff.
You can handle it, right. They're going to be on the road for the next 5 years.
That's kind of cool.
It is cool. It is cool. And, but from an income perspective, things are very different over the next 5 years compared to what they'll be when they come off the road. So again, a good plan is going to map all of that out year by year by year by year, and we're going to see, okay, if we're taking, let's say, $10,000, or let's say we're taking $50,000 to $60,000 a year from the investments, and when they come off the road, we're probably only going to take $40,000 a year. So now we go, okay, what rate of return do we even need to get in order to maintain principal. Most people don't ever even figure out the rate of return that they need. So when you go in and you do a review and you don't even know what your rate of return is going to be, how do you know whether you're on track or off track? And I write about this, by the way, in my book. The 3 most important interest rates, which, by the way, if you haven't gotten a copy of the book, I'm telling you, do it. Over the years, so many people have come to me and said, Brian, I wish I would have known this information 10, 15 years ago. Things would have been so different. But I write about the 3 most important interest rates. Go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. You can get a copy. It's absolutely free. We'll pay for the shipping and handling. Don't procrastinate on it. Really, retirement's one of those things you don't get a second chance at. So you got to get it right out of the gates.
And they're going to help you. And you can also get that first in-office review absolutely free. That toll-free number is 866-406-6639. That number again, 866-406-6639. Coming up, Brian, the biggest myths about being ready. Who should really get a second opinion? And the one assignment every listener can do this week. And one thing you want to do is to get that book, Right Track Your Retirement. They'll send it to you. Brian wrote it free, and they pick up the shipping too. Comes in a little gold envelope. You're absolutely going to love it. It's a great read. Again, 866-406-6639. 866-406-6639 or righttrackpittsburgh.com. Rob Taylor coming up at the bottom of the hour with that news update. Then we'll get right back at it with Brian Carant of Secure Money Advisors. Coming up next hour, it's the Inside Connection. MediConnect, the guys from True Value at 10. Andrew Benacki. We've got all sorts of great itineraries today on AAA Central's Talking Travel. And then we'll be back in Open Talk, continuing to talk about some of the local headlines we were discussing in the first couple of hours of the program today. Again, their number, 866-406-6639. Call that. Someone standing by. Get that first in-office review free.
Pennsylvania, the casino floor is now at your fingertips with the Hollywood Casino app. Don't miss your chance at their wide cash jackpots with over $1 million paid out monthly. Now's your chance to join thousands of other winners. They've got all your favorites, including over 2,000 slot games, tables, and live dealers. Right now, new players can get 300 bonus spins and up to $500 back in casino credits. Hollywood Casino. Download and play today. Must be 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or My Reset.
Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within, over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Healthy people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 62 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8:30. I'm Rob Taylor. This just into the KDKA radio newsroom. Police investigating after a man and woman were shot overnight in Newcastle. It's happened around 3 o'clock this morning in the 300 block of Cuba Street. Both of the victims were taken to a local hospital. Unknown their conditions, unknown of any suspect descriptions. Police arrested a man who they say fired a handgun multiple times Thursday night at a vehicle he was allegedly following in New Sewickley Township, Beaver County. 41-year-old Christopher Brown of Brighton Township faces 2 counts of second-degree felony aggravated assault as well as other charges. Police say Brown followed occupants in another vehicle along Big Knob Road and Blackswoods Road. Police say Brown fired upwards of 15 shots during the incident. No one was injured. Brown was eventually pulled over by police. He told police the occupants in the other vehicle threw a liquid at his car when they initially passed each other, angering him. Brown is in the Allegheny County Jail. A meeting next week could determine the future of a Southside bar, as we hear from News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado.
District Attorney Steven Zappala says his nuisance bar task force will meet with Capo's representatives on Tuesday to discuss ongoing problems, and then they'll decide if they'll execute a petition to get the bar closed down. At a Thursday news conference, Zappala addressed a long history of problems there.
I've looked at an extensive history that began back in the beginning of 25 and deals through 26. And we had a horrendous major crime.
That was the case where a woman who was drunk was led out of Capo's by security only to be raped. Zappala said that was the last straw. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDKA Radio News Time, 8:32. AccuWeather forecast coming up.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control. No regulations. Higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com, and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps, with volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of sun and clouds ahead of the risk for a late-day thunderstorm that may bring hail and damaging wind gusts with a high of 81. Then showers and storms tonight could still be gusty with hail, the low 61, followed by more wet weather tomorrow. Despite some sun, showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 73. Give way to some sun Monday, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by Secure Money Advisors.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, listen, I'm going to have Brian talk about this book that you got to get your hands on. It's called Right Track Your Retirement. He wrote it. They'll send it to you free and pick up the shipping too. And again, the number to get it, 866-406-6639, 866-406-6639, or you can go to righttrackpittsburgh.com. So, Brian, tell them about why you wrote the book.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was really, really simple for me. I realized that sitting down with so many people, there were so many questions that they had that were basic, fundamental questions. And I think everybody should have access to good, factual information that's simple and easy to understand. And when it comes to these basic fundamentals, once you understand them, whether you work with Secure Money Advisors or you're just working with another advisor at a big box firm or an independent advisor, for you to understand these fundamentals just gives you better leverage when you're going in and you're meeting with your advisors, because it's going to give you the right questions to ask these individuals, the right questions to ask around your income strategy, your tax strategy, your investment strategy, your healthcare and Medicare strategy, and of course, your estate planning. And those 5 areas are the most important areas when it comes to building out a retirement plan. So the book was written. I love to read, Rob, and the thing that always bothered me about books is the author will spend 2-3 chapters explaining something that could have been explained in 1 chapter. And so I just get to the point right away and talk about the fundamentals of the planning process. And then that allows folks to take that information, and whether they come in and see us, they now have knowledge around what a good plan should look like. But people have told me, this allowed me to go in and have a really in-depth conversation with my current advisor. And I realized that that advisor just didn't have the answers to those questions. And it started making them think, this is a really good person. They've helped us for the last 15 years. But when it comes to my next chapter, they don't have the tools or the strategies to build out a plan that makes the individual feel confident and certain, because all you want is a level of certainty and confidence going to retirement, because that's just what allows you to wake up and enjoy the day. I couldn't imagine,
Not look at the one ads.
Yeah. I invest personally in Bitcoin. Okay. Bitcoin got absolutely hammered, over the last, call it year. Okay. Down 60 something percent. And as that's happening, of course, I'm following the fundamentals of continuing to buy as it's going down, right? Buying low. And I know what I'm doing. And every time I would invest money when it was going down, it was very, very difficult to do, right? Because you're going, what's the longevity of this asset class going to look like? However, with that being said, I know what the fundamentals should be, but I'm also thinking to myself, as it's going down, imagine this was my portfolio, right? And I'm in retirement and I'm watching this thing go down. I'm going, oh my gosh, I need to live off of this money. Mentally and visually putting myself in that state of mind as if I were retired and I'm watching these investments go down. I don't know how people honestly do it. Now, I know this. When they call the advisor, they typically are going to get a cookie cutter phrase that sounds something like this. Don't worry about it. Hang in there. You're in it for the long haul. Everything's going to be fine. And what drives me nuts about that is the fact that these are the same people that will tell you, look, we can't predict the markets. We don't know what they're going to do. We don't have a crystal ball. But yet when the markets go down, they have no problem telling folks that everything's going to be fine, to just hang in there. They're in it for the long haul and it's going to come back. And maybe that holds true, right? Maybe it holds true. But the question really is this: is it going to come back in the time period you need it to come back in? Because remember, if you're retired, your first 10 years are your best years. So if the market goes down in your first couple of years of retirement, how long are you going to have to wait for it to come back? Are you going to have to stop taking money out of your accounts? For most people, they should stop taking money, but they don't, and they get into an aggressive spend down. And what they're not projecting, and what the advisor's not projecting for them, is that during this time the market's gone down and they've continued to take money and they've sold investments at a loss to take the income. What they're not looking at is the consequences of that 15 to 20 years down the road, of what that's going to do to the balance of their account. And when you run those numbers for most people, and again, we're using simple Excel spreadsheets, which is why I think, some of our best clients are engineers and system analysts and computer scientists, because people trust Excel. It's a very basic program that, this equals this, period, bottom line. So, but they're not looking at what this is doing. So again, the book is really meant to just give you the basic fundamentals and the blueprint that you need just to have a good understanding of what a real retirement plan should look like, what a real written retirement plan should look like.
All right, let's get back to some questions now. Why is market risk different for somebody retiring at 65 and taking withdrawals than it was when that same person was 45 and still contributing? Explain sequence of returns risk in a way listeners can understand it.
All right. So, look, there's 2 phases that we go through. I've talked about this a number of times on the show. when you're 45, you're still in what we call the growth years, or what we call in the financial planning community the accumulation years. The most important part of the formula in those younger years is time, and nobody factors that in. So when you have time on your side, essentially time becomes the safety net, the buffer, if you will, the guardrails. Because we know that if you look at any chart of the market and you look at 10-year periods, you're going to see that there's really no 10-year period where the market hasn't gone up long term. So because time is on your side, things are very different. But when you're 60, and by the way, when you're 45, money's going into your accounts. You're contributing, maybe your employer's contributing on top of that. Now, all of a sudden, we get to 65, and we're not putting money in anymore. We may be putting no money in at all, but for most people, not only do they not have money going in, but they have money coming out now. And now we're in what the financial planning community refers to as your distribution years. The distribution years, right, the key part of the formula is now not there, which is time. You don't have time on your side when you are withdrawing money. Now, you may live a long, healthy retirement, but you just don't have the time to sit there and wait for the markets to come back. Plus, it's much more difficult for your accounts to come back when you're no longer contributing and buying when the market's going down. So the distribution years become a fundamental challenge when it comes to planning. And that's why it's so important that you understand that the investments that you used during your growth years or your accumulation years when you were 45 are not the same investments you're going to use when you're in your distribution phase. And you have to start to think about things more in buckets. So I like to look at it as 3 buckets of money. You've got blue money, green money, red money. Blue money is money that is accessible. It's essentially cash. But your green bucket, if you need money, is some type of private pension that you create for yourself, which is very important for people to understand. And your red bucket is still your growth money, but because we're putting money in the blue bucket and the green bucket, right, which is cash and income, that red bucket, we're essentially creating time with that money, even though you're in your distribution years, because that portion of the money, the only job for it is to grow, and we don't have to worry about taking withdrawals from it because we're doing it from other monies. And that's why I always say every dollar you have in retirement needs to have a specific job, and it needs to be in a specific bucket for that job to be done.
All right, a couple of minutes for the next break. So if somebody listening realizes I have a portfolio, but I honestly could not explain how my retirement paycheck works, what should they do this week before they make another major financial decision?
Yeah. Well, first off, if they have a portfolio and they are taking money out of it, the question is, how are you doing that? Are you doing it through dividends? Are there dividend-paying stocks or ETFs in there that is generating the cash flow for you? Are you doing it purely by just selling off the shares as it grows to take the income? Or do you have some type of insurance like an annuity that's providing you a guaranteed sum of money on a monthly basis? And the insurance component of it is that if the balance went to zero, you would still get the income. If you are taking money from dividends or growth, if you're taking money from dividends, that is not a terrible strategy, but you have to understand that your principal itself is still at risk. So, let's say that you have an investment that's paying a 4 or 5% dividend. Your dividend is based on the number of shares you own, not the amount of money that's invested. So, for example, we'll make it very simple. So if you have $1 million at a 4 or 5% dividend, you're going to get $40,000 to $50,000 a year. If that $1 million went to, let's say, $700,000, you're still going to get your $40,000 to $50,000 a year because your dividends pay you based on the number of shares that you own. But if you need more money, keep in mind you'd have to go in and sell. And so your principal itself is still impacted by what the markets are doing versus the use of an annuity where we're just setting aside a portion of money, which, by the way, If you compare a strategy like a 4 or 5% dividend where you need $1 million to get $40,000 to $50,000 a year, you can get $40,000 to $50,000 a year off of $350,000 to $400,000 a year in an annuity. That's not only guaranteed for your life, but if you die, guaranteed for your spouse's life. Wow. I mean, you're talking about game-changing stuff there. And when you combine that, Rob, with a full retirement strategy, now you have a small portion of your money in an annuity that's leveraging and giving you more money than if you had 100% of your money invested in the market. And that allows you to now take a portion of your money and still have it at growth and not ever have to worry about touching it. And when you run the numbers on that, I'm telling you, when people see this, they always say, I never would have thought to do it this way. And why has my advisor not shared this with me? And I really don't have the answer to those questions. I mean, I think at the end of the day, your investment plan is only as good as the person that's helping you.
All right, again, you want to get his book, Right Track Your Retirement. They'll send it to you free. Pick up the shipping to 866-406-6639 or righttrackpittsburgh.com. And if you want to get that first in-office review that is absolutely free, 866-406-6639, 866-406-6639. Coming up, the biggest myths about being ready, who should really get a second opinion, and the one assignment every listener can do this week. Brian Corrett, Secure Money Advisors. One more segment. Back in just a couple of moments. Your Pratt Pack, Saturday morning, KDKA, 100.1 FM, AM 1020.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
When you get a diagnosis of Parkinson's disease, things get real.
And nobody understands that better than the Parkinson's Foundation. All across the country, we provide resources and support in the fight against Parkinson's, a neurological disease that affects movement.
The Parkinson's Foundation is dedicated to improving care and advancing research towards a cure.
And when you call our helpline, you'll speak to a real person who can help you find the right information. Because while living with Parkinson's can be challenging, there are things you can do to improve your quality of life. So, whether you're newly diagnosed, have been living with Parkinson's for years, or caring for a loved one,
when Parkinson's gets real, find real answers at the Parkinson's Foundation.
Go to parkinson.org or call our helpline at 1-800-4PD-INFO, 1-800-473-4636. The Parkinson's Foundation. Better lives together.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, back. It is Brian Corinth, Secure Money Advisors. Again, get the book, Right Track Your Retirement, by calling 866-406-6639. They'll send it to you free. Pick up the shipping, too. And if you want to get that first in-office review, absolutely free. 866-406-6639, 866-406-6639. Brian Corinth, Secure Money Advisors. All right, so what is the single biggest myth people believe about being financially ready for retirement, especially when most of their attention has been on the size of the amount instead of the job the money has to do? Boy, that's a good one. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, one is I have enough money to retire, so I'm ready. And I'll say this. It may be true, but a large account balance doesn't tell you whether you can retire. The real question is whether that money can create the monthly income that you need for the rest of your life. Or I'm just going to live off of taking out 4% a year from my investments. Well, the withdrawal rule, the 4% withdrawal rule, that's not a retirement plan. That's just a strategy for withdrawal. It doesn't take into account taxes, market conditions, inflations, or your actual spending needs now or later on. It's just saying you can take 4%. Most people go, oh, if I could take 4%, that seems like enough money. Well, what happens if you need more? What happens if you have a health event and you don't have any insurance to take care of that health event? Keep in mind, Medicare will pay for a certain amount for a certain period of time, but usually now it comes out of your pocket. And most people have a huge gap if a health event were to take place. So a lot of other people think that, well, Social Security and my investments are going to cover everything I need. Maybe, but have you actually calculated what your income gap is actually going to be? You need to know your monthly spending first, then determine exactly where each dollar of income is going to come from. Essentially, the order of withdrawals, where you're going to take the money from. The other one is, well, I can keep investing exactly the way I did while I was working. I talked about this on the last segment. Accumulation and distribution are two different financial lives. Look at it this way. If we're looking at football, right? I mean, there's two parts to the game. There's offense and there's defense, and that's accumulation and distribution. You're on offense during your accumulation phase. Distribution phase, you need to be on defense. That doesn't mean you tuck all your money under a mattress. It just means that there's a lot that we need to think about. What happens if my spouse dies? What happens if I get sick? What happens, in 2032, the Social Security Trust Fund is going to be exhausted. So what happens if Social Security benefits change? What happens if they're reduced? What are we going to do then if we need to take more money out? What happens if tax rates go up? Because keep in mind, tax rates are just a fancy way of saying you're going to get less money when you withdraw your money from your retirement plan. Because if tax rates are at 20% and you withdraw $1,000, you're only getting $800. If they go to 30, if you're now at 30%, you're getting $700. So again, taxes, that's a big one people miss. Well, taxes will be lower when I retire. That's another big myth. I don't see it. Most of our clients are either in the same tax bracket or higher because nobody wants to live off of less money than what they were making. They want to try to continue to live and maintain the lifestyle they've been living. But look, not everybody listening needs a meeting with Secure Money Advisors. I would just tell you just go out there and find a good independent fiduciary firm that can help you put together a written retirement plan. There's a lot of great advisors out there. Just find one that's willing to sit down and go through the 5 areas of retirement with you and help you figure out those areas, which is income, taxes, investments, healthcare, and estate planning.
All right, don't forget, get the book, Right Track Your Retirement. He wrote it. Easy read, can be a game changer for you. And remember, they'll send it to you free and pick up the shipping too. 866-406-6639, 866-406-6639. And to get that first in-office review absolutely free, again, 866-406-6639. So next week, on the money, Secure Money Advisors will keep building on the decision that can make or break retirement. RightTrackPittsburgh.com or 866-406-6639. For Brian Carent and Secure Money Advisors, this is your Pratt Pack. Stay tuned. The news at 9 coming up next. Have a great weekend.
The proceeding was paid for by Secure Money Advisors. Information on the program was intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program. Investment advisory services are offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is intended for informational and educational purposes only. The views, statements, and opinions expressed herein are those of the individual speakers and not necessarily those of Foundations or its affiliates. The information contained herein does not constitute an offer to sell any securities or represent an express or implied opinion or endorsement of any specific opportunity, offering, or issuer. Any discussion on performance or returns is not indicative of future results. Foundations does not provide legal or tax advice.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop men's suicide attempt.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Miss Fernandez, what are those tiny things?
Those are what we call amoebas. You can only see them through a microscope.
Wow.
Today's students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Millions of kids go to schools that don't have funding for books, computers, and so much more just because of where they live. You can help change that. Donors Choose is a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You choose which supplies to support. You could provide first graders with pencils and paper, or other students with their first chapter books, help a music class get a guitar.
You could even supply a classroom like mine with a science project. But what you're really giving is the moment that sparks a brighter tomorrow.
To learn more, please visit DonorsChoose.org. That's DonorsChoose.org. Choose students. Shape the future. Battles aren't won solely on the field. That's a common misconception. Battles are won within. Over enemies of fear, enemies of doubt. In that place where promises are kept. Promises to oneself.
This is a physical training event!
Promises to one's community.
Helping people move debris out of their house.
Promises to one's country. In the heart of every Marine, you'll find a promise. A promise forever kept. A promise of battles won.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 63 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 9 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A man and a woman were found shot in Newcastle overnight. Police say it happened around 3 o'clock this morning in the 300 block of Cuba Street. They were taken to a low hospital. No word on their conditions. At this hour, no word on any suspect descriptions at this hour. 2 people from Brackenridge are facing charges after police say a 9-year-old child was the victim of physical abuse. Taylor Slivin and Tyler Slivin are facing aggravated assault charges along with criminal conspiracy, child endangerment, and reckless endangerment. Now, when a caseworker came to the home on 9th Avenue in Brackenridge, the 9-year-old alleged they were beaten with a belt by both of the adult individuals and was regularly struck with a spoon. Child had bruises to the back, thigh, hand, and forearm, according to police. Taylor and Tyler Slivin are in the Allegheny County Jail awaiting a preliminary hearing scheduled for September 2nd. Well, police have, or rather the Allegheny County Medical Examiner has identified the security guard who was shot and killed earlier this month outside of Penn Hills Bar. County Medical Examiner's Office identified that security guard as 46-year-old Ronnell Jones of Rankin. Now, H's Bar and Grill on Verona Road, where the deadly shooting took place, has been the site of 2 other shootings back in 2019 and 2023. Now, the most recent shooting from August 7th, police say the suspect and victim were speaking outside the bar before the suspect shot Jones. Well, Pittsburgh Regional Transit says fiscal year 2026 was its best in 6 years in terms of ridership. In June alone, ridership was up nearly 10%. Average weekday ridership reached over 122,000 passengers in June. Weekends also saw an increase, with Saturday ridership up more than 4% and Sunday up more than 8%. KDK Radio News Time, it's 9:02. Let's get to the AccuWeather forecast to start your weekend next.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Slot in some me time with the Hollywood Casino app. Get ready to immerse yourself in all your favorite casino games, including over 2,000 slots, tables, and live dealers. Spin into daily cash jackpots where you could join thousands of other winners. The casino floor is now at your fingertips. Right now, new players can get 300 bonus spins and up to $500 back in casino credits. Take a moment. Take a holiday. Hollywood Casino. Download and play today. Must be 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or MyReset.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a mix of clouds and sun with a late-day thunderstorm for some that may be rather gusty with hail after a high of 81, with more showers and storms for tonight and a low of 61, leading to some sun tomorrow, but still some wet weather. More showers and another thunderstorm, high 73, ahead of a dry Monday with some sun, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information aired on the following program.
These are the people, the movers and shakers, the businesses, the people you know in your community who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, another hour underway, and now we begin with the Inside Connection in the 9 o'clock hour, as we have been for years. It is MediConnect, and we've got Mark Clark here today. And remember, we've got that live advisor or 2 or 3, depending on how many people call. Hopefully you all call to set up an appointment with them. There is never a charge for their services. They're standing by, not just for this hour, but up until noon. We go the extra mile for you because this is a big topic year in and year out. 888-818-6334 and MediConnectInsurance.com. And believe it or not, next week is the final week in the month of August. You get September, and you peek into October, and it's the annual enrollment period. So it's ready, set, go, and let's get going. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, Rob. Great to see you.
You too.
Yeah, man. You are absolutely right that it's going to be the end of August here. I can't believe it. September's going to be right. We're knocking on the door for September, and that means annual enrollment periods coming up very quickly. People that are on Medicare already, you know this. October 15th through December 7th is the annual enrollment period. So if you're already on Medicare, if you're turning 65 in the next year, if you help a parent or a spouse or friend or family member, this is the time you want to start paying attention. This is the time when you want to get focused because there's this important period coming up. And something we say all the time is don't wait until October to start thinking about your Medicare. You really want to start getting your ducks in a row, if I could say it that way. You want to start getting things together right now because this is the most important time of the year if you're already on Medicare. Today we're going to talk about Medicare. We're going to try to break it down in some very understandable pieces. Medicare can be very confusing. We're going to talk about what's happening with CMS, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. We're going to go back to some of the basics and talk about what Part A and Part B do for you, what they won't do for you, what they cost, all that stuff. We're getting ready for the annual enrollment period. It's coming up in October, and that'll be here, Rob, before you know it. So set your watch, set your timer, set your alarm, because now's time. It's time to get ready. The carriers are getting ready. We're getting ready. Our teams are getting prepared and ready. We've got schedules. We've got trainings. We've got all kinds of things going on. We're getting ready to help as many people as possible. But before we get to talking about Medicare today, I want to do a little, we always do this, Rob, today in history, August 22nd. Can't believe it's August 22nd already. Another beautiful day in Pittsburgh. August 22nd is an interesting date in history. How about this one? Back in 1851, a racing yacht named America won a race around England's Isle White. The victory was so significant that the trophy became known as what most people would know it as is the America's Cup. So if you're a sailing fan, August 22nd is an important date. August 22nd is another important date. One of the most famous figures in Irish history. On August 22nd, 1922, Irish revolutionary leader Michael Collins was assassinated during an ambush in County Cork. So important story there for the Irish people. Another interesting date there is August 22nd, 1965 is one of baseball's most infamous brawls between two teams, San Francisco Giants and Los Angeles Dodgers. It was called the Battle of Candlestick. I guess they got in a pretty big fight that day, August 22nd, 1965. And how about this? Baseball fans will know this name, Carl Yastrzemski. Carl Yastrzemski was born on August 22nd, 1939. He played his whole baseball career with the Boston Red Sox, one of the most recognizable players of that generation. He was a legend. I know when I was a kid, he was just a legend, right?
His grandson's playing now.
Yeah, that's awesome. But if you're a baseball fan, how about even football fans? August 22nd is a birthday of Bill Parcells, great football head coach. Some other famous birthdays. Tori Amos, the singer, songwriter, pianist. Happy birthday, Tori. Kristen Wiig from Saturday Night Live.
Funny.
Her birthday today. Happy birthday, Kristen. James Corden, actor, comedian, former late night host. It's his birthday today. And Dua Lipa, she turned 31 today. How about that?
Newly married.
Yeah, how about that? Rob, you keep up with the times, brother.
I have no life. All I do is like a sponge. And I continue to take in so much good information every week we get together, and we've been doing it for years. But one of the things that I want to stress, this isn't just about those of you who are going to turn 65 in the calendar year or signing up for the first time. Everybody should set up a relationship, never a charge for their services with MediConnect. You should review your benefits every year. Go ahead.
Absolutely, Rob. That's a mistake that people make. They don't review their plans. If you've never worked with us before, MediConnect, you can go to MediConnectInsurance.com. Take a look at us. We got the radio show here every Saturday. We do seminars all over the region at different locations. I'll be going over those locations, the ones that are coming up soon. We have a webinar every Wednesday. You can sign up. You can find out more about what we do. We're a company that makes Medicare simple. We break down the complicated parts of Medicare Part A and B. What is Part C? What is Part D drug coverage, what's a Medicare supplement plan, what's a Medicare Advantage plan. We will break all of that down for you. We'll help you understand how those parts fit together, what you need to do to get yourself signed up, what we can do to help you make sure your doctors and are in the network for the plan you're on. We'll help you understand whether your medications are what they're gonna cost you on your plan. It's so important to get help when you're coming into Medicare. Aging into Medicare is what we call it. When you're aging into Medicare, turning 65 and getting ready to retire, most people have a lot of questions about how does Medicare work, and it can be very confusing. You'll get that book in the mail, Medicare and You book, and it's about as thick as those old telephone books used to be. And I always say it's good for one thing, Rob, and I always say it's good if you're having a hard time falling asleep. It's a good resource because you read a few pages in and you'll be so bored you'll fall asleep. It's complicated. Medicare is complicated. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have a job today. But it's just important to get help especially in your initial enrollment period. And the reason is, if you make mistakes in your initial enrollment period, it can cost you more money to be on Medicare for the rest of your life. There are penalties and problems. You might think you could figure this out on your own, but for $0, you can come to one of our seminars. For $0, you can get our help. We can help guide you through step by step all the way through, and it costs you $0. Expert help with no cost attached ever. So that's a great deal in my book, anytime. We're going to talk a little bit today, but there's a little connection today to the year 1961. Why? Because people that were born in 1961, I got news for you. If you were born in 1961, you're turning 65 this year. You're turning 65. And obviously, if you're turning 65, it's a major Medicare milestone. So we're going to take a little trip back. We're going to think about what that world looked like. JFK was president. The space race was underway. People, you'll remember this, Rob. People were watching television on TVs the size of a small car, maybe a couch, right?
A console, we used to call them.
A console, yeah. I remember those console TVs.
And if you were lucky, you had a radio on one side and a stereo player on the other side.
Stereo, a TV, yeah. It was all connected, and it took 15 guys to pick it up and move it out of your house.
Or you had to go pick it up in Montgomery Ward.
Montgomery Ward, that's right. And, that's the way life was back then. Some of the biggest names from society were being born in that time. Barack Obama, the Edge from U2, Billy Ray Cyrus, Jennifer Coolidge, lots of popular names. And I mention all that, right, 1961, because my trivia question's based on 1961. Every year, every week, we have a trivia question. And whoever calls in with the right answer first gets a $15 Get-Go gas card. Here's my question for today, Rob.
I'm ready.
All right. What iconic television sitcom premiered in 1961 and starred Dick Van Dyke as television comedy writer Rob Petrie?
Boy, you're making it tough today. You must be in a giving mood. All right, number to dial if you think you know the answer, 412-922-1020, 412-922-1020. That person is going to win a $15 Get-Go gas card. When we come back, we'll talk to seminars, where they are, again, reminding you, very important, they're free, never a charge for their services, but you do have to book your appointment, meaning reserve your space at these seminars, and it's free, but you got to call 888-818-6334. You can do that today, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com. So we'll run the seminars when we come back, and if you want to set up an appointment with them, same number, do it right now, 888-818-6334. And remember, never a charge for their services at MediConnect. This is the Inside Connection on KDKA. Back in a moment.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Replacement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Honor the 25th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks by visiting the Remember Me Rose Garden, a living memorial to the heroes of Flight 93. Based in Somerset, the garden features thousands of roses and perennials, wildflowers, 50 flowering trees, a walking trail, and more. See the new Visitor Center. Enjoy live music during this September 11th commemoration, just a quarter-mile east of the Flight 93 Memorial. Visit remembermerosegarden.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we are back. What do you say we run the seminars real quick? Go
Sure,
ahead.
absolutely. We do these seminars live around the Pittsburgh area every week. The upcoming ones here, if you're turning 65 in the next 6 to 12 months, you want to make sure you come to these. You'll get an education about what it takes to get signed up for Medicare, what your options are going to be, how this all works. Here's the first one. August 25th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Cranberry Public Library. That's on Rochester Road in Cranberry. September 2nd at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Northern Tier Library. That's Dickey Road in Gibsonia. September 9th at 6 p.m., Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. That's in North Huntington, right off of U.S. Route 30. September 16th at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Holiday Inn Express in West Mifflin. That's right off of Lebanon Church Road in West Mifflin. September 23rd at 6 p.m., we'll be at the Bethel Park Community Center. That's on Park Avenue, Bethel Park. And September 30th at 6 p.m., Oakdale Area Community Center. That's Seminary Avenue in Oakdale. You don't want to miss that. We got live advisors standing by. They can help you sign up for the seminar. There's no cost to the seminar. They can set up an appointment with you this coming week. All you got to do is call 888-818-6334. That's 888-818-6334. They're standing by till noon today. They'll be able to help you out with all of that. You could go to the website, sign up for the webinar or the seminars. You can sign up that way. We're not asking for a fee. We don't charge you anything. The only reason we want you to register is we want to make sure we have enough materials for you and whoever else shows up. And some of our venues have limited seating, so we have to make sure that we have enough seating for everybody.
All right, David Pittsburgh, congratulations. You are the winner of that $15 Get-Go gas card, courtesy of MediConnect, the Inside Connection. And the question and the winning answer is?
That's right. Congratulations, Dave. The question was, the iconic television sitcom premiered in 1961 and starred Dick Van Dyke as the television comedy writer Rob Petrie. The drum roll, please. Right? The answer was The Dick Van Dyke Show.
And by the way, Dick Van Dyke is 101. He would have been collecting right now Medicare since 65. So do the math. He's had a great run.
He's had a great run, right? Hey, God bless him, right?
He's the best.
I guess that was an iconic show in its time, right? A very iconic show. And if you were born in 61, then, hey, again, our connection is you're turning 65 this year. So get ready for that. Think about that. The people that were born that year when that show came out are now turning 65.
Well, you know, she was 23, of course, the one and only, but he was like 40-some years of age.
Oh, I didn't realize he was that.
Mary Tyler Moore was like 23, and he was in his 40s, and Carl Reiner was in his late 50s.
Yeah, well, I was wondering how he would have landed Mary Tyler Moore, but that's another story.
Love Mary Tyler Moore.
Yeah.
I miss her.
Yeah.
Listen, we're going to pick up on some things happening with CMS, Medicare news, all of that stuff. But again, I want to remind you, you need to set up an appointment. It'll be here before you know it. You don't want to put it off, but you should really be thinking, hey, let's just review, because you're always going to find something, because they're always looking to help you. And again, that number, 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. All right, so let's talk Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Go ahead.
That's right. Yeah, you know, now we're going to talk about CMS a little bit. And like you said, Rob, that stands for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. I know we come on here, we say CMS, we repeat all these different things, and sometimes I just think to myself, I need to break that down a little more so people understand what I'm talking about. Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services is a federal agency responsible for administering Medicare and overseeing major portions of the health insurance industry. And there's plenty been going on this year. One of the biggest Medicare things that Medicare beneficiaries should know is CMS already finalized the 2027 Medicare Advantage and Part D rule. CMS says that the rule is designed to improve the quality and access of care. They updated the star ratings measurements and streamlined certain enrollment processes. And I was just recently learning some more about what the new star ratings measurements are going to be like, how they're going to evaluate that. There's some major changes to how they're doing that. And hopefully it means that sometime soon we're going to see some more 5-star rated plans in our region. And this matters because when you get a Medicare Advantage plan, you're not simply choosing a company. You're choosing a specific plan that has a specific network. Every plan has a formulary. It has co-pays. And it has rules regarding referrals, whether you're on an HMO or a PPO, prior authorizations. Each of these plans has a maximum out of pocket. So when CMS makes changes to the rules governing the plans, it can affect what beneficiaries are going to see in the plans in the next year. So it's really important to pay attention to what's happening. How about this? One of the CMS finalized a rule on Medicare Advantage payment policies. CMS projects that the new policies will result in a 2.48% net average increase in Medicare Advantage payments to plans. That's a $13 billion addition to payments. But this is an important distinction here. That doesn't mean that your Medicare Advantage plan, that the premium's going to go up or that the benefits are going to get a lot better. Although there's a raise in the net average for each Medicare Advantage plan payment, it's actually below what the industry would be looking for. The average would have been about a 4% raise. And so, it means that the government payment structure for Medicare Advantage plans is changing. Your individual premium, your benefits, your co-pays, provider networks, and features could be completely different. But here's what I want to tell people. Don't try to predict your 2027 Medicare plan based on one headline. You can't just read one headline and then think, well, this is what's going to happen with my plan. You got to wait for the actual information to come out and then compare it with what you had. So in September, just around the bend here in September, what's going to happen is if you're already on a Medicare Advantage plan or have a Medicare prescription drug plan, what you're going to get in September is your annual notice of change. And that's really important to keep and to compare and to even use when you meet with us. As soon as you get that notice of change, annual notice of change, we can actually sit down with you and talk about what those changes are going to mean, how those changes are going to affect you. So don't throw that thing away. When you get it, put it aside. When you meet with us, we'll be able to take a look at it and help you understand how that's going to affect you. But a major part of what happens is people will see headlines, shocking headlines, but don't try to predict your 2027 Medicare plan based on one headline. You got to wait to see what the real information looks like, what the real plans are going to look like. And we can't talk about those until October 1st. We got to wait till October 1st. We're actually getting some sneak peeks at that stuff. And I'll just tell you that there are changes on the way, but I can't tell you what those changes would be. But you can't predict them. In fact, even the things, the sneak peeks that we see right now, they're not the final plans. They're not what's put into writing. And so even if I talked about them now, they could be wrong. I can't do that. But Medicare is also changing in 2027. There's a proposed rule to change the physician fee schedule. And so, you might not understand that just means there'll be some changes to the Part B payments starting in 2027, affecting the payments that doctors and hospitals will receive. You might think that's not really going to affect me, but anything that affects the system could affect your plan and the care you get and what that's going to mean. So what am I really trying to point out here, Rob? I'm trying to point out that Medicare's not static. It changes. Just like the clock, the hands on a clock change, tick, 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 right? Medicare changes, and there's a schedule to it. What I mean, premiums change, deductibles change, drug formularies change, provider networks change, plan benefits change. And sometimes the rules governing these plans change, and that's going to have effect on everybody's plan. That's exactly why there's an annual enrollment period. And what I'll tell you, Rob, is what we're seeing over the last couple years, and it's going to continue this year, is we're seeing a major shift. There's some shifts going on in how these plans are designed and what the premiums are going to be and what the copays are going to be. And there's going to be some shifts in all those extra benefits. And so it's really important that if you're already on a plan and you get the annual notice of change, it's really important you keep that annual notice of change so that when we sit down with you, we can explain what those things mean. We can piece that together for you because it's real simple. We do this every day. We talk about plans every day. We study this stuff every day. We're preparing and sharpening our skills all the time. Now, my team has been doing certifications for the last month and a half. We're on top of this. It's really important. Is there here's the big question you want to ask, right?
Yeah, before you get to that question, we got to get to a break, and we're going to run the seminars, too. We have news headlines coming up in just a couple of moments. But as we go to break, what you should be doing is dialing 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, and set up that free appointment, never a charge for their services. And we're also going to run the seminars when we come back, which are also free, but you have to reserve your space, and you can do that by going to MediConnectInsurance.com, click on the seminars tab, or call. Set up an appointment and also make a reservation to join them at one of the very interactive seminars at 888-818-6334, 888-818-6334. Rob's next with the news update at 9:30. It's your Pratt Pack today until 1 o'clock on KDKA. Good morning.
So, at Monroeville Physical, spelled F-Y-Z-I-C-A-L, they help people move with less pain and more confidence. I've seen it. In fact, Physical has helped Pittsburgh get back on its feet with confidence through personalized one-to-one physical therapy and advanced balance treatment. It's amazing. The therapists use leading technology and customized care plans, focus on balance, neuropathy, and pain relief. You get back to doing the things you love safely and confidently. Call Monroeville Physical, 412-457-8200, 412-457-8200.
You have until September 1st, 2026 to appeal your Allegheny County property taxes. Call attorney Richard Ernsberger at the law firm Barron and Ernsberger at 412-391-2515 for the help you need.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Mommy, can I sit in the front seat just this one time? Please, please, please.
No, not yet.
But why?
Because I love you, and you're just not ready yet. Now, get in the back so I can get you in your car seat, please.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
You wanted to be cool, which led you to smoking, which led to a pack a day. Then you met that special someone, which led to starting a life with them, which led to wanting to live longer, which led to quitting. Then you heard you may be at risk for lung cancer, which led you to getting a low-dose CT scan. If you smoked, get scanned. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org. Brought to you by the American Lung Association and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 66 degrees now at Pittsburgh International at 9:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police are investigating after a man and woman were found shot overnight in Newcastle. It happened in the 300 block of Cuba Street around 3 o'clock this morning. They both were taken to the hospital. No word on any suspect descriptions this morning. Well, police arrested a man who they say fired a handgun multiple times Thursday night at a vehicle he allegedly was following in New Sewickley Township, Beaver County. 41-year-old Christopher Brown of Brighton Township faces 2 counts of second-degree felony aggravated assault, as well as other charges. Police say Brown followed occupants in another vehicle along Big Knob Road, along with Blackswood Road. Police say Brown fired upwards of 15 shots during the incident. No one was injured. Brown was eventually captured by police. Brown told police the occupants in the other vehicle threw a liquid on his car when they initially passed each other, angering him. Brown is in the Beaver County Jail awaiting that preliminary hearing. KDK Radio News Time, 9:31. Our next update's at 10. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDK.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of sun and clouds ahead of the risk for a late-day thunderstorm that may bring hail and damaging wind gusts with a high of 81. Then showers and storms tonight could still be gusty with hail, the low 61, followed by more wet weather tomorrow. Despite some sun, showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 73. Give way to some sun Monday, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is paid for by MediConnect.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
We're going to get to Medicare Parts A and B, what they cover and what they cost. But before that, Mark is going to give you the complete list of the upcoming seminars, webinar, and everything you need to know. Now, these seminars are free, but you have to reserve your space. You can do that by calling 888-818-6334 or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the Seminars tab. Mark.
That's right, Rob. These seminars are all over the Pittsburgh area. We do them all the time. And if you're new to Medicare, if you're aging into Medicare, if you're already past the age of 65 but still working and thinking about retiring, you're going to have to get onto Medicare. You want to come to these seminars. Valuable information. Best hour you'll spend all week. August 25th at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Cranberry Library on Rochester Road in Cranberry. September 2nd at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Northern Tier Library. That's Dickey Road in Gibsonia. September 9th at 6 p.m. Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. That's U.S. Route 30, North Huntington, PA. September 16th at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Holiday Inn Express in West Mifflin, Lebanon Church Road, West Mifflin. September 23rd at 6 p.m. Bethel Park Community Center. That's on Park Avenue in Bethel Park. And then September 30th at 6 p.m., Oakdale Area Community Center. That's on Seminary Avenue in Oakdale, 888-818-6334. I've got my agents standing by, live agents standing by from now until noon. They'll answer the phone. They'll answer your questions. They'll register you for the seminar. All of those things at no charge to you. We love helping people, and we'll help you whenever we can. But, Rob, when we left, we were talking about annual enrollment period. It's sneaking up on us. It's right around the bend. Before you know it, we'll be hitting the ground running. My team's been preparing for several months now. We're ready to go. But annual enrollment period gives people, Medicare beneficiaries, the opportunity to take a look at the plan that they're currently enrolled in and ask this important question. This is the question you need to ask. Is this still the right plan for me? Is this still the right plan for me? So often people get into a Medicare plan, and 3 or 4 or 5 years later, they're still in that same plan because they think, well, this is comfortable. I don't have to worry about making any changes. But you're doing yourself a disservice if you don't compare every year. Number one, formularies change, doctor networks change, lots of things can change, and the plan that you signed up for a few years ago may not be the plan that's going to be right for you now. We can help you decide that. So you want to ask this question, is this still the right plan for me? Here's the questions you don't want to ask, Rob. You don't want to ask, did I like this plan 5 years ago? It doesn't matter whether you liked the plan 5 years ago. Is this still the right plan for you now? You don't want to ask, my neighbor said this is the plan that I should be on, or this is the plan my family member is on. They said it's the right plan or the best plan. The plan that fits someone else might not be the right plan for you, Rob. It's just that simple. You have different doctors, different hospitals, different medications. You have a different budget. You do more or less traveling than somebody else. The plan that works for your neighbor may not be the right plan for you. The question you need to ask is, does this plan still fit my healthcare needs, my doctors, my prescriptions, my budget, all of that stuff? You need to ask those questions on an annual basis, and you need to make sure that you're getting help to make sure your doctors are in network. And we can do that. We do that all for free. The right plan out there might not be the plan with the extra benefits. During this season, you're going to start seeing a lot of advertising for Medicare. A lot of television commercials. You'll get a lot of mail. You'll get a lot of phone calls. If you listen to the radio, you'll hear a lot of radio advertisements about Medicare. You're going to hear phrases like extra benefits, new Medicare benefits, get more money, free benefits, right? Get benefits now, call now, right? Here's the problem. A benefit that sounds great on television or radio may not be valuable to you. They're going to promise a lot of things, and a lot of those things are good things. But because a plan has generous extra benefits or a benefit that looks really attractive to you, doesn't really mean it's the best plan for you. The question, again, you have to ask is this the plan that fits me? Is it the one that fits you? Do your doctors participate with that plan? Are your medications covered at the lowest cost? What will your prescription costs be on the plan or on another plan? So often, Rob, we have to clean up the mess from people who have taken a phone call. Maybe they've been clients of ours, maybe they haven't, but they've taken a random phone call. They've answered the phone. Somebody on the other side of the phone convinces them that they could qualify for this extra benefit, or that there's another plan that would be better for them, and they get switched over the phone, and then we get the call, Mark, somebody called me, I guess I switched my plan, and now my doctor doesn't take this plan. I can tell you a terrible story from a friend of mine a few years ago. Her mom and dad were on a specific plan. I helped them get on a plan. Their doctors were in network. Their medications are covered well. A few weeks later, her mom took a phone call. Somebody on the other end, some unscrupulous agent out there, switched them to a plan and didn't check the doctor network and the hospital network. A few weeks later, my friend's father was admitted to the hospital for a couple weeks. And then a month later, Rob, they found out that they owed $3,000 for that hospital stay. And my friend called me, Mark, what happened here? I don't know what happened. They were on that plan that you put them on, but now they're on, for some reason, they're on another plan, and the hospital that they always go to isn't in network. How did this happen? And I got to warn people out there, it happens all the time because you answer the phone and you give too much power to the people on the other end. Here's the great thing about working with MediConnect, and we can help you with this. We're local, Rob. You've been to our office. We're local. We're right here. We're not going anywhere. We're established. We've got a brick and mortar office. Yes, we have a telesales department, and we have My department is the field sales agents. My department, my agents will come right to your home, meet you at Panera Bread, meet you at Starbucks, whatever it might be. But if there's something wrong with your plan, you can come right over to our office at 300 Billmar Drive, right? You can come over there and see us every day of the week. You know what our phone number is. You know you can call us on the radio show. You could call in today and say, hey, I'm having a problem. You could call us today and set up an appointment. We're right here. We're Pittsburgh people. You're going to deal with local people that have lived here all their lives, and we're going to help keep you straight, set you straight, right? Unfortunately, sometimes when we get those phone calls, we cannot help you because you don't have an enrollment period. It's so important to get that checkup with us to establish a relationship. And Rob, you mentioned it earlier. We're going to talk about Part A and Part B. Simple things about Medicare that you need to know. Medicare Part A and Part B, what they cover, what they don't cover, what are they going to cost. It's important to understand those things. What is Part A and B? If you're not familiar with Medicare yet, you may be familiar because you've seen family members, maybe your parents, maybe your relatives had this card in their wallet. It was red, white, and blue. It just said Medicare, and it said Part A and Part B and had their name on it. It has a identification number on it. That's what we call original Medicare. And when we come back from the break in a minute, we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what the Part A and Part B are, what they cost, what it's all about, what they're going to pay for, what you still have to pay for when you're on Part A and B. What I want to do is go over the seminars before we go to break. Again, we have these live seminars. Every week we have these live seminars around the Pittsburgh area. It's the greatest hour you'll spend this week. Why? Because you'll learn what's it going to take to get onto Medicare, what's it going to cost me, what are my options going to be, what are the deadlines, what are the penalties I face if I don't do things on Medicare's timeline. You'll learn all of those things and more. But here's the seminars, August 25th at 6 p.m., Cranberry Public Library, Rochester Road in Cranberry. I'll actually be at that one, Rob. September 2nd at 6 p.m. we'll be at the Northern Tier Library, Dickey Road in Gibsonia. September 9th at 6 p.m., Holiday Inn Express in Irwin. That's on U.S. Route 30, North Huntington, PA. September 16th at 6 p.m., Holiday Inn Express, West Mifflin, PA, Lebanon Church Road in West Mifflin. September 23rd at 6 p.m., Bethel Park Community Center. That's on Park Avenue in Bethel Park. And September 30th at 6 p.m., Oakdale Community Center. That's on Seminary Drive in Oakdale, 888-818-6334. Rob, we have a webinar every Wednesday at 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. People can register for that. What happens when you register for that online? What you'll get is you'll get a link in your email 5 minutes before the seminar starts. You click on that seminar, and you click on that link. It takes you right to the seminar. We have people live that are answering questions during that seminar, and so you're able to ask questions during the seminar, and you're even able to schedule an appointment right after that seminar to have a live consultant come your way, sit down with you at your kitchen table and look at the specifics of your situation. Everybody has different things available to them. Union coverage, teachers have HOP available to them. We can help you sort out and compare what you have available to what Medicare, if you go on just standard Medicare products. But we can help you sort through all of that, as Rob says all the time, zero cost to you, right? Expert advice at zero cost. We never charge anybody anything. We get paid through the carriers. You got to understand that. Our agents aren't even commission-based anymore. They have a salary, and so they're not sitting at your table thinking, boy, I've got to make a sale right now to pay the electric bill. We're here to help you. We can help you with all the major carriers you can think of. We're not just representing one company. We're a brokerage, and so we can help you find the coverage that's going to work for you.
888-818-6334, 888-818-6334, MediConnectInsurance.com. One more segment with Mark, and then we shift gears, do a little home improvement, nailing down all those projects. Andy Amron, EV True Value Reno, and the folks from True Value, the Home Improvement Hour, just about 20 minutes away. Stay with your Pratt Pack today, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
St. Anthony's School Programs is thrilled to announce their upcoming golf outing on Monday, September 28th at Old Stonewall Golf Club. A great day supporting a great cause. St. Anthony provides inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development for students ages 5 to 22 with Down syndrome, autism spectrum disorder, and other special needs. For over 70 years, St. Anthony's has empowered students of all faiths to reach their full potential, live independently, and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more at saintanthonykids.org.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
These are the people who make Pittsburgh work. This is Pittsburgh Works on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, just a couple minutes left in our last segment, so let's get right back to Mark and wrap up this week's edition of the Inside Connection MediConnect. Don't forget, advisors are not done at 10. They're there till noon, so 888-818-6334.
Yeah, my advisors are standing by till noon. They're anxious to talk to you. If you have questions about Medicare, if you're coming on to Medicare soon, you're going to retire or turn 65 in the next 6 months to a year, or if you just have questions about the coverage you have now, or maybe setting up an appointment to do a review during annual enrollment period, my advisors are standing by, 888-818-6334, really standing by. They're anxious and happy to help you. They look forward. In fact, my agents are the ones that answer the phones on Saturday mornings for this, and oftentimes they're scrambling to be the first one to get the calendar when I put the new calendar out so they can sign up for the dates that they want because they want to answer the phone. 888-818-6334. We want to talk about Part A and Part B. I'm going to make this real simple today. Part A of Medicare, again, Part A and Part B is original Medicare. That's that red, white, and blue card. That's the foundation of Medicare coverage. And a lot of times people think that, hey, if I get Part A and Part B and then I need medical attention, then Medicare is going to pay for everything else if I have Part A and Part B. Doesn't work that way, okay? That's not how it works. Let's talk about Part A. Part A, you got to think of that as hospital insurance. It covers things like inpatient hospital care, skilled nursing facility care under Medicare's rules, the first 20 days in skilled nursing after a hospital stay. Hospice care, something near and dear to my heart. We'll be having a hospice company come on with me sometime soon. Inpatient rehab, certain home health services. And now this is important. Again, like I said, some people will think, I have Medicare Part A. If I go to the hospital, Medicare's going to pay for everything else. Nope. Doesn't work that way. In fact, you'll be shocked at what it would cost you. Here, let me break it down for you. There are deductibles and co-insurances related to Medicare Part A. If you get admitted to the hospital, Rob, if you have Part A and Part B right now, and I help rush you to the hospital and they admit you, you would owe a $1,736 deductible for being admitted to the hospital. And that's per benefit period. What most people don't understand is usually we think of deductibles as something you pay, and when you pay it, it's good. You're good for the whole year. The Medicare Part A deductible is $1,736, but that's per benefit period. That benefit period is only 60 days. So that means, Rob, if you go back into the hospital 61 days later and they admit you again, you're going to owe that $1,700 again. That benefit period is short. And then there are actually some co-pays. If you're in the hospital beyond 60 consecutive days, then you're going to start paying $434 per day until day 90. Day 91, you're going to be reaching into your lifetime reserve days, and you're going to pay $868 per day. That's not the only cost related to Medicare Part A. Skilled nursing facilities, Medicare gives you those first 20 days in a skilled nursing facility after hospital stay for $0. But day 21, you start having to pay $217 per day. So Part A is extremely valuable, but it doesn't mean hospitalization is automatically free. That's what most people don't understand. Part A and B is only the foundation. You can only look at it as the foundation. What does Part A cost? Well, for most people, 99% of the Medicare beneficiaries out there, Part A has no premium, okay? It has no premium to it at all. If you or your spouse worked 40 quarters, that's 10 years, and paid taxes, then you won't have a premium. But if you didn't work those 40 quarters, let's say you worked between 30 and 39 quarters, you're going to pay $311 per month. If you worked less than 30 quarters, that means you paid taxes for less than 30 quarters in your life, you're going to pay the full premium for Part A, which is this year is $565 per month. So what's my suggestion to you? If you're still working, if you're younger, keep working. Don't get one of those jobs where you're getting paid under the table. You think it's a great deal, but it's not really a great deal. You're short-sighted in this. You have to have a long-term sight in this. If you pay your taxes for 10 years, those 40 quarters, you're going to get your Part A. When you turn 65, you'll get your Part A premium free, okay? Let's talk about Part B. Part B it's called medical insurance, but Rob, it's important to understand that's doctors and outpatient. Part A is hospital. Part B is doctors and outpatient, and it pays for stuff like doctor services, outpatient services, certain home health care services, durable medical equipment, but there's also a premium that you pay for that every month. This year's premium for Part B is $202.90 per month per person in your house if you're coming on to Medicare. There's an annual deductible. It's $283. What most people need to know, if you haven't come on to Medicare yet, is Medicare does have a increased premium for some people related to their income. It's called Income-Related Monthly Adjustment Amount, IRMA. And so some people are going to pay more than that $202.90. We can help you figure that out. We can give you a chart that helps you figure out whether you fall into that category. Most people are going to pay that standard fee of $202.90. Let's talk about what Part B covers. We've talked about some of that, doctors' services, but there are going to be co-payments and out-of-pocket expenses on original Medicare, and so that's why people normally choose to get something else to help cover the co-insurances and the co-pays. And the products you have choices with are Medicare Supplement Plan with a Part D prescription drug plan, or you get something called a Medicare Advantage plan. Though that's how that all works. It's important to understand that when you get on Medicare, Medicare Part A and B is not going to pay all the bills. And so the reason you choose something else is you choose something else to help you with those co-pays, okay? And so it's so important to understand that There's going to be extra expense related to Part A and Part B. You don't want to just have Part A and Part B. I say this all the time at seminars. There's one thing you walk away from seminar or even this program today you walk away with, nobody should ever be just on Part A and B, because that's the highest risk possible for causing yourself to have to spend a bunch of money that you save for your retirement. I don't know about you, Rob, but cost of living is going up like crazy. I don't want to spend it all on my medical costs, right? And so a quick checklist for the upcoming Medicare enrollment period. Step 1, know what you have. Understand and know what you have. We can help you understand what your coverage is and what it's like and what it's going to look like next year. Make a list of your doctors. We need your first and last name of your doctors. Make sure you have them spelt right. If you see a physician's assistant or a nurse practitioner, we need to know what doctor they work under. Are those doctors still participating in your plan? Make an exhaustive list of the prescription drugs you're on and look beyond the premium. So many people, Rob, they only compare the premium. You got to take a look at co-pays, co-insurances. What's it going to cost you to see a doctor or a specialist? All of that stuff. We're wrapping it up today. We've had a great show today. We probably want to talk about the seminars coming up before we go. Let's talk about September. Let's see. I got to look at my list, Rob. August 25th at 6 p.m. Cranberry Public Library. That's in Cranberry. September 2nd at 6 p.m. Northern Tier Library in Gibsonia. September 9th at 6 p.m. Holiday Inn Express in Irwin, North Huntington. September 16th at 6 p.m. Holiday Inn Express in West Mifflin. That's on Lebanon Church Road. September 23rd, 6 p.m., Bethel Park Community Center in Bethel Park. And then September 30th, 6 p.m., Oakdale Community Center.
All right, 888-818-6334. Set up that appointment, never charge for the services, or reserve your space at the seminars, or go to MediConnectInsurance.com and click on the seminars tab. Mark, thanks.
Thank you, Rob.
News coming up next.
The preceding was paid for by MediConnect. Information on the program is intended to solely further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience. News Radio KDKA does not guarantee the accuracy of any of the information heard on the preceding program.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
In Pittsburgh, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 25 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Pittsburgh. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
What do you do when the power goes out for an hour, a day, a week? How long can you go without light, heat, your refrigerator? How long before pipes burst, food goes bad? With a Generac home standby generator from Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, when your power is out, your Generac is on. It's that simple. Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh always has generators in stock and technicians that can install and maintain them. Visit GeneratorSupercenterofPittsburgh.com to get started.
Join Pittsburgh's business and community leaders for one of the region's most inspiring events, the 2026 Greater Pittsburgh Athena Awards, Friday, September 11th at the Weston Convention Center. Celebrate outstanding women whose leadership, professional excellence, and commitment to mentoring others are shaping the future of our region. Network with Pittsburgh's brightest minds, enjoy an inspiring luncheon, and be part of an unforgettable celebration of leadership and impact. Early bird pricing is available for a limited time. Reserve your seat today at pghtech.org.
Mommy, how come I can't sit in the front seat?
Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 72 degrees, Pittsburgh International, 10 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A man and woman were shot overnight in Newcastle. It's happened around 3 o'clock this morning in the 300 block of Cuba Street. They both were taken to a local hospital. No word on their condition this morning, and no word on any suspect descriptions this morning. Police arrested a man who they say fired a handgun multiple times Thursday night at a vehicle he allegedly was following in New Swickley Township, Beaver County. 41-year-old Christopher Brown of Brighton Township faces 2 counts of second-degree felony aggravated assault as well as other charges. Police say Brown followed occupants in another vehicle along Big Knob Road and Blackswoods Road. Police say Brown fired upwards of 15 shots during the incident. No one was injured. Brown eventually was pulled over by police. He told police the occupants in the other vehicle threw a liquid at his car when they initially passed each other, which angered him. He's in the Beaver County Jail. Well, 2 people from Brackenridge are facing charges after police say a 9-year-old child was the victim of physical abuse. Taylor Sliven and Tyler Sliven are facing aggravated assault charges along with criminal conspiracy, child endangerment, and reckless endangerment. When a caseworker came to the home on 9th Avenue in the Brackenridge, the 9-year-old allegedly told that they were beaten with a belt by both the adult individuals and was regularly struck with a spoon. Child had bruises to the back, thigh, hand, and forearm, according to police. Taylor and Tyler Sliven are in the Allegheny County Jail awaiting a preliminary hearing scheduled for September 2nd. Pittsburgh Regional Transit says its fiscal year 2026 was its best in 6 years of when it comes to ridership. In June alone, ridership was up nearly 10%. Average weekday ridership reached over 122,000 passengers in June, and weekends saw an increase as well, with Saturday ridership up more than 4%, Sunday ridership up more than 8%. KDKA Radio News Time, it's 10:02. The AccuWeather forecast is on the way.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
Folks, appliances are big purchases. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance, family owned since 1960. Megan, Tracy, the entire Voss team are experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. They take the guesswork of shopping and provide helpful advice before, during, and after your purchase. Having knowledgeable people on your side that you can trust matters. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a mix of clouds and sun with a late-day thunderstorm for some that may be rather gusty with hail after a high of 81, with more showers and storms for tonight and a low of 61, leading to some sun tomorrow, but still some wet weather. More showers and another thunderstorm, high 73, ahead of a dry Monday with some sun, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's time for the KDKA Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value. KDKA's Home Improvement Hour is an informational program sponsored by True Value. The information featured is intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about home improvement. Individual home improvement should be referred to your personal contractor. This is 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, looky, Jack from Sarasniks is here. I haven't seen him for a couple of weeks, and he was here just a few weeks ago. He's Ed Pfeiffer, of course. Andy is off. Mike is somewhere in Italy, and it's me holding down the fort. But never fear, one thing you can count on, 40 years running, not a single Saturday not here. I'm here again. Right there, Center Square, Metropolitan Window video screen, KDKRadio.com, KDK Watch, our YouTube page, or we are now streaming live on X, and of course, KDK 100.1 FM AM 1020. And on that Odyssey app, it's a free app, download it on your phone, AUDACY. So you know how this works. All you need to do is call in with all of your home improvement questions. We want to hear from you right now, 866-391-1020. You know, one of the things, Ed and Jack, that we've not talked about, 30 tornadoes we have had in this place we call home. Trees that are on the ground, landscapes upside down, shingles off the roof. Let's talk a little storm cleanup and things you can be doing, because the weather's going to be cool. You're going to have to dodge the raindrops a little bit, but we're going to get some sunshine later this weekend. So just some general maintenance around the house. Eddie, good morning.
Well, good morning, Rob. I'm beginning to wonder after all those years of Saturday morning shows, what would, Western PA, all the online listeners, all the radio fans at large, what would they do without you? That's a lot of time and you're to be commended for that. That's a real commitment.
Thank you.
I know I've enjoyed the 25 years of coming down here and spending.
Is that how long it's been for you, too?
Yeah, it's been a long time, Rob. It's been great. What a great way to spend a Saturday morning, which is why we want a lot of calls today,
right?
So that we can talk about things like, what about preparedness? You have storms. Do you have a chainsaw? Do you have things to take care of yourself when the lights go out, et cetera, et cetera? Do you have all of that? I don't know, but we can talk about that today. But also, here we are in the big transition period. This is the third week of August. It's back to school time. So, of course, moms and dads and kids are going through a lot right now. It can be emotional. I get that. I understand that. But that doesn't take away from the chores that you need to do. Third week of August kicks off prime time, first step in your lawn care. I always like to turn things on their ears. Commonly understood that back in the springtime, it's your first step in lawn care. And I have always said that is completely incorrect. The first step in your lawn care begins in September. So we're at that time of the year. We've also got wrap-up work. People have got to do things like staining the deck, sealing the driveway. You've got to get that done before it starts to get too cold. And more importantly, before it starts to get too dark. What happens as fall creeps in on us is we lose that precious daylight. And, that doesn't sound like much until you're into the middle of September and all of a sudden it starts to get dark really early and you want to do other things, watch football, spend time with your kids, whatever. So you have to get aggressive about these things. We'd love to take calls on all of that today. Rob, those tornadoes are something else. And, you don't think about that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. One of my favorite, I'm a big-time reader, and one of the things that I love to read about is the natural disasters that have happened in the United States, and there's so many of them, and they're so unbelievable. Mother Nature's a crazy, crazy thing, and that certainly plays a part in your home improvement. You have to get ready for your gutters and your winter preparedness, all that kind of thing. We can start talking about that today. It's 80 degrees and sunny out. There's some rain coming in this afternoon. This is a great time to get outside, get some chores done, but before you do, get on the phones and give us a call. Jack, I know down at Sarasniks, you guys are big into tools. I know that Milwaukee is your prime line for tools. Maybe you could talk a minute about, what makes the difference between having, in terms of being prepared, what makes the difference in terms of having a tool that's a piece of junk or a tool that's really high quality. I know, again, you guys have the Milwaukee, as do we, as do most of your True Value stores. We certainly stand behind them. But what say you about that?
Absolutely, Ed. We do have Milwaukee. We have quite a bit of Milwaukee. Actually, last week we ran a deal with Milwaukee where they came in and you traded in your tool and you got $100 towards the purchase of a new M18 kit. So a great value there. Milwaukee, top of the line tool. Really, I can't say anything more about it. It is the best. We stand behind the product as well. Send it out for repair if something's wrong with it. But you brought up chainsaws. Milwaukee offers a few great chainsaws, actually. So if you get caught in a storm, you need to cut up some limbs, there's that Milwaukee chainsaw. It's not something that you're going to buy at, Harbor Freight or one of the competitors where it's a lower quality tool. This is top of the line, good battery runtime, something that you can, take the battery off the chainsaw when you're done with that, go into your weed whacker, go into your drill, do whatever you need to get done. So Milwaukee, again, great tool line.
And I know, Rob, you and I have talked about this. Your dad, our dads and grandfathers, they were running tools that seemed like they never really went bad. They just kept going. And then, that you hear in modern times, they don't build stuff like they used to. Well, they do. They do build stuff like they used to, and they build it better. But unfortunately, what's mostly advertised and what's out there a lot online, discount retailers and things like that, are tools that just aren't that great. I have a customer, Frank. He's a great guy. He's a washing machine and dryer repairman his whole life. And he told me last week he has in his basement a washing machine from 1958. And I said, what are you doing with it? He said, I'm using it. He's still using the same thing. It was probably expensive when it was purchased, but it is an absolute workhorse. And you can still get tools like that right now in 2026 at your True Value stores. You just have to ask.
All right, what you all need to do, Jack Mickle, Sarasniks, and Ed Piper True Value Mars, you need to give us a call right now. Anything that's happening inside or outside your home, but obviously still in the month of August, still some work to be done on the outside, 866-391-1020. One of the things, gentlemen, we talked to Mike about last week, even though we've had a lot of rain, it doesn't necessarily mean that you should stop giving good stuff to your lawn.
Absolutely. And a lot of times, this is something that's, it's kind of counterintuitive. You look out and you say, my lawn is lush and green. I don't need to do anything. And that would be intuitive. Counterintuitive is I should tend to that lawn. And the reality is that you need to tend to that lawn because the opportunity to do well with that lawn, honestly, in probably a decade, hasn't existed in the way that it exists right now. The soil's moisture content is excellent. So now when you want to do your overseed, your fall overseed, you're not overseeding into dried out, cracked up ceramic tile. You're overseeding into really vibrant soil with good moisture content. It is a great time to do that. You can aerate into great soil. All those things, you're fertilizing, all of those things are made more effective and made better, and you're making better use of your money when you do it in years like 2026. So please, by all means, if your lawn is on your mind, lawn care question, give us a call. I'd love to talk about that today because, again, this is prime time.
All right, Jack, real quick, this is only your second trip to the mothership, so let's talk about Sarasniks a little bit and give them some love. We're a big fan. Go ahead.
Sarasniks Hardware, Route 50 in Bridgeville. We've been there since 1938. Been there a very long time. We still have our little cubby holes with all kinds of gadgets and gizmos and stuff you won't find anywhere else, and that's what people say. If Sarasniks doesn't have it, then you don't need it. That's a little bit about us. We got Milwaukee, we got steel, we got nuts, we got bolts. We got it all.
And we've got it all for you in the way of home improvement. Let me jump out and get a quick break in here. We'll come back. Steve in the car's up first. Ed Piper, Jack Mickle. This is the True Value Home Improvement Show. 866-391-1020. Still to come today, we'll have Andrea Benacki here. And, of course, Alicia Maisel. You know all of them. Caitlin Seigan, Christine Zapp, and Marita Williams from time to time on AAA Central's Talking Travel. In the spotlight today, behind the microphone, will be Alicia Maisel. Trip Cruise of the Week. That's from 11 until noon. Then we kick back into some of the big stories we were talking about earlier today before the sun came up on your Pratt Pack Saturday edition of KDKA 100.1 FM AM 1020, and on that Odyssey app. It's a free app. Download it and get it on your phone. We'll be back.
your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
August is here and there's still plenty of summer left to explore with Bowser Hyundai. Now's the perfect time to upgrade during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. The 2026 Hyundai Tucson all-wheel drive brings versatility to your ride, and right now at Bowser Hyundai, a 2026 Dealer of the Year winner, you can get 0% for 60 months or 1.9% for 72 months. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles powertrain limited warranties. So don't wait. Get to BowserHyundai.com today. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends August 31st. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill. Celebrate the month of August with Zero Res. Buy 2 rooms of carpet clean to get 2 rooms free, plus take $100 off your air duct cleaning too. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
August special, 3 rooms for $129. That's $96 in savings.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, here we go. We're going to give Jack the first question of the morning. Steve, say hi to Jack Mickle from Sarasnik's True Value. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, guys. Love your show. I have a question about my lawn. Actually, 2 questions. I fertilized my yard. I used the Jonathan Green products, which really I thought was an improvement over what I was using before. And I did, the crabgrass preventer and stuff, but I'm getting, everybody is late season crabgrass. And my neighbor, who's a little older than me, I'm in my 70s, he said, well, throw down a midsummer application of your crabgrass preventer. And I said, really? He said, yeah, he does it all the time. How's that sound? Is that a viable solution or?
Well, I would say that you don't want to get too crazy with it, because we are past that point in the summer, and a little bit goes a long way, all right? We've been fortunate enough that it is very wet, so you're not going to burn out your lawn like you would have maybe a month ago. This has been a very wet August, so you could get away with it this time, but I would caution getting too involved with it.
Okay, I don't have a lot of it. Maybe I'll just wait till next year and put it on again. Now, I do have another question. I saw a drastic improvement with my yard. I originally seeded, about 20 years ago with the Penn State mix, which was the go-to mix back then for our area. But then I was listening to your show about 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, and I reseeded 2 years ago. I aerate a plug aerator. I did it myself, and I reseeded with the Jonathan Green Black Beauty. Now, it seems like it's hard for me to tell which grass is which, but I think the Jonathan Green is really starting to take hold now. Do I need to, maybe, when I aerate again this fall, need to reseed again?
Steve, again, that is a great what you're describing is exactly what we like to see, which is when you do the overseed, the takeover is the word that you use, like the Jonathan Green grass seed maybe taking over your lawn. It is giving you the appearance that it's taking over, which is exactly what you want. And that appearance is a dark green, very robust lawn. That it hasn't taken over or overrun or anything like that. It hasn't impacted your other grasses negatively in any way in order to establish itself. On the contrary, what it's doing is it's just doing what it is to do, which is to grow and become healthy and vibrant. And it's doing that in your lawn, and that is exactly the result that you shoot for. Now, your question is, would you do it again? And the answer is 100% yes. Especially this year because, again, the conditions are absolutely primo. They have not been this good, I don't think, in a decade, because you've got this great soil moisture content and you've got an awesome opportunity to do a very effective aeration. And when you have that condition, an overseed isn't just like a little bit recommended. I would 1,000% endorse that. And I would endorse again using the Black Beauty seed.
Okay, now, when do you think I should do it? Since, it has been kind of nice rain this summer. In the fall, or should I wait till the spring, or does it really matter?
I'll absolutely do it in the fall. I mean, the beauty of a fall overseed is that you have this great combination of things. You have excellent soil temperatures, nice and warm. You have good moisture content, as I alluded to earlier. You have warm air temperatures. You have moderate rainfall. You have decreasing daylight each day, which forces the plant to send its energy to the roots and strengthen itself. And then you have acclimation time. And what I mean by that is when you introduce a seed to the soil, it didn't come from the soil in your ground, and it wasn't grown to seed in the soil in your ground. It was grown in Washington or Oregon. And it has to acclimate to the soil that you're putting it in. Western PA lawn soil. And what it has an opportunity to do before it is triggered to grow aggressively, which is what will happen in April and May, it gets a chance to become very comfortable in the environment that you're putting it in the soil in your lawn. So the fall overseed is always the best choice, and you have a great opportunity this year to do it. Please don't let it slip by.
Yeah, I think I'll take advantage of it. No, I do have some creeping Charlie in I have about an acre property I cut, and I have a pretty large section in the back that's been taken over with creeping Charlie that I was going to deal with in the fall also with the liquid weed, spray. Not in my pump sprayer, but you put it on the end of the hose. How long should I wait if I do the creeping Charlie this year? How long should I wait before I do the reseeding?
Just do your Charlie now and then do your reseed in a couple of weeks.
Okay. Oh, man, thanks, man. You made my day. I know what my fall is going to look like now. Thank you so much.
Well, how about that, Rob? A fall's worth of work, and some people are maybe find that off-putting, but Steve evidently doesn't mind it at all. And, Jack, we see it all the time. We see these customers that engage in this hobby type work, and it is work at the end of the day. But if you enjoy it and you have a place to go to get your supplies, it makes it just fun. Yes? Absolutely.
And I think that's something we're seeing, unfortunately, less and less of anymore, is the homeowner that wants to take on their own projects. Anymore, a lot of people are too busy to do it on their own, or they're afraid to do it. They don't think that they have the knowledge. Come down, talk to us. We will help you. We'll give you the knowledge. Nobody is born with that knowledge, right? It's all learned. So if you have questions about a project, lawn care, home care, you're trying to replace a stem and a faucet, whatever you need to do, come talk to us. We'll help you out. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, and it's important to remember, too, we've had every failure that you could potentially have, and we'll continue to have failures. Nobody's perfect at this stuff. But what happens is, fail enough times and you start to learn something. I had a faucet go bad, an outdoor faucet spigot at my house last year. And so this spring I replaced it 4 times before I got all the leaks and everything repaired. I've replaced hundreds of valves and things like that. And this one particular one gave me a hard time. So 4 times it took me to get it right, but I got it right. And that's the kind of experience we like to bring to you.
So is it a faucet or a spigot?
I call it a spigot.
There you
I'm
go.
old school.
Let's go to Paul. He's up next for Jack and Ed on the True Value Home Improvement Show. How are you, Paul?
Okay. How you doing?
Good. What's your question? Go ahead.
I have a question. I got a new driveway last year, and what type of sealer you have to put on, and do you have to seal it every year?
Is that driveway concrete?
No, it's asphalt.
Oh, asphalt? Okay. So your first question, do you have to seal it every year? Sometimes that can be a problem, okay? You don't want to overcoat the stuff and not allow it to attach properly. You don't want to wind up with quote unquote, too heavy of a coating on there. When the surface looks like it needs it, it needs it. That's the best. The human eye is an amazing thing. When it looks bad, it needs it. When it looks like it's worn down, it needs it. If it still looks glossy and shiny, it doesn't. Probably the most important thing, and there are various qualities, by the way, of asphalt driveway sealant. We carry an asphalt emulsion, and we also carry an oil-based. And the oil-based is the premier product. It also costs more, and it's a little less user-friendly, but it is the better product. No matter which one you choose, though, it is important to remember that what you're doing when you're applying asphalt coating is you are applying essentially a coat of paint. The common misconception is that you're somehow rejuvenating the asphalt or you're making the asphalt better by applying it. You're not doing that. What you're doing is protecting what's there. And so when selecting the timing, when it's worn off or looks like it needs it, it probably needs it. When selecting the product, it's just like selecting a paint. Which paint do you want to put on there? You can put on, one of a lower quality or one of a higher quality. I typically recommend the oil-based if you're willing to put up with the lack of user-friendliness and a little bit more expense. But the asphalt emulsion is certainly okay as well.
Okay. So it's up to you when it's needed.
Yeah, you can make a really good call on that. Trust yourself. If it looks like especially I'll tell you, Paul, I'll give you an example. Last winter was rough. It was cold. There was tons of chemicals and salts on the roads. There was a lot of grit on the roads. And, you pull in your driveway every day with all that stuff on your tires, and it's especially abrasive to the coat of paint that's on there or to the asphalt surface or concrete if you have concrete. Same thing. Those things are very abrasive to the surface, and they tend to grind down the coating that's on it. And so, therefore, that may lead to, you need to coat it this year. And when you have less traffic, less abrasion, it may preserve it longer.
Paul, thank you for the call. We're ready for more calls on the other side of the news at the bottom of the hour, 866-391-1020. What should I be thinking about stocking up now for fall? Eddie, quickly.
Well, listen, Rob, it's canning season. Man, if you're I don't care. I think everybody should be a gardener. Once you grow or make your own food, it's especially rewarding. So, of course, this is canning season, and you want to make sure as well, this is the time now. Think about it now. Get your cars ready for winter. Have in there your windshield washer fluid, a blanket, and some supplies should you get caught in the snow. It's too late to think about it when there's 10 inches of snow and you're on the interstate.
So, Jack, what do you want to add to that? Some stuff you could maybe stock up on for the fall. Go ahead.
Well, one of the things that fly off the shelf in the fall is our lawn and leaf bags. Everybody wants to get those leaves off the ground, leaf blowers. Maybe time to treat yourself. Get those leaves off the lawn, get that lawn looking green as long as possible, even while the leaves are falling.
All right, sounds good. 866-391-1020. It's Piper, True Value, and Mars, and Sarasnik's True Value. This is the True Value Home Improvement Show. Mr. True Value enjoying the weekend off, and Mike is out of town for the next couple of weeks on vacation over there in Europe. So we're going to come back, take more of your calls, 866-391-1020. But Rob Taylor standing by with that news update at 10:30. Don't forget, next hour, it is Alicia Maisel, AAA East Central's Talking Travel. We're far from being done today, here till 1 o'clock. Much more to come. Stay with us. Again, number to dial to be on the show, 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. This is the True Value Home Improvement Show on KDKA. Good morning.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
This is Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 74 degrees, Pittsburgh International at 10:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police continue to investigate after an overnight shooting in Newcastle where a man and woman were found shot in the 300 block of Cuba Street. It happened around 3 this morning. They were taken to a local hospital. No word on their condition, no word on any suspect descriptions at this hour. A meeting next week may determine the future of a Southside bar. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
District Attorney Stephen Zappala says his nuisance bar task force will meet with Capo's representatives on Tuesday to discuss ongoing problems, and then they'll decide if they'll execute a petition to get the bar closed down. At a Thursday news conference, Zappala addressed a long history of problems there.
I've looked at an extensive history that began back in the beginning of 25 and deals through 26. And we had a horrendous major crime.
That was the case where a woman who was drunk was led out of Capo's by security only to be raped. Zappala said that was the last straw. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time. It's 10:31. Next updates at 11. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio, KDK.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all of your gardening needs. Great prices on vegetables and flowers. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of sun and clouds ahead of the risk for a late-day thunderstorm that may bring hail and damaging wind gusts with a high of 81. Then showers and storms tonight could still be gusty with hail, the low 61, followed by more wet weather tomorrow. Despite some sun, showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 73. Give way to some sun Monday, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by True Value.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, number to dial is 866-391-1020, 866-391-1020. I can tell you, even if it's battery operated, everybody's lawnmower is being overworked this summer.
Yeah, there's a peak and a valley. When you sell lawnmowers, this has been the case forever. There's peaks and valleys. And one year you sell a lot, the next year you don't sell a lot. And this year we did not sell a lot of lawnmowers because last year we sold a ton. So what we're expecting is, because lawnmowers are going to be overworked, this year, what we're expecting is a big year in lawnmowers in 2027, and it wouldn't be uncommon at all. Certainly, Rob, outdoor power equipment, weed whackers, hedge trimmers, lawnmowers, they are getting abused this summer, which is great. That's what they're for. They're tools, and people are certainly putting them to the test. You know, where I live, where the store is on Mars, there's 90+% of the users are using gasoline-powered equipment, and I think they will continue to do that. But there is a certain trend towards battery, and the battery-operated stuff that's made now is actually extremely good. And as we continue to learn about those batteries and how outdoor power equipment reacts, we're starting to get really, really good at recommending that when that is the right product. I know Milwaukee makes a ton of product, Jack, for outdoor use, including, and we talked about the tornadoes earlier, and what happens when we get these storms that blow through with a lot of wind. We get down trees. Sometimes they're not big, and they're manageable by a homeowner. Milwaukee makes a really cool tool called the Hatchet, which is a one-hand operated chainsaw unit. Jack, I know you guys would have that down there. Maybe speak to that, because it's a great tool for a homeowner.
Especially maybe an older woman or somebody that might not have the best physical strength. Like you said, it's one hand.
Jack, I have a hatchet.
You have a hatchet? Yeah. Well, I'm not saying that you don't. But it's a great tool to have because it's not a heavy, big tool like a traditional gas-powered chainsaw. If you have just some small limbs or whatever needs done in your yard, perfect tool to have. It's something that everybody should have in their stockpile at home. Yeah, I really can't say.
Yeah, what I really like about the Milwaukee Hatchet, again, clearing down trees or limbs that have fallen, what I really like about it is that it is a true one-hand operation. And so what that allows you to do is it allows you to hold in, I'm right-handed, so it would allow me to hold in my left hand the end of the branch, and with my right hand cut the branch and then pull away the branch that I just cut. And the safety factor there is enormous because now the branch that I'm cutting doesn't fall at my feet. I'm not going to trip over it. I have removed the branch with my other hand, with the hand that's not running the chainsaw. And the Hatchet outperforms every other handheld one-hand operation chainsaw on the market, outperforms every single one of them in the battery-operated category, and its safety factor is great. That, Rob, that one particular tool, I think, would make, for anyone that has property, that would make an absolutely ideal gift. Something to think about now, maybe going into the fall as we get towards, thinking, what do I want to get? Some people Christmas shop early, birthdays, things like that. The Milwaukee Hatchet is a tremendous tool to offer someone as a gift because, again, you're putting something in their hands that is high functioning, high quality, and extraordinarily safe.
Are you allowed to burn barrel anywhere around here?
It's
because it's such a slippery slope. All these people have these, fires, these little fire pits, but you can't burn twigs and sticks, and I don't get it.
In most municipalities, Rob, the rule is you can have a fire for cooking and maybe some recreational hardwood campfire type things, but you can't burn trash, and almost nowhere can you burn leaves anymore. Thank goodness, because that really stinks the place up. Now, Jack alluded earlier to the fact that we sell these lawn and leaf bags. Great way to collect leaves. They are biodegradable, so when they go to the trash, they go to the landfill, they don't create a problem. They add no plastics, nothing like that. They completely go away. So it's a great way to clean up your leaf litter. And also, we always recommend mulching that stuff, mulching all your leaves. Don't burn them. You just make a bunch of smoke, especially when they're wet, which they always are. Mulch them up, and you can go ahead and allow them to be on your lawn, and they can become nutritional as long as they're chopped up really well and they don't mat.
So what do you tell people that have to actually cut their grass, even if it's wet, because we've had so much rain, and they just have clumps and clumps and clumps of grass?
Yeah, elevate the deck. I just did it last week at my place. I elevated the deck, and it looked like I barely cut the grass, but I did clip the tops off of it so that I could come back about 6 days later or 5 days later and give it a more appropriate cut.
Listen, I've been cutting my grass so much my wheels have fallen off my lawnmower 3 times a week. I mean, honestly, I'll go out, no dandelions, I'll come out the next morning and they're back.
Chores are fun, though, Rob. You're enjoying that. Remember that.
Absolutely. Loving every minute of it. Here we go to Jeannie. Jeannie, you're up next on the True Value Home Improvement Show. How are you?
Good. My question is kitchen chairs. We have the no wax, I guess it's not called linoleum now, but, no wax floor. The chairs slide okay, but when someone's sitting on them, they won't slide. Is there a fix to this problem?
What material are the chairs?
Wood.
Wood. Okay. Are there any feet on them currently?
Mm-hmm.
There are. Okay. One of the things that we have, and I actually have used it at home on my chairs, we have these nail-on plastic floor glides. And I find that when I have those on my chairs that they don't give me any trouble sliding at all. Are the glides worn that are currently on the chairs?
Are they worn, did you say?
Yes.
No, I mean, we've tried different things, the felt pads and all that. As I said, they slide, when no one's sitting in them. But when you get someone with some weight on it, they don't move. I don't know if that's...
That may be a response that the floor is giving to the chair. The glides that Jack's referring to are a nylon, and they're really hard and really slippery. And that would be your best bet for sure to get that to happen. However, a lot of these vinyl floors have a certain amount of give to them. It's part of their design. It's part of what allows them to be stable, over temperature variations and humidity changes and things like that. It is possible that floor's resilience isn't giving you enough hard surface to slide whenever you have, a lot of weight on that chair. But that glide is the way to go. And they're inexpensive. Hey, it's worth a try. What you do is they're sold in packs of 4. Pick up a 4-pack, give them a try on a chair. If they don't work, take them off. Nothing ventured,
so
nothing gained.
They're like a plastic bottom then.
Yeah, and again, they're very hard and they're very slick. Put you in the mind of an ice cube that never melts.
Okay. Okay, yeah, it's worth a try.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate your help.
All right, up next, it's Judy Lower Borough. She's on the air with the guys from True Value. Hey, Judy.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
You bet.
I have a little problem in the laundry room. I went down this morning and I did my laundry. When I emptied my washer, there was a dead bat in the washer. How did that bat get into could it have possibly gotten in through the furnace vent?
Boy, how he wound up in the washing machine is...
That's what I'm wondering.
Judy, you have... every once in a while you get asked a question that is so far from left field that you just don't know how to respond. I think that's where I am with you. I'm not sure how he got in a washing machine. You didn't have a bat in your pocket and put your clothes in the washer, did you?
Could have been in the laundry basket, and she just threw the clothes in.
Yeah, it could have been. That's a good question. I will tell you this. Bats cannot fly from the ground. So once they fall to the ground, they can't pick themselves back up and fly. They can only fly when they drop from somewhere.
Okay.
So it's really difficult to say how he wound up in the washing machine. However, it is possible that he wound up in the basement by just dropping from somewhere in a chimney or in a furnace pipe or something like that.
Absolutely. Actually, my grandparents just had a similar issue at their lake house. A bat came in through the bathroom fan vent. It came in through the top, and then those are spring-loaded, so once you push down and then the bat came in, it spring-loads back up into the ceiling. It couldn't get back out. One of the things you want to check on the outside of your house are those furnace vents. I don't know if it is vented through the roof or if it's vented through the side of your house. But if it's up on the roof, you might want to get somebody up there to look at that furnace vent, make sure it's secure and that there's something blocking an animal from getting in there. Same thing with the side of the house. Sometimes those are plastic and they can get hard and brittle, and the flaps on them can break, and then animals can enter that way. So those are things that you want to check to ensure that doesn't happen again.
All right. Good luck with that, Judy. And listen, whatever you do, don't do what I did. Use a tennis racket instead of a Louisville Slugger, because the next call I made was somebody who could do drywall.
All right, I didn't ask Judy. I'm going to have to assume the bat was deceased in the washing machine.
Yeah, found him there. DOA. All right, we're going to take one more break, come back, one more segment with the guys from True Value. 866-391-1020. Then Alicia Maisel is here. AAA Essentials Talking Travel. Our marathon continues till 1 o'clock. KDKA, your Pratt Pack.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
Want a health plan with access to the best care? With UPMC Health Plan, you have access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, as well as providers in your community, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. All this with award-winning customer service from our healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan. For UPMC Health Plan award information, go to upmchealthplan.com/best.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
I'm with Joe Potocnik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The Home Improvement Hour with the guys from True Value.
All right, right back to the phones we go. Here's Linda getting down to the final few calls of the day. If you want to squeeze in here, 866-391-1020. Hey, Linda, good morning.
Good morning. I have a question about ground beef. What's the best way to get rid of them?
The best thing to use is ground bee killer. It's made by a company called Revenge, or it has a label that says Revenge on it. But listen, Linda, the tricky thing about these guys is that they are notoriously aggressive, and you have to follow the instructions. And probably the best thing you can do is do this, in the dark with a flashlight. Jack.
Absolutely.
Okay.
They are very aggressive, especially if you get close to their nest. So you don't want to try to disturb it with a lawnmower or anything. You want to stay clear of them. Like Ed said, darkness is best. I'll just share a funny anecdote. I know a gentleman comes in the store all the time. He tried to pour gasoline down into their nest and light it on fire in the middle of July. That would have been a disaster. It would have burnt the whole lawn. So don't try that. But like Ed said, the ground bee killer, that's your best bet. They're very aggressive. They're buggers to get rid of.
Yeah, and probably the worst thing about them is that there's disturbances that they really are troubled by, like if you run a lawnmower over it. The vibration and the noise combined with the fact that you're stepping on their home, really puts them into a frenzy. So, and that's where they live. They live where you cut your grass or where you're tending to your shrubs and things like that. One of the little tricks that we found, too, that's really effective is that if you've got a piece of cardboard, when you apply the ground bee killer, if you take a piece of cardboard and just gently lay it over top of the hole after you've applied the powder, what it tends to do is as the bees are coming out the next morning and they're looking for daylight, they don't know what's up. They're just following the sunshine. they tend to linger a little more if there's something just gently covering that hole, and so they're lingering in the dust a little longer, the toxic dust. So that can be an effective way to really do the most damage at one time. But again, Revenge Ground Bee Killer. I love when labels tell you what the product does. This one does just that. It's called Ground Bee Killer.
All right, thank you for the call, 866-391-1020. So how has it been this year as far as insects? You know, the spotted lanternfly, stink bug, I haven't seen either this year.
Yeah, I saw one spotted lanternfly. We were actually in Bedford, so that was out of my jurisdiction. But the insects have not been bad, and it's important to remember that last year's hard winter brought back into check. You know, Mother Nature is a system of checks and balances, and, it brought back into check the number of hornets and bees and wasps, and this is definitely a down year for those. Last year it was through the roof, and this year it has definitely been brought back down to a more moderate amount of those guys. As for lawn pests, those also were down, and again, cold winters play a role in all of this, and we certainly had that last year. We did take an off-air question.
Yes,
do you want to address that?
Yeah, do it.
We took an off-air question during the last break, so I'll just share that with the rest of the audience and hopefully direct this message to the caller. It was a question about fall lawn care and when to apply. And so that's a really general question. I would tell you this. The Love Your Soil product that we endorse all the time on the show is best applied in July and September. And I would never miss either one of those windows, but certainly don't miss the September window to put that product down. That is not a fertilizer. That is a soil stimulant, and it will work wonderfully in these really warm soils that we have. So certainly the Love Your Soil in September. And then my preferred fall fertilizer, and I'm an organic guy. I really like the organics, but there is one particular synthetic product that I'm in love with, and that is Jonathan Green's Winter Survival. And the reason is because there's no other product on the market that I've found in the retail world that has as much potassium as the Jonathan Green product has. And that potassium is going to act as a multivitamin, a protectant to keep the grass safe as we go through the harsh seasons of winter and early spring. So Love Your Soil and Winter Survival, and that window opens September 1st. That's the best time to start doing that. And please get into your True Value stores and talk to us about your lawn, because the last thing we want to do is treat everyone's lawn the same.
And the ones that help us with this show, obviously your store and Jack's store, and of course Andy and Mike, and I mean there's Slippery Rock,
Heck
RC
yeah,
Walters, they're all there.
Heck yeah, and these guys are in their stores 6 to 7 days a week. I always say develop a relationship with places like RC Walters and Slippery Rock True Value, Ceraznick's True Value, Pifer True Value, Evie True Value, Sarver True Value. Do that not for those stores. Do it for you, because you will wind up being the beneficiary of all their product and all their knowledge. RC Walters, Slippery Rock, Pifer, Evie, Ceraznick's, and Sarver. Please visit us.
Nothing like a fresh coat of paint. My favorite topic. Here's Catherine. She wants to talk paint. She's calling from Regent Square. Hey, Catherine, welcome to KDKA and the True Value Home Improvement Show. Good morning.
Good morning. I was calling to see if this is true. I was told that if you remove the lid from your used paint cans and let it dry, then you can dispose of it in the trash. Is that true?
You can, but don't sit there and look at your watch while that's happening. It's going to take forever. I know the best thing that I could offer you for that, and Jack, if you have something different, please, but the paint hardener comes in a little packet, and it's great.
Ed's right on the money there.
To just dump that in the paint can.
Yes.
Yeah, it puts you in the mind.
How about the drying stuff that you put on, like an oil spill or something like that? Would that work?
That's mucky and yucky.
Oh.
And it's not nearly as effective. The paint hardener, I grew up in the 70s. It puts me in the mind of a Kool-Aid packet. Like you used to rip open these paper Kool-Aid packets or Pop Rocks. You rip open the pack of Pop Rocks and you drop it in the paint, and it works so quickly and so aggressively at drying up that paint. and that takes care of the problem. At that point, it becomes solid and no longer a liquid, and that's what the reference to throwing it away comes from. You can't dispose of liquid paint, but you can dispose of hardened, solid paint.
Anything else, Catherine?
That's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to know, that it was true. Thank you.
Can I go still get a free paint stick at Piper True Value?
You could get yes, Rob. I'd be happy to give you a paint stick. I'm not sure that you would be using the paint stick.
Oh, I do. I still do a lot of painting.
You do a lot of painting?
Yeah, because I'm a real stickler. If something like needs touched up. Now, I'm not the roller type of guy, but I'm the finishing touch. I do it. I probably do it 4 or 5 times a week. Seriously, banisters, doorways. If I see it, man, it's like laser focus. The OCD kicks in.
Well, I know, Jack, we have tons of customers that do their own painting. And I was telling a customer last week, just like Rob, who does this stuff in his own home, I can't think of a more inexpensive way to bring a beautiful look to a room than a fresh coat of paint, even when paint's kind of expensive, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, Ed, I don't know if you know this, but actually at Ceramics, we do not sell any Easy Care paint.
No paint.
We don't mix paint. We used to back in the 70s, 80s, but it's one of those things where it takes up a lot of space, and we don't have the space for that because we have to jam everything else in. So if you're in our area, in the Bridgeville area, visit Evie's for the paint. Now, I know True Value, because I worked at a store previously that does paint. They have the paint sale. Maybe you can speak a little bit about the paint sale.
Yeah, they're running paint sales all the time. It's a great way to load up on, if you want to do multiple rooms, you can pick up some paint at a great deal. I don't know if there's one running right now, but those are great deals. But again, that's what makes these stores so great. All of our listeners that have been to our stores would certainly recognize that each has their own individual personalities, talents, and products. And that's just like what Jack was alluding to there down at Ceramics. They have their specialties, and so do we.
I'll tell you, a nice can of spray paint goes a long way, too. I love spray paint, man.
Yeah, it's very functional, especially when you're doing things like wicker furniture.
Little dab will do you. All right, we're out of here. Let's salute all the stores before we say goodbye.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to make sure we make mention of these guys because, again, they're out there 6-7 days a week working hard in your neighborhoods. You have Ceramics True Value, of course, Piper True Value. That's the two that are here in the studio today. But don't forget about Evie True Value, Sarver True Value, RC, Walters & Son, and Slippery Rock True Value. 6-7 days a week, always serving their neighborhood. Stop in and see them, develop a relationship with them so that you can win in the long run.
All right, listen, we're going to come back, do a little traveling music with Alicia Maisel, AAA Central's Talking Travel. Then you and I get back to the hard news of the day, and we open up the phones, get some great conversation before we get out of here. Rob's coming up in just a little bit with that news at 11 as we continue. It's a Saturday with your Pratt Pack, a Pittsburgh tradition on KDKA, 100.1 FM, AM 1020. Good morning.
The proceeding was paid for by True Value. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
Pittsburgh business leader helps stop man's suicide attempt.
Whatever you're going through, there are things that we can do to make your life better and give your life purpose and give your life meaning. And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary.
The suicide hotline number is 988. If you need help, please reach out.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, enjoy some of these end of summer savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, 80% lean fresh ground beef is $3.99 a pound. In the produce department, jumbo cantaloupes, $1.99 each. In our deli, all natural grande provolone cheese is $7.99 a pound. In additional savings, selected varieties of Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper, 6-pack half-liter bottles, 4 for $15.
Happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide, our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 75 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 11 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police in Newcastle still trying to determine who's responsible for a shooting early this morning that struck two people, a man and a woman. This happened around 3 o'clock this morning in the 300 block of Cuba Street. Those two were taken to the hospitals for treatment. Conditions unknown. Two people from Brackenridge facing charges after police say a 9-year-old child was the victim of physical abuse. Taylor Sliven and Tyler Sliven are facing aggravated assault charges along with criminal conspiracy, child endangerment, and reckless endangerment. When a caseworker came to the home on 9th Avenue in Brackenridge, the 9-year-old allegedly told the caseworker that they were beaten with a belt by both of the adult individuals and was regularly struck with a spoon. The child had bruises to the back, thigh, hand, and forearm, according to police. Taylor and Tyler Sliven are in the Allegheny County Jail awaiting a preliminary hearing scheduled for September 2nd. Well, a meeting next week may determine the future of a Southside bar. Here's News Radio KDK's David Ballarado.
District Attorney Steven Zappala says his nuisance bar task force will meet with Capos representatives on Tuesday to discuss ongoing problems, and then they'll decide if they'll execute a petition to get the bar closed down. At a Thursday news conference, Zappala addressed a long history of problems there.
I've looked at an extensive history that began back in the beginning of 25 and deals through 26. And we had a horrendous major crime.
That was the case where a woman who was drunk was led out of Capos by security only to be raped. Zappala said that was the last straw. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Herky Pollock says he was just happened to be at the right place at the right time. News Radio KDK's Paul Rasmussen with the story.
The well-known real estate leader was driving across the 40th Street Bridge Tuesday when he noticed a young man threatening to jump off. On the Big K Morning Show, Pollock said he quickly pulled over, got out of his car, and told the man,
And whatever you're going through, no matter what it is, it's just temporary. And being the victim of a suicide, it's certainly something you don't want to do. And there's a better life out there waiting for you. Just let us all help you. And all 25 of us here are here because we want to be, and we're going to help you through this.
After about 3.5 hours, Pollock and emergency responders successfully talked the 26-year-old into accepting their help. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
KDK Radio News Time, 11:03. AccuWeather forecast coming up next.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55-plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet, Rely and 2 lines of Essentials, Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Pennsylvania, the casino floor is now at your fingertips with the Hollywood Casino app. Don't miss your chance at their wide cash jackpots with over $1 million paid out monthly. Now's your chance to join thousands of other winners. They've got all your favorites, including over 2,000 slot games, tables, and live dealers. Right now, new players can get 300 bonus spins and up to $500 back in casino credits. Hollywood Casino. Download and play today. Must be 21 and over. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or My Reset.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a mix of clouds and sun with a late-day thunderstorm for some that may be rather gusty with hail after a high of 81, with more showers and storms for tonight and a low of 61, leading to some sun tomorrow, but still some wet weather. More showers and another thunderstorm, high 73, ahead of a dry Monday with some sun, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program, Talking Travel, is sponsored by AAA Travel Agency. All information provided on this program is supplied by AAA. News Radio KDKA cannot guarantee the accuracy of the information, nor do we warrant the price, availability, or quality of the travel services discussed. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. If you're planning a getaway, go with the folks who know travel. We're Talking Travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know, people say to me all the time, Rob, how do you stay so happy and upbeat and hopeful when you have no life? I go, well, I live my life through the people at AAA and social media and things that they go through and the partnerships and the friendships that they have at the office and when they're not at the office, and obviously all the trips that they go on. But Hannah and Chris recently said, yes, we will be husband and wife, and now they're in Peru. So I've been looking at all the pictures like a grandfather or the senior member, a dad would have with his own children. And they, as they always say, but I truly believe from what I saw, those two look very happy.
Yes, yes. Hannah's one of our top travel advisors in the call center. That number we always reference, that 1-800-354-8761. You're likely to get Hannah.
Not today.
Not today. She's in Peru. But usually you would be likely to get Hannah on the other end of that phone line to book your dream vacation. And she's on her dream vacation now in Peru. They just posted a beautiful picture on Machu Picchu. Just bucket list honeymoon, really.
Well, you know, it's got to be really unique when you all get together and you're outside of the office, but travel comes up. I bet you guys just start going back and forth. And I think you actually, and it's not just your job, it's your life. You love talking about travel.
Oh, yes, yes. I love coming here and talking travel with my work friends and other friends. It's fun to hear what other people do, their ideas of travel and why they travel. Is it for sports? Is it for food? Is it for history? People travel for so many different reasons, and I'm always inspired by what other people are doing.
Listen, so last hour, the guys from True Value, Mike Broniszewski's not here. He's at the Dolomites. He's in Italy right now, which he talked about last week on the show. And we had a gentleman here, Jack Mickle from Sarasniks, who flew Aer Lingus to Ireland before it was nonstop. And then the other gentleman, Ed Pfeiffer, a lot like me, type A, we work a lot, maybe too much. He's never taken a 7-day vacation. So he went to see his son in Europe. And his son said, that was 5 days. He goes, no, it was 7. This is how we think. He said the plane ride, nonstop, getting a steak and a blanket and a movie, it was actually like a 7-day vacation. So I told him, for people who don't travel a lot, being on that airplane, going to that airport, that's part of the experience. I mean, that's the stuff that I look forward to, and I know I'm not the only one. So it really is a experience that differs for everyone. But as long as you're away from the home, away from the office, nobody's calling you about work, everybody's safe at home or they're with you, when you're on vacation, you're just supposed to stay focused on having a good time.
Yeah, in Pittsburgh Airport now, that's a destination in itself. I love getting there early. I usually go to Permanis, but there's a lot of shopping you can do, and it's just so beautiful, clean, nice. So, you know, when you're traveling out of Pittsburgh, make that part of the vacation. Make it enjoyable. The airport does not have to be miserable. You can really make the most of it in Pittsburgh.
Listen, you're going to laugh at me, but when we first started this show, there were certain parts of travel that I really loved. And the earlier host used to make fun of me and say only you could find joy in it. Amtrak was one before Amtrak became popular, but Greyhound buses. So I saw one this morning at 3:30 in the morning. Beautiful Greyhound bus. And I thought, you know what I'd like to do? Travel the country in a Greyhound bus, do videos to promote all the little things and people and traditions and backgrounds of communities. But when you think of travel, Greyhound back in the day was like everything for people, getting them across the country, able to take them there so they wouldn't have to drive. And I don't know if you've seen a Greyhound bus lately. They look spectacular. So my mind's always thinking about travel. But AAA, no matter where you want to go, no matter what's your budget, they can make it happen. Whether it's Peru or whether it's Punxsutawney, you can get it done.
Definitely. And we have a lot of those motor coach trips still. We have our AAA featured vacations, and that's a product exclusive to AAA East Central, and we offer some really great motor coach tours, some closer and some further away. We just added one going April of 2027. It's a motor coach all the way down to Myrtle Beach. That has been a request. Yes, it's a long motor coach ride, but someone's doing the driving for you. You're in a comfortable motor coach, and then you get to Myrtle Beach and just enjoy. So we have a lot of different options for motor coach, depending what you're interested in.
Listen, we've got Punta Cana. We're going to get to all this stuff today. You can go to AAA.com/radio to follow along at home. But as we now head towards fall and fall foliage trips and cruising and all of that other stuff, winter destinations, let's just talk about the summer that was. Listen, this would have been a great month to be anywhere but here because all we've ever had is rain, rain, rain. So it's had to be a great summer for people traveling, even if they're not going abroad, just to one of the beaches or East Coast destinations, just to get away from this very either stormy, extremely hot, or rainy weather.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of cruising this year. A lot of people have been going on cruises. You know, those Southern Caribbean cruises are really great. You start in San Juan, and almost every day you're stopping at an island. St. Thomas, St. Kitts, some of those really bucket list Caribbean islands. Alaska is always popular in the summer because that's the season. May through September is your cruising season in Alaska. And a lot of people do that combination of land and sea, where they're doing the cruise and then they're having the motor coach or the train on land. So those are some of the popular things this summer. And like you mentioned, that rain, it's been so miserable. And that's why today I wanted to talk about there's still time to travel in 2026.
Yep,
there's
absolutely.
some really great pricing out there we're going to talk about today. And we got some of those trips like that. Steelers to Paris. There's still a couple seats left on that. So if that's something you want to check off your bucket list, something that's selling out really, really fast is the Nashville trip.
Oh, yeah.
We have the New Year's to Nashville with the Steelers game. So you're getting a little bit of everything in there. And we started advertising that about 2 weeks ago, and it's almost filled up. So if that's something you're interested in, 800-354-8761, or stop in your local AAA branch. They are open today.
By the way, the palm tree leaves never change color, so you don't have to worry about that fall foliage. It's summertime. Even if you just a little hop, skip, and a jump down to the Carolinas or to Florida, just to get out of this whole mess that before you know it will be covered in that white stuff that is snow. So plenty of time. 800-354-8761, AAA.com/radio. So how have you spent your summer? just working, I know, but what's in, the future for you in the way of travel?
Yeah, so I've actually got a busy fall ahead. So I wanted to spend as much time as I could at home this summer. So spent a lot of time gardening and doing different things at home. But this fall, I will be in Anaheim, California, Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Rome, Italy. So I'm really looking forward to that. In about 2 months, I'm going to have 5 trips, most for work, but still will make the most of those destinations.
Have you been to Rome?
I have not. So excited to check that off the list. Been doing lots of research and a lot of cool things. There's even a Steelers bar in Rome, Italy. So we're definitely going to check that out.
And believe me, it'll be in black and gold too. And you'll definitely enjoy that. So we're going to get back and do a little Punta Cana. You know, I've been doing this show long enough that I've seen a lot of these destinations kind of fade, then come back full cycle.
Yeah.
Full circle. This is one of them.
For sure. Everyone is looking for that all-inclusive destination. They want to package up that price, the airfare, the meals, the drinks, the entertainment. And this resort we're going to talk about is on a beautiful stretch of beach and had some recent remodeling done.
All right, tell the folks about the membership, why they need to get one.
Yeah, AAA membership. It's not only for that roadside assistance, but there's travel benefits, insurance benefits, a lot of different things that you can do within our branches. So if you don't already have a membership, now is the time to get one. We have some really, really great deals out there. And we've also got a great deal if you book travel and purchase a membership. There's always discounts and special inclusions with travel for our members. So it really pays for itself.
Absolutely. 800-354-8761. Next up, Punta Cana. Alicia Maisel hosting today. AAA Essentials Talking Travel, KDKA.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Discover Portugal on the AAA East Central President's Cruise. Join AAA Travel August 5th through the 13th, 2027. Sail aboard Ama Waterways, elegant Ama Sintra. Explore historic Lisbon and the colorful city of Porto. Visit the fairy tale Matus Palace and its beautiful gardens. Discover charming medieval villages and breathtaking river views. Venture to Salamanca, known as Spain's Golden City. Experience Portugal's renowned wine country with exclusive tastings. Enjoy a private dinner at a celebrated Douro Valley vineyard. Cruise through the stunning landscapes of the Douro River. Your journey includes a 7-night luxury river cruise, plus a 1-night hotel stay in Lisbon before your cruise. Enjoy gourmet dining with beer and wine at lunch and dinner. Onboard gratuities, Wi-Fi, taxes, and fees are included. Prices start at just $4,969 per person, double occupancy. Reserve your place today before this exclusive cruise sells out. Call 1-800-354-8761 or visit your local AAA branch today.
Honor the 25th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks by visiting the Remember Me Rose Garden, a living memorial to the heroes of Flight 93. Based in Somerset, the garden features thousands of roses and perennials, wildflowers, 50 flowering trees, a walking trail, and more. See the new Visitor Center. Enjoy live music during this September 11th commemoration, just a quarter-mile east of the Flight 93 Memorial. Visit remembermerosegarden.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we're back. Punta Cana, let's get going. Go ahead.
Yeah, so with Member First Vacations is a preferred vendor of AAA. So we package up these all-inclusive trips, and this one's to Punta Cana, December 8th through the 14th of 2026. I wanted to talk about 2026 travel because, like Rob said, we've had all this rainy weather. I know people still need to use up their PTO, and there's some really great pricing out there. So if you book any travel going in 2026, AAA is going to give you some special gifts. So there's some special gifts included with these packages. So this one's leaving December 8th, coming back on the 14th. The Grand Palladium Bavara Suites Resort and Spa, all-inclusive, meaning that includes your meals, drinks, entertainment, taxes, and tips. This is in a junior suite garden view room for 6 nights. includes your round trip air from Pittsburgh, then your round trip hotel transportation in destination. The price is only $1,488.50 per person based on double occupancy. That's a really great deal. It includes your airfare, your all-inclusive resort, and your transportation when you get there. This is something that interests you. 800-354-8761. Our branches are open today. A AAA travel advisor can help you with recommendations. Maybe these dates don't work for you or you're interested in another resort. But this resort is really awesome. You stay at one and you have access to three. So you have different restaurant and entertainment and pools. A variety of pools you can go to, and it's right on a beautiful stretch of beach. We've got a really great picture on AAA.com/radio, so check that out. $1,488.50 per person based on double occupancy.
Yeah, listen, if I can see the ocean and I can walk to the ocean, but if there's a pool, I'm gold.
Yeah, in December, what a great time to get out of here. And I think a lot of people aren't understanding you can still get some really great pricing for travel this year.
Very great pricing. Why do you think people get in that mindset when it gets to this time of year? Oh, I'm going to have to wait till next year. They really don't have to wait. Any time of year you can find a beach at AAA.
Yeah, absolutely. And Punta Cana is a hot destination.
Why?
It's easy to get to from Pittsburgh, so that's one of the selling points. And you've got a variety of all-inclusive resorts. All-inclusive is a really nice way to travel because once you book your vacation, you don't have many out-of-pocket expenses when you get there. In December, I always like to travel because I like to buy souvenirs as Christmas gifts.
You have a lot of that stuff at your house? Like a lot of postcards and jewelry and flip-flops and hats?
I stopped buying it quite a while ago, but I do buy my niece something from every new destination I go to. So she has a big box of items from all of the places I've been. She could probably tell you where I've been more than I can.
Well, anyway, this is a great destination, but it has really become a massive big-ticket item in recent years. And I think what you said to begin this last segment, when we were just chit-chatting, it is very easy to get to.
Yeah, it's easy to get to, and some really beautiful beaches and water, right? You got that great photo opportunity. In this particular resort, the Grand Palladium Bavaro, it's on one of the widest stretches of beach, so a lot of room on the beach to relax, and there's some really great pools there. And like I said, you have access to all three of the Grand Palladium resorts, so you have got a wide variety of restaurants and things to do.
All right, so there you have that. And if you want to see this itinerary in front of your very own eyes, go to AAA.com/radio and 800-354-8761. That is an incredible price.
Yeah, $1,488.50 per person. That's based on double occupancy, so with two people in the room, and it's inclusive of everything. So I'll go over it one more time. It's December 8th through the 14th. Grand Palladium Bavaro Suites, Resort, and Spa. It's all-inclusive. All-inclusive means meals, drinks, entertainment, taxes, tips, everything. Then you have access to all three resorts. It's a junior suite, garden view room, 6 nights, airfare, and transportation when you're in Punta Cana.
This is the first time I've ever asked this question in over 30 years. I know you can handle it. You're a champ, just like the rest of your crew. We talk about that show your card and save.
Yeah.
Around here, like, back to school clothes, you're going to the outlets, you're going to get a bite to eat, get some gasoline at a Shell gas station. Can you actually use this card when you're on vacation?
Yeah, so a lot of your domestic destinations, there's going to be different restaurants specifically. And we have a great program with restaurants right now where you could purchase the gift certificate for one amount, but you get a larger amount, and you can find that on AAA.com under the savings section. So that's a really cool thing, and that's all over the U.S., different restaurants everywhere, and a lot of retail outlets. So if you're going somewhere and you're interested, is there a discount available? Theme parks is another big one, so you can get discounts for tickets, concert tickets sometimes. So, yeah.
Wow.
you can get a lot of different discounts with that AAA card, and you can prepare yourself ahead of time on AAA.com.
One of my favorite things about that card, and I've been a member since I was in my under 21, is that automatic renewal that you have now.
It's nice. You don't forget about it.
Because seriously, with the way my mind is and all the moving parts, I got to put everything in my phone to remind me. That's one thing I don't have to worry about.
Yeah, and if you're not a member and you're signing up and you get that automatic renewal, you get an extra discount on the membership. So you're saving by having the convenience of automatically renewing.
So let me ask you about two things here. First off, travel insurance. We always promote that. Mm-hmm. But this type of trip, what I really love about it, I don't have to pack a lot of stuff.
No, you don't. I always overpack thinking, I'm going to wear one thing in the day and another thing in the evening, and I might need to change again. And I honestly don't even use half the clothes in my bag. You need a bathing suit, a cover-up, maybe a sundress or some comfortable shorts, things like that. But, yeah, you don't have to overpack for these all-inclusive vacations. You can really pack light and comfortable.
So what do you tell people that haven't been in the sun in a while? I used to always be tan. I mean, to the point it was like a guarantee. I haven't been tan in probably 10 years, okay? And you jump on a plane to go to a place like this, we still need to remind folks, lather up, be safe, cover up, because you don't want to get burned up the very first day.
It'll ruin your vacation. I've been on trips with people that will get sick, right? If you get too much sun on that first day, it can make you feel a little bit sick. So bring a hat, a beach hat, a ball cap. Definitely use sunscreen and take advantage of those umbrellas. You can last at the beach longer sitting under an umbrella. I used to bake in the sun as well, and you'll find me under the umbrella with my baseball cap on most of the time. And it makes for a more fun vacation because you're not suffering from sunburn. So definitely be aware of that, especially if you don't travel a lot in sunny destinations, or you're traveling in the middle of winter when you don't have a base tan already. So yeah, that's something to be aware of.
Plus, I like the goofy little hats you get and all the little like Hawaiian shirts because they have the flower patterns. Everybody pineapples. People call them, Hawaiian shirts. I kind of like the Bermuda shorts and the flip flops or the cutoffs. I like that thing. Man.
Yeah, you can get great prices for all that on Amazon now. You see that a lot when you're traveling to the beach destinations. Everyone has those funny beach shirts on.
AAA should come out with their own like gear and their own wardrobe. They could have AAA, the logo over those shirts, or on a hat. I think that'd be kind of cool, man.
Well, when we do the Pittsburgh Travel Showcase, which is coming up in January, the end of January, we have a retail store. So when you walk into the showcase, it's not our own branded clothes, but there's a lot of fun retail that you could take to the beach, luggage, different things like that.
Listen, I was in the office in Rochester one day getting a passport photo, getting the stuff I needed to get the application through the post office, and you can actually buy luggage at that location.
Yeah, so some of our branch locations, most of them will have retail available to buy, luggage being one of the things, and then your different trinkets like luggage locks, luggage tags, and different accessories to make travel a little easier. And passport, you're talking about passports, and both of these destinations that we're talking about today require passports. Now, a cruise doesn't require it, but we highly recommend it because if you have to come home from, say, one of the islands, you can't do so without that passport. And, one of the tips that I always give is make sure your passport is good for 6 months after your arrival date at any destination. All destinations don't require that length. Some do, like Peru, where Hannah's at now. But you can be denied boarding if you don't have a passport that's valid long enough.
See what you learn on this show? That's good stuff. And Real ID is something you might want to consider, too.
Yeah, Real ID, they're now charging you at the airport if you don't have a Real ID or a passport.
$40 or something, I saw that.
Yeah, isn't that amazing?
Hey, man, but now with all due respect, we've been telling folks for years.
We've been talking about this a long time. And, the other thing is the TSA pre-check. And I did want to mention we have that event at Pleasant Hills, our beautiful Pleasant Hills branch, next week, August 25th through the 28th. So you can sign up for the TSA pre-check in the convenience of a AAA branch. You just go to AAA.com/TSA to make your appointment. Go right to the Pleasant Hills branch with the required documents, and you can get that TSA pre-check for only $78. Good for 5 years, and that makes things really easy at the airport.
Alicia Maisel is here today. AAA Essentials Talking Travel. After Rob Taylor checks the news at the bottom of the hour, all aboard the Mardi Gras, the Carnival Mardi Gras. We got a cruise that you need to hear about next, KDKA.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In the front seat. Because I love you and you're just not ready yet.
Putting your kids in the right seat for their age and size is an act of love. Check that your kids are in the right seat at NHTSA.gov/the right seat. Love protects. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It is 76 degrees right now. Pittsburgh International at 11:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police arrested a man who they say fired a handgun multiple times Thursday night at a vehicle he allegedly was following in New Sewickley Township, Beaver County. 41-year-old Christopher Brown of Brighton Township faces 2 counts of second-degree felony aggravated assault as well as other charges. Police say Brown followed occupants in a vehicle along Big Knob Road, along Blackswoods Road as well. Police say Brown fired upwards of 15 shots during the incident. No one was injured. Brown was eventually pulled over by police. He told police allegedly the occupants in the other vehicle threw a liquid at his car when they initially passed each other, angering him. Brown is in the Beaver County Jail. Pittsburgh Regional Transit says fiscal year 2026 was its best in 6 years in terms of ridership. In June alone, ridership was up nearly 10%. Average weekday ridership reached over 122,000 passengers in June. Weekends also saw an increase, with Saturday ridership up more than 4%. Sunday volume up more than 8%. KDKA Radio News Time, 11:31. Our next update's at noon. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Here she comes.
Surprise! They sent a duplicate shipment to your flower shop. Now you have to pay for 1,000 extra carnations. Also, there's a beehive outside your store, and they're super aggressive. There's thousands of them.
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, the egg salad you just ate was expired. Gross.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of sun and clouds ahead of the risk for a late-day thunderstorm that may bring hail and damaging wind gusts with a high of 81. Then showers and storms tonight could still be gusty with hail, the low 61, followed by more wet weather tomorrow. Despite some sun, showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 73. Give way to some sun Monday, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program is paid for by AAA.
We're talking travel with AAA on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, next hour we go back to some of the hard-hitting news of the day, all this local stuff that's been happening. You'll have a chance to phone in with a bonus hour of opinion-oriented programming here at KDK, but now we're all in on travel because it's AAA Central's Talking Travel. 7 nights, Easter Caribbean from Port Canaveral, Orlando, cruise aboard the Carnival Mardi Gras. So let's get going.
Yeah, so we're talking more 2026 travel. We want you to get out there this year. Use up that PTO that might not roll over. Excuse me. So we're talking...
That's personal time off, by the way.
The Carnival Mardi Gras. This is a mega ship. It has 6 themed neighborhoods, a roller coaster on the top deck, some really fun dining like Shaq's Big Chicken, Guy's Burger Joint and Anchor Barbecue, and there's even some Broadway style shows. So this is a really cool ship, the Carnival Mardi Gras, going this year, December 5th through the 12th, out of Port Canaveral, which is Orlando. So there's some really great nonstop flights from Pittsburgh. I checked out the pricing. It's still pretty good as well. The first day you'll go to Nassau, Bahamas, then Half Moon Cay, Bahamas, a day at sea to enjoy that wonderful ship, and then Amber Cove in the Dominican Republic, another day at sea, and then you'll go to Celebration Key. And Celebration Key is exclusive to Carnival guests. There's kids areas, adults areas, family areas. There's freshwater lagoons, basketball courts, volleyball courts, and everybody's favorite now, pickleball. So after Celebration Key, you'll return to Port Canaveral. This is a super saver rate we have for this cruise. For an inside guarantee, and what a guarantee is your cabin number will get assigned later. You won't pick that ahead of time. Inside cabin, $526 per person based on double occupancy. And then you have that ocean view guarantee, $716 per person based on double occupancy. And then the balcony, $806 per person based on double occupancy. So that's your cruise only price. It includes most onboard meals, entertainment, taxes, and port fees. You'll have to add on that airfare. Maybe you want to do a pre or post night. That's a good opportunity to check out Disney World or Universal Studios. And then, of course, you want to add that travel protection. It's not only for canceling your trip, but it's going to cover things while you're traveling, like emergency medical, dental, baggage loss, or delay. So if this interests you, 800-354-8761. Stop in your local branch or AAA.com/radio.
This is the brand that really put cruising on the map.
Yeah, Carnival is such a popular cruise line, and we don't talk about it as much as we used to. So I wanted to bring up some fresh ideas and thought this was some really great pricing. You're under $1,000 a person for the cruise, the onboard meals, the entertainment, taxes, port fees. This does come with a non-refundable deposit, but let's face it, December's right around the corner. So great time to get vacation in. And like I mentioned, you can pick up some souvenirs as Christmas gifts.
Listen, anytime you leave Pittsburgh in December, even though you know you're coming back for the holidays, just to lift off from that airport and get out of the cold weather, man, that's the greatest feeling in the world.
Yeah, and cut out from all the hustle and bustle between Thanksgiving and Christmas. Another popular thing people are doing now, they're traveling for the holidays.
Yeah.
So they're going on, we have a Thanksgiving cruise every year that's super popular, and the New Year's trip to Nashville, and there's some holiday sailings that I came across when I was looking at this itinerary that look really cool, and the prices are pretty great.
Listen, I know you and Andrea and your significant others, you guys love country music.
Yes.
So do I. Ella Langley, have you seen her?
Yeah, she's pretty awesome.
Choosing Texas. This young woman, only because you would appreciate, and you just mentioned Nashville. Just when I thought because of Taylor Swift, I've seen everything, okay? Grew up with Dolly Parton. I've seen them all. Johnny Cash. She has captivated the world. I mean, that song has been at #1 for 18 weeks. And every time I'm scrolling, even if it's a little just short clip to promote some sort of gear she's selling, whether it's a T-shirt or a mug, I got to listen to it again. It's a great song.
Yeah, I agree. And you said Texas. And, I was just in Austin a few weeks ago, and music is huge in Austin, and that's a really cool weekend destination.
Oh yeah, Texas. Well, people don't realize about Texas. You've got beaches in Texas too, like San Antonio and all that. People don't they think oil fields, wide open.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of nice little resorts from this show and what I've learned when it comes to Texas.
Yeah, I really loved Austin. We stayed at a Marriott Autograph Collection hotel, so they're all unique in their own way. And this hotel had record players in each room, so you can go down into the lobby, choose a record, and play it in your room.
That's pretty cool.
And I thought that was pretty cool. And there was all kinds of neat things to see in Austin, so that's an idea for a last-minute weekend trip, too.
When I was growing up, when country music, other than, the Nashville Network and a few other things, now we have Y108 here in Pittsburgh, great country station, but there was a thing called Austin City Limits that would air on public television, and some of the biggest names in country music, I mean, like Vince Gill and all these people. So country music has come a long way. But what about Nashville? We got the Steeler game and all that stuff. I want to talk about that. But Nashville, you've been there, right? No?
Yeah, I've been to Nashville several times. And the first time I was there, it wasn't as built up as it is now. And then compared to the last time I was there, it was like a whole different city. It's very busy. Especially on the weekends, to get into some of the bars where you'll have the live music. That's one of the things, right?
You don't have to go far for loud music, right?
Not at all. Every other door, you're going to find some great live music from local artists. But my favorite was being there during the week. Like a Tuesday and Wednesday night, still lively enough, but you don't have those long lines. The Opryland Hotel is a sight to see, so that's something to check out. And yeah, we have the Steelers trip over New Year's in Nashville. And Nashville's somewhere everybody's dying to get to. And it's easy from Pittsburgh. The flight's like 45 minutes. Last time we went, we drove, and I will never do that again. When you can take a flight that's under an hour, pretty inexpensive on Southwest. So yeah, anytime you bring up Nashville, we actually had several Nashville trips prearranged this year for the holiday and the CMA, and they all sold out so fast.
That quick.
Yeah. And this one is the New Year kickoff in Nashville, Tennessee versus Pittsburgh. It leaves Pittsburgh on December 31st, and then you'll be back January 4th. So you have the game tickets, the Country Music Hall of Fame, dining at Blake Shelton's Bar, Old Red, a guided city tour, and the price is $3,039 per person based on double occupancy. And again, this does include air, and it's almost sold out, but thought I'd bring it up because it was just so very popular. And then we have, speaking of the Pittsburgh football trips, we have the trip to Paris where we have a handful of seats
and
left.
They're going fast, so act today.
Definitely. 800-354-8761. Or you can stop in your local branch. They're open this afternoon.
Listen, Paris, just an incredible destination. Just like Ireland last year, there's a lot of sightseeing you can do. And even if you're just maybe a little bit of a football fan, this trip is worth going just to see Paris.
Yeah, I think so. And Paris was one of the destinations that I went to but it wasn't on the top of my list. And now it's one of my most favorite places I've ever been. It's just really cool checking out the Eiffel Tower, really great food. Seine River Cruise is really an awesome thing to do. You get to see a lot. Our trip includes that hop on, hop off ticket, where I always take a loop around the city in the hop on, hop off bus and then decide where I want to go and then get off and on my second loop. So yeah, we have that Still City kickoff in Paris, hosted by KDKA's Larry Richard, October 21st through the 26th. Only a handful of seats left, so wanted to bring it up. $7,199 per person, inclusive of your game tickets, airfare, and a couple sightseeing things.
Good stuff. All right, listen, before we take a break, any destination that's truly a bucket list for you right now? I would ask everybody from time to time who's hosted this show with me, and it was always amazing for as many places that you've all been. I think Marita's done every continent.
Yeah, she has.
There's still always a bucket list, and that fascinates me. Do you have a bucket list?
So actually, Italy was high on my list of places I wanted to get to. But depending when you ask me, that destination will probably change. I'd like to get anywhere in South America. Really interested in the different things you can do. So yeah, I think Italy's top of my list right now. So I'll get to check that off in November, and I'm sure we'll talk more about it on the show. But Rob, you said you're getting your passport?
I'm working on it.
Where are you going? Where's your bucket list destination?
Well, at this point, I'd like to just get back to Monaco, Pennsylvania, this afternoon. There's so many things I would love to see. I love travel. Obviously, my schedule and all the commitments over the last multiple decades, I don't really have as much time. But I still like some of the easy stuff, just going to Florida, hanging out in Florida, or going to Myrtle Beach, or, I've got this fixation now with Cape Cod again. It's going through my head. There's just, if I could just book a plane fare anywhere, like just take my finger and pick a place out on the East Coast and just go for a couple of days and just be alone and just find out how the rest of the world lives,
Yeah, I definitely want to make it up to the Canada, New England area.
Yeah.
Haven't been ever at all. So that's a destination on my list as well. And Florida's always my favorite. So easy to get to. What, about 2-3 hour flight from Pittsburgh? We always fly into Tampa and go to St. Pete. Actually have that booked for next year. Get a condo, grab some groceries, hang on the beach all day, and then go to a nice dinner at night. We love it down there, and that water is beautiful.
I got a picture from a classmate of mine. She was in Scotland, and they were in a bar having a couple of drinks and hanging out. It's just fascinating where people go,
Yeah.
And AAA is the driving force behind it all. So you guys do amazing things. And to think of all the places we've sent people with this radio show.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Some really cool destinations. And hearing the stories when they get back is one of my favorite things. We do like a post-trip survey that the customer gets, and they'll write some feedback, and just really, learning more about the destinations and the trips and what they loved about them is always so great.
All right, let me get a break in here. We'll come back. We'll reiterate everything we talked about. Then you and I will get ready for another hour of Open Talk. Don't forget, all weekend long, 5 a.m. until 1 p.m., your Pratt Pack KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Get in on some great end-of-summer savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, regular or bun-sized ballpark Franks, 15-ounce packages, buy one, get one free. In the produce department, red or green seedless grapes are $2.49 a pound. In the deli, Coons Linguine Salad, $3.99 a pound. Additional savings this week, selected varieties of Dannon yogurt, 4.5 to 5.3 ounce cups, 4 for $5.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com, and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
Hey, NFL fans, Netflix has can't miss action this season, starting with the league's first ever regular season game in Australia, as the Rams take on the 49ers live from Melbourne. Then stick around for Netflix first ever Thanksgiving Eve matchup, a Christmas Day doubleheader, and a Week 18 finale. It's a massive season of NFL action. Watch Rams versus 49ers Thursday, September 10th at 8:35 p.m. Eastern, live on Netflix.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
We're talking travel with AAA. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, before we get out of here, let's reiterate all the good things that we brought to the table today. Alicia Maisel, and don't forget 800-354-8761, AAA.com/radio.
All right, I'll try not to stumble over my words this time. So we're talking 2026 travel. Get your vacation time in for this year. AAA is giving our members some special gifts if you book travel for this year. So just ask your travel advisor about that when you stop in the branch or you call 800-354-8761. The first trip we talked about was with Member First Vacations, going to Punta Cana, December 8th through the 14th of 2026. This is staying at the Grand Palladium Bavara Suites Resort and Spa, all inclusive. You stay at one resort, you have access to all three. It's a junior suite garden view room, 6 nights, round trip air from Pittsburgh, round trip transportation when you're in destination. The price is $1488.50 per person, and that's based on double occupancy. A really low price to travel this year, December 8th through the 14th. So 800-354-8761. Ask your travel advisor about those free gifts we're going to give you for booking for this year. And don't forget to add on travel protection. We sell our travel protection with Allianz travel insurance, and it doesn't only cover for cancellations, but it's going to cover emergencies while you're traveling, baggage loss, medical, things like that.
Explain why that's so important.
I think it's important, you want to have it, but hope you never use it. And you're using it for the unexpected, right? We tell stories about how people lose their luggage or the airline loses their luggage and they're in destination and you have to buy new clothes, new toiletries. Your travel insurance will cover that. And they have a really cool app. You'll be reimbursed if you put the information in during your trip by the time you get back. So it's that fast. We're getting really good feedback on that. Your trip's delayed. You can't help that. There's coverage for missed days of your trip. And then, of course, if you have to cancel for any unfortunate medical emergency or things like that, you'll be covered. So it's just really for the unknown. You're protecting your investment when you're buying travel insurance.
And let's just give the airlines a little bit of credit here for as many pieces of luggage that they handle every single day. It's a miracle that they don't have as many slip-ups as they could.
Yeah, absolutely. So, again, it's for the unknown. So it's always worth to have that, attached to your package. And, if you're already booked and you don't have travel insurance, you can still add it before you travel, and we can help you with that at AAA.
So what is your thoughts as a professional when somebody's saying going to the beach in Florida for a week and they just want to do a carry-on? Should they leave some stuff that's really valuable at home under lock and key as opposed to trying to take the whole house and the kitchen sink with them? I know some people just love to overpack, and I get it. And I think sometimes less is more.
Yeah, I think you're right. Less is more. And when you're talking about traveling with your valuables, I know a lot of people that leave their good jewelry at home in the safe. And then they wear, less expensive jewelry on vacation. So I'd definitely be careful of things like jewelry when you're traveling. And then when you're in destination, you want to make sure you're using that in-room safe to lock up, any extra cash you have with you, maybe any credit cards that you're not using that day. And especially if you're traveling internationally, leave that passport in the safe in your room. You don't need it when you're walking around, going shopping or different things. Leave it in the room. The last thing you want to do is have a lost passport. As a safety precaution, I tell people to make a copy of their passport and maybe slide it in your bag. You can't travel with that, but it will help if you have to go to a U.S. embassy and get that passport replaced to travel home.
All right, so let me ask you this. Cash is king, okay?
Yeah.
I grew up, I'm a lot older than you. It was always like stuff it under the mattress, okay? But when you go on vacation, and I've had people tell me, no, you got to be a little bit more smart. How do you ratio cash as opposed to credit cards? How do you, I go back as far as traveler checks, which nobody I think uses anymore. Mm-hmm. But what's the best idea when it comes to how much cash should I have on me?
So I always take cash for things like tipping.
Yep.
That really unique food truck that only accepts cash, or maybe some cool souvenir stores that accept cash, but mainly travel with your credit card. If you lose that credit card, you can call your bank and cancel it. If you lose that cash, or, unfortunately, maybe something happens, you get pickpocketed or something, you can't replace that. And, when you have cash or credit cards on you when traveling, you should always carry it close to you, on the front of you. Never have it in your backpack behind you. Use your front pockets, things like that.
Yeah, listen, you just got to put a little thought process. But what happens when you start traveling on a regular basis, for someone who may be listening to this and haven't traveled in a while and getting ready to go on a trip, a lot of this stuff just becomes common sense, and it's a part of who you are, and it comes easy.
Yeah, and you don't think of it until it's too late, which is why it's so important to talk to a AAA travel advisor. Plan with us. We can give you those little tips that, like Rob said, it is common sense, but you might not think of it. And they'll just really prepare you. Like when you're going on the cruise line, we're going to give you guidance to download that app ahead of time, get your excursions booked, what to pack, what not to pack. Is there fees for your luggage? Just small things like that we can help you be really prepared for your vacation.
All right, let's go over these trips one more time before we get out of here, because they're two good ones you don't want to miss out on. Go ahead.
All right, we talked about the all-inclusive, so we'll move over to that cruise. It's on that mega ship, that Carnival Mardi Gras, with those 6 themed neighborhoods, the roller coaster on the top deck, and all of the things. It's December 5th through the 12th of this year, going out of Port Canaveral, making stops in Nassau, Bahamas, Half Moon Cay, Bahamas, Amber Cove in the Dominican Republic, that private island, which is Celebration Key, and back to Port Canaveral, giving you great opportunities to do some pre and post nights in Orlando, maybe Universal, maybe Disney. Inside cabin, guarantee non-refundable deposit is $526 per person based on double occupancy. That's right, $526 per person, double occupancy for a full week, including onboard meals, entertainment, taxes, and port fees. If you want to upgrade to that Ocean View Guarantee cabin, $716 per person based on double occupancy, and the balcony is $806 per person based on double occupancy.
So how's that garden, you and Brandon's garden, doing?
It's out of control. It is so out of control. It grew so well this year. I think I have about 15 jars of banana peppers in the bottom of my fridge.
Nice.
Jalapenos. And then we did all the spicy things. Like there's some ghost peppers, habaneros, chili peppers, different things like that we're going to dehydrate and maybe make like a spice or a hot sauce. I want to make salsa.
You got a green thumb. I'm thinking tomatoes and beans. My goodness gracious.
Yeah, all kinds of peppers. And then we have an herb garden. The basil is just out of control. We put basil on everything just to use it up.
That's pretty cool stuff. Well, listen, I won't see you for a couple of weeks, so enjoy the rest of your summer. I think Andrea's here next week. And again, 800-354-8761. And to Hannah and Chris, as they are now honeymooning in Peru, just nothing but a wonderful, wonderful, and a blessed life ahead.
Absolutely.
All right.
Thanks, Rob.
Cheers to those two. Guess what's next? You and me on the phone lines, 866-391-1020. Lots to get to, including Rob Taylor back in just 3 minutes, top of the hour, 12 noon, with all of the headlines that we'll be talking about in minutes. KDKA.
The proceeding was paid for by AAA. Information on the program was intended solely to further the public's general knowledge about the product. Opinions expressed should not be relied upon for any purpose by any member of the audience.
Workdays work better with food. And not just any food, the good stuff. That's why there's Easy Cater, the workplace food platform where you can order from a huge variety of great restaurants for any group size, anytime, anywhere, all in one place. Whether it's gourmet deli trays for the client meeting, spicy noodles for the night shift, tacos for the weekend crew, or a big box of brownies to tell your team, thank you. Just use Easy Cater, one platform to feed them all, and feed them well. Start an order at easycater.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with auto pay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
My retired friends are going back to work. I'm worried Social Security won't be enough. BenefitsCheckup.org connected me to $1,000 a month for food and medicine. It's free. Visit BenefitsCheckup.org today.
Supported by the U.S. Administration for Community Living.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 78 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police are investigating after an overnight shooting in Newcastle. 2 people shot, man and woman, in the 300 block of Cuba Street around 3 o'clock this morning. They were taken to a local hospital. No word on their conditions. No word on any suspect descriptions this afternoon. Well, while police continue to search for the alleged suspect who shot and killed a security guard earlier this month outside a Penn Hills bar, the man who died has been identified. County Medical Examiner's Office identified the security guard as 46-year-old Ronell Jones of Rankin. H's Bar and Grill on Verona Road, where the deadly shooting took place. It's been the site of 2 other shootings in 2019 and in 2023. In this most recent shooting from August 7th, police say the suspect and victim were speaking outside the bar before the suspect shot Jones. 2 people from Brackenridge are facing charges after police say a 9-year-old child was the victim of physical abuse. Taylor Sliven and Tyler Sliven are facing aggravated assault charges along with criminal conspiracy, child endangerment, and reckless endangerment. When a caseworker came to the home on 9th Avenue in Brackenridge, the 9-year-old alleged that they were beaten with a belt by both of the adults and also was regularly struck with a spoon. The child had bruises to the back, thigh, hand, and forearm, according to police. Taylor and Tyler Sliven are in the Allegheny County Jail awaiting a preliminary hearing scheduled for September 2nd. Well, Pittsburgh Regional Transit says fiscal year 2026 was its best in 6 years in terms of ridership. In June alone, ridership was up nearly 10%. Average weekday ridership reached over 122,000 passengers in June, and weekends also saw an increase, with Saturday ridership up more than 4% and Sunday volume up more than 8%. Well-known commercial real estate leader successfully talked a man out of jumping off the 40th Street Bridge early this week. Herky Pollock says he was driving across the bridge Tuesday when he saw a man on the edge. He stopped, spending 3.5 hours, along with Millvale Police, building trust with the man, the 26-year-old.
I'm just very grateful that it ended the way it did, because we kept saying to him, there's 25 people on this bridge right now, and you have a piece of our heart, each and every one of us, and this can go one of two ways. And had it gone the other way, it would be a whole different outcome today.
On the Big K Morning Show, Pollock said he rarely drives across the 40th Street Bridge, so it must have been fate and divine intervention that put him there to help save the man's life. KDKA Radio News Time, 12:03. AccuWeather forecast coming up.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Stay in the heart of Pittsburgh at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino, located steps away from Acroshore Stadium, PNC Park, and the nightlife of the North Shore. They're the perfect spot for your entertainment needs. Visit thelandinghotelpgh.com to book your stay today. It's the weekly program that keeps you current with the latest travel trends and vacation values. Listen to AAA's Talking Travel every Saturday morning at 11 on KDKA Radio. The March of Dimes is proud to honor those who are building a healthier future for babies at this year's Pittsburgh Transportation, Building, and Construction Awards Luncheon, Tuesday, September 22nd at the Westin Pittsburgh downtown. Proceeds from this event help March of Dimes fund life-saving research, provide education and programs, and advocate for the health of all moms, babies, and families. For more information, please call 412-301-7433.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Hey, folks, it's Marty. Check these savings out from my friends at Coit during Coit's amazing indoor-outdoor sale. Save an incredible 35% off all inside and outdoor Coit cleaning services. Carpets, rugs, upholstery, draperies, air ducts, outdoor furniture, and more. Clean, sanitize, disinfect. Enjoy a Coit Clean home inside and out. Act quickly. Savings only good during August. Call Coit today, 1-800-FOR-COIT, 1-800-FOR-COIT, right now.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings a mix of clouds and sun with a late-day thunderstorm for some that may be rather gusty with hail after a high of 81, with more showers and storms for tonight and a low of 61, leading to some sun tomorrow, but still some wet weather. More showers and another thunderstorm, high 73, ahead of a dry Monday with some sun, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli.
Another summer has come and gone too quickly, and kids are heading back to school for another year. While the first day of school is exciting, it's also a good time to remind drivers that thousands of kids around Western Pennsylvania will be waiting for the bus in the morning. Although it may seem like common sense to stop when a school bus with flashing red lights has its stop sign extended, Pittsburgh Public Schools reported more than 10,300 violations last year alone. Too many drivers are not getting the message. The latest study from the state shows more than 76,000 violations across the Commonwealth in 2024, resulting in $23.2 million in fines. Video evidence provided by Pittsburgh Public Schools shows too many heart-stopping close calls that could have ended in injury or worse. So, as a friendly reminder, remember to keep an eye out for kids walking to their stops as you begin your week, and no matter what side of the road you're on, obey the bus stop arm. It will cost you financially and could cost your community a life.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Regional Vice President Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
All right, Rob, jump in here. I want to talk about school. Very timely editorial by our boss. And I got to tell you, anytime I see a yellow school bus, I immediately pump the brakes. So be careful out there. But your parents being educators, Pittsburgh Public Schools, I've often wondered, and I used to always say, thank goodness my parents weren't teachers. What was it like growing up with mom and dad who, when they checked your homework, they checked your homework?
Well, let's see here. My mom was, I mean, they both were into, checking homework, but I think my mom was more so the hands-on teacher, in the household. I think my dad, he definitely was at home more into the Steelers and the Pirates and listening to KDKA radio and listening to Lanny Ferteri watch call Pirates baseball and everything. Mm-hmm. So my mom was more so checking the homework, seeing what you had to do in school, what was brought home and everything. But just growing up like that, I don't think it wasn't like every day, like, let me see your homework. You better get straight A's, blah, blah, blah. No, it wasn't like that. She check it, see what's going on, but it wasn't like overly, just because you had two teachers as parents, they weren't just overly going crazy on you, looking at everything you were doing homework-wise.
Well, let me put it in perspective. You, the scholar, and then me. So we used to actually get a 70 was a failing grade, and they would put it on your report card in red pencil or pen. So we're sitting at the dining room table one night, and my sister, my dad's looking at all the report cards in the manila envelope. One's a salutatory, and eventually the rest of the daughters all do extremely well. And he gets to my report card. And he puts his hands on his head, and he just puts his face buried in his hands. And he looks up, and whenever he would say, your son, to my mother, he went, explain this to me, Eva. How does your son flunk conduct? And my mom, God bless her, it's just because he can't sit still. He's very hyper. He's a dreamer. If he doesn't learn to sit still, I'm going to come to that school and make sure he sits. But I failed conduct. I mean, unbelievable. And then when algebra and all that other stuff, chemistry, I was just absolutely atrocious at it. But, I've always idolized a couple of things. And first off, Central Catholic, where you went, I can't tell you how much admiration, and the brothers and everybody who's been a part of that school and Catholic school in general, my two children, all the way from kindergarten through high school. And when they were teenagers, they could out-talk me about current events. Catholic education's amazing. But I've always loved the Pittsburgh Public Schools. And I know Larry's going to be talking about it. They're heading back on the Big K Morning Show Monday. You as a Pittsburgher who know this city better than anyone I've ever known in my life, why is it that somebody who's not from Pittsburgh, when somebody says, I went to Shenley, I went to Fifth Avenue, I went to Peabody, I just can't get enough of it, or if they're going through some financial struggles right now, it really bothers me. Greg Diolis, my partner on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show, his wife taught in the Pittsburgh Public Schools. So what is it about the Pittsburgh Public Schools that I appreciate so much?
Well, here's, in my opinion, just as the years have gone on, and I've lived in a couple other cities, one thing I have to say is Pittsburgh as a city, not that big.
No.
It's not that big. So, when you run into people from back in the day, and let's say you lived on the east side, right? I mean, it was either Shenley or Fifth Avenue or, Westinghouse. It was Westinghouse, Fifth Avenue, Peabody, and Shenley. So, you've got all these people living on the east side. They went to Pittsburgh Public High School. They went to one of four schools. So it's not, it's not Chicago. This is not Detroit. I mean, they went to one of four high schools on the east side.
You could walk to each other's schools.
Yeah. So that's, I think that also adds to, and then of course, Pittsburgh Public Schools, City League had incredible sports teams, basketball and football back in the day. And so I think that adds to the aura of Pittsburgh Public Schools, especially, the legend of it, that great athletics. And there weren't that many in Pittsburgh Public High Schools.
Listen, I love sports, did it for years. We're getting ready to do some incredible things here at Odyssey with the high school football season. Lots of kickoff weekend, next weekend, Friday and Saturday, just really cool stuff. But I'm a basketball fan, always have been. That was always my favorite sport, play-by-play. And I told you this, Center Avenue one day, I ended up in front of the old Fifth Avenue, okay? And my mind just started thinking about what that place must have been like in the 60s on a Tuesday or Friday night in the middle of winter when they were playing Shenley. I mean, just when Pittsburgh had numbers and population that people can't even fathom today. And some of the athletes, I mean, the Maurice Lucases, Sam Cunningham, all these people. I mean, it's pretty amazing when you think of the history of Pittsburgh Public Schools. But also, here's another caveat. A lot of the people who've gone on to do extremely successful things, like my friend, the late Joe Dentisi, went to Peabody. A lot of the people running Pittsburgh, for years in those office buildings graduated from Pittsburgh Public Schools.
Yeah, and, Ed Gainey went to Peabody.
Yeah.
And then, there was just...
He's done okay.
Yeah, he's done okay. Yeah, he made history. And, I just... you always got to salute the Pittsburgh Public Schools for what they mean to the city, what they mean to the region. And, so many people, thousands of people over the years have worked. Tens and tens of thousands of people have worked at the Pittsburgh Public Schools. So if you've grown up in Pittsburgh or even around Pittsburgh, you're going to know somebody that either was a teacher there, a counselor, a football coach, a basketball coach, principal, just somebody, custodian.
Yep.
It's a big driver in our Pittsburgh economy.
Think about this. Major Harris.
Brashear.
Yep. Rod Rutherford.
Perry.
Yep. And Curtis Martin.
Alderdice.
That's exactly
right. There we go.
Right.
Come on.
Listen, I covered these guys. Look, when I worked in Ohio, Westinghouse will come in every basketball season. And when they'd come out on that court, there was just such a swag about them. I loved it, man. And all those years at Couples Stadium, the very first high school coach I ever interviewed on television, when we kicked off our television show that was on for 20 years, it was from a City League school. And we did it at the Coons Market on Highwood Street.
North side.
Yeah, man.
I'm there twice, 3 times a week.
Listen, I love this place so much, and I love these schools. And there's not one person listening to me right now that could truly not say there's always been 1 or 2 teachers that changed your life.
Oh, definitely.
You got one in high school that really kind of helped you?
I'm trying to, there were so many teachers at Central. I'm trying to, not one stands out. I do remember a Mr. Wheeler. He was like the authoritarian.
Oh, yeah.
He'd make sure we had our ties on straight.
Listen, I grew up in an era when you would change classes. We had a guy by the name of Mr. Leedy who ended up marrying my 5th grade elementary teacher, Miss Blinn, and that was like the cool romance, and I just loved him. But you know who Paul Feinbaum is?
Yeah, the sports host.
If anybody knows who he is, that's Mr. Leedy. That's exactly who Mr. Leedy looked like, and I love Paul Feinbaum. But he would stand out in the hall holding a paddle in his hand. And he just very easily tapped his palm with it. Good morning, keep it moving. Good morning, keep it moving. It was just a different time and place, man. I'm not saying you need to, give him the old swat, but they didn't spare the rod back in the day. So
Feinbaum. Yeah, he does kind of have that, that look.
I'm telling you, other than, using some of that hair dye that Mr. Leedy didn't, but my man Paul Feinbaum, I've done it too, Paul. You're cool. But that's every time I see him, it's like Mr. Leedy, who always, you got to realize, these teachers back in the day, they weren't wearing khakis. They were wearing suits, okay? And he always had on, my friend used to call it the Undertaker, but it was actually Undertaker suit, because it was always the black suit, white shirt, and basically either a red or blue tie. And I don't know, I have such memories of growing up and being in school, and I really wasn't a good student, and I was always trying to just figure out how I was going to get through the 6 weeks. But at this stage of my life, it just seems like it was yesterday I was getting on that school bus. It's crazy. But for you, I find this fascinating that you rode PRT, Port Authority.
Yeah, throughout high school. Yeah,
and they gave that's. But do you understand what that does for you? That's why I think you're so worldly when it comes to Pittsburgh. And I've worked here for decades, but you just feel real comfortable in the city because you've been in that city since you were a kid.
Yeah, and there's a lot of Pittsburgh Public School students who ride the PRT. They get bus passes. I'm not exactly sure.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what how many miles you have to be away from your school, but Central back in the mid '90s, they did that. If you didn't live, if you didn't live within 2 miles of the school, you had a bus pass, and I'd take that every morning and afternoon. Take the 71B Highland Park, and then after that, I might go downtown. I might go to Oakland. I might go to Squirrel Hill, just anywhere. And then on the weekends, you could meet up with your friends from Shenley like I did. And I'd get all the way from Highland Park all the way to the South Hills Junction, go downtown, take one of the trains to South Hills Junction, and then get all the way to the old, what was it called, Century 3 Mall, all on the Central Catholic PRT bus pass.
That's awesome. I was really a mama's boy. I mean, I was I was the only boy out of a family of 6. So my mom, I was hanging on those apron strings, and it was like my very first day in first grade on the bus. Okay, and I hadn't really ridden no bus. Kindergarten, they took us, dropped us off, whatever. And Brady was my bus driver. It's a true story. Now I'm 69 now. Okay, so a couple of years ago, my friend says to me, "I got a buddy who wants to meet you." And I'm thinking, who's that? He goes, "He was your bus driver." I'm like, first off, I thought, he's still alive? It was Brady.
Wow.
And I hadn't seen him since I was 6 years old. And the first thing I said to him, I said, "Brady, you look great. You're still alive." He goes, "Yeah, I'm alive." He goes, "I'm about ready to say the same thing to you." But and he said, and before I left, he goes, "I listen to you all the time on KDKA radio for all the years, and I've heard you mention my name before, and that always made me smile." And he said, "Can I get a picture of you?" And so I'm like, "Who do you want to take the picture?" He said, "No, I just want that picture of you." And I said, "Why?" "Because just like your first day of school, when your mom took your picture." So, I just thought, what a great story, Shout
out to the school bus drivers.
Listen.
They important job, and they take it seriously, man.
Listen, this was our bus driver. Eyes in that rearview mirror, shut up and sit down. None of this like, "Be quiet now, kids. We're almost on our way." And if you hung out the window, which we used to do he goes, "You keep your head out there, I'm going to yank you back in your chair." I don't know. We just had I mean, when you'd get on that school bus with your friends, cackling, laughing, doing stuff, and now these kids got laptops and smartphones and backpacks, man.
I feel like every kid, has to have ridden a school bus at least a couple times. Like I know people, get driven to school or walk to school, but I feel like you have had to have ridden the school bus. You've had to have taken both of your fingers on both and rolled down the window at least one time.
But it always went wrong way to me. He's got stuck. All right, listen, Ryan's telling me I got to take a break, and he is right. So let me get a break in here. We'll come back. We're going to talk a little bit more about school because it really does officially get underway next week. Some already back. But I think it's a lesson learned how we have to really pay it forward because we want public education and education to continue for future generations. And it has been a hot topic of late. That and some other stuff, too. We're here till 1. Anything on your mind? Give me a call, 866-391-1020.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000, being 7, 5,
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on September 15th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland, with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Sprained wrist, ankle twist, broken thumb, can't make a fist, busted knee, surgery, that patch of ice you didn't see.
Where pain starts, Jernavix suzetrigine begins. Jernavix is a non-opioid 50-milligram prescription tablet for adults with moderate to severe acute pain that reduces pain signals before they reach the brain.
Tendon tear, nose repair, tripping on that broken stair, dislocation, operation, moped crash while on vacation.
Do not take Jernavix with CYP3A inhibitors. Avoid use with grapefruit or liver problems as these may increase side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medicines if you are pregnant or breastfeeding. Jernavix may make certain medicines and birth control less effective. Side effects include itching, muscle spasms, rash, and elevated muscle enzymes.
Joint displacement, knee replacement, fell on marbles in the basement, ladder slip, broken hip, that rock climb where you lost your grip.
To learn more about Jernavix, ask your doctor. Call 1-833-589-PAIN or visit jernavix.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
I just want to give you a little bit of a heads up. Next week on the evening show, Rachel Heisler will be with us Monday, and we're going to talk about some of this stuff as far as city's finances, some of the money that may have gone in the wrong direction, what Stephen Zappala has said. Obviously, she's been doing a lot of hard work when it comes to the Pittsburgh Public Schools, so we're going to get to that with her. And we're going to give Jay Costa a chance to talk about what has been a really hot button on Tuesday night, these data centers. And isn't it amazing how this has become the biggest issue in this governor's race? I know both spin this, that, whatever. I get it. I respect it. But if you really want to see school districts get some cash again, you really want to see building trades, carpenters, union halls continue to empty out for the next generation or two, you got to figure out where you can put these data centers. You got to make sure that energy costs aren't going to go up. You got to make sure it's not going to hurt the water. And if you can put them in an area where there's no housing, then do it. But do not let the opportunity slip through your fingers. I mean, when you hear of the money being spent, the racetrack, I've been talking about that. Beaver County, they spent $50 million to buy it. We're talking hundreds of acres, multiple data centers. Look, you cannot let this slip through your hands. What's going on now in Homer City? Billions being spent. Tens of thousands of people sending product, bringing product, working on that site, building trades, thousands of workers like I witnessed with the Shell petrochemical plant. And being that we're talking about school, the only way that these school districts survive, twofold. One, finances. You got to continue to have money come into the coffers so you can continue to keep the lights on. But the most important part for these school districts, and I'm just going to say it, is many of them should be co-oping athletics and extracurricular activities and sharing expenses, sharing superintendents, doing all that stuff as opposed to even taking a giant step and merge. I don't think they're going to do it, and I'm going to explain why in a little bit, but I want to get back to why public education must survive. It must survive in the brick and mortar form as much as it is in any other aspect, whether it's a private school of choice, whether it's a cyber charter school of choice, it doesn't matter. But brick and mortar, chalkboard, desk, hallways, students, study hall, hall pass, all of that stuff, the pep rally in the gymnasium before the big game on a Friday night, that all has to continue. But we're only kidding ourselves when we think that we can continue to go at the pace we're going. Our nation is now $40 trillion in debt. We just passed a budget for over $50 billion, a lot of that going to public education. If we would find a way to get the business matrix going again, and these data centers, I'm going to give you time. You deserve that. I understand that. It's become a political lightning rod. I mean, they're both going at each other, the incumbent governor and the incumbent treasurer. You know, I mean, I'm hearing all sorts of things. Stacey Garrity saying he took millions from these folks. And then, obviously, I hear campaign ads in the opposite going against her being involved in data centers. That's fine and good. That's politics, no foul, no harm. But anybody who is in public office, I don't care if it's in the nation's capital or it's in the state capital of Harrisburg, state legislator, state senator, whether you're a U.S. senator, someone in Congress, you have to look at these data centers as the possibility of giving some much-needed cash to these school districts because there is no more money to print. And people are not willing to give up their tradition. Everybody wants their own fight song. They want their team colors. They want their memories. And let me give you an example where it didn't work. The great Pittsburgh public schools, places like Shenley and Fifth Avenue that are no longer here. Old schools with different names, new twist. It's all changing. Buildings being shuttered because they can't afford to take care of the buildings. We have to start thinking outside the box, and there's got to be a meeting of the mind when it comes to school boards, administrations, and the citizenship, the parents of the students. You have to start accepting some of the things that are important. Look, you cannot buy enough utensils and things that you need to prepare all the food in the cafeteria. You can't buy all the cleaning supplies that you need to scrub every hallway in these buildings in which some are not even being used for anything, but you still have to heat them. You still have to put power to them. Now, there's been a couple of other stories that have broken in recent weeks that really will add to my argument. You have a lot of schools that should be back by now, or at least going back by next week, but they're not because of mold. And these buildings, many of them are 100 years old, if not older. And they're going to need new windows and roofs and new wiring and all the things that come with fixing up that old house, right? But this isn't fix it to flip it. This is fixing it, maintaining it to utilize it. We have let so many of these buildings deteriorate because we got out a Band-Aid, another Band-Aid, another Band-Aid, because we didn't want to float a bond, raise school taxes, or take that kind of money out of the bank that was needed for X, Y, and Z as much as it was to put that new roof on. It was better to just patch it. But now, time stands still for no one. And many of these buildings are basically going to cripple themselves by not fixing this stuff, because then you're going to have major issues, and then you're going to have buildings going down, and then you're going to have people forced to send children to another school district, and mergers won't take place. These school districts that we have all known and loved and have memories in are going to be gone forever. You will literally see districts that have no school record, name, anything. It will like it never existed. You'll have people going to class reunions who may want to drive back and visit their school, but guess what? Nobody is at home. So when I say public education to you, if you are a teacher, what has it meant to you? A teacher that basically motivated and changed your life. What do you remember the most about school, especially these first few days, but how important these teachers are and how they make a difference every single day in our lives? And I'm going to tell you on the other side, one of the most important aspects of teaching in this country that needs to be talked about are those leaving the profession and those who are changing in midstream not to be in the profession, and those who simply want no part of it because they feel it's a losing battle. That's not America. That's not what we are like. 866-391-1020. Your Pratt Pack till 1 o'clock, KDKA.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 78 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 12:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police arrested a man who they say fired a handgun multiple times Thursday night at a vehicle he was allegedly following in New Sewickley Township, Beaver County. 41-year-old Christopher Brown of Brighton Township faces 2 counts of second-degree felony aggravated assault as well as other charges. Police say Brown followed occupants in another vehicle along Big Knob Road and Blackswoods Road. Police say Brown fired upwards of 15 shots during the incident. No one was injured. Brown was eventually pulled over by police. He told police the occupants in the other vehicle threw a liquid at his car when they initially passed each other, angering him. Brown is in the Beaver County Jail. While police continue to search for the alleged suspect who shot and killed a security guard earlier this month outside of Penn Hills Bar, a man who died has been identified. County Medical Examiner's Office identified that security guard as 46-year-old Rynell Jones of Rankin. H's Bar and Grill on Verona Road, where the deadly shooting took place, has been the site of 2 other shootings in 2019 and 2023. In this most recent shooting from August 7th, police say suspect and victim were speaking outside the bar before the suspect shot Jones. KDKA Radio News Time, 12:31. Next updates at 1. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Get up to 21% off new Ram 1500s with no strings attached. It's happening now at Monroeville Ram. They have Pittsburgh's best Ram selection up to 21% off. Get to Monroeville Dodge Ram and make this the summer event.
When the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with a Generac home standby generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac home standby generator.
Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh clients have electricity. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue. Call 412-947-4472.
Here she comes. Surprise! They sent a duplicate shipment to your flower shop. Now you have to pay for 1,000 extra carnations. Also, there's a beehive outside your store, and they're super aggressive. There's thousands of them.
Progressive knows small business owners usually don't like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise, saving 10% or more on commercial auto insurance when you pay in full.
Also, the egg salad you just ate was expired. Gross.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Today brings periods of sun and clouds ahead of the risk for a late-day thunderstorm that may bring hail and damaging wind gust with a high of 81. Then showers and storms tonight could still be gusty with hail, the low 61, followed by more wet weather tomorrow. Despite some sun, showers and a thunderstorm and a high of 73. Give way to some sun Monday, high 71. For AccuWeather, I'm LaTroy Thornton, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Pittsburgh Public Schools back in session, and we've got everything you need to know before you go.
All right, we've been talking about education in the last couple of segments, so shift gears a little bit, right now. And this is from the Beaver Allegheny County Times, August the 8th. U.S. Senator John Fetterman, Democrat of Pennsylvania, said he believed he would win a Democratic primary if the vote were held today. Polls telling a different story. If there was ever a political injustice being thought about, it's about him being primaried by his own Democratic Party. Talking about education, talking about funding, talking about job creation. I can say this unequivocally without even flinching once. There's not a person in the nation's capital, I believe, who is fighting more for the Commonwealth. And he and Dave McCormick have become a great 1-2 punch. And whether it's the Energy Summit or it's him, meaning John Fetterman, when Nippon and U.S. Steel got the deal done on the heels of the president coming here, a Republican president, he a Democrat, McCormick a Republican. They're talking progress. They're talking about jumpstarting the economy. And John Fetterman is not afraid to pick up the phone or walk across the hall to a Republican office that is being held by one of his colleagues, a man or woman who he can sit down with and actually have a rational conversation about helping the citizenship. You understand, whether it's brick and mortar, roads and bridges, or education or anything, it all comes down to we have alienated each other as a political party in this country, thinking that our party is the only party, and whatever our party wants to do, it is our God-given right to do that. So if this guy somehow would get primaried, and this poll and polls are saying it could happen, we may never actually have a chance to have bipartisan politics ever in the Capitol in the United States of America, representing the state of Pennsylvania as we have it right now. Look, I saw it for years with Casey and Toomey. Whether you like them or not, they worked extremely well together and got us through some very difficult times in Pennsylvania. And John Fetterman, I questioned it. Honestly, much respect for the man. Have interviewed him. He's been on the show with me. He's been on other shows here at KDKA, going back to his days as the mayor in Braddock, who faced all kinds of obstacles, but he plowed through. But then the health issue, and I was even thinking, is the vote going to be worth it? Is he going to be able to do it? Can he muster up all the energy that it takes? And he's outdid himself. He's outshined. And when he went to visit the president at Mar-a-Lago before he went into office after recently getting reelected back, he went the extra mile. He knew that he would take flack for that, but he did it. And the thing that he understands, like McCormick understands, we bring energy jobs to Pennsylvania, like these data centers, like nuclear energy, more on natural gas. We do that. All of this other stuff will fall into place. You'll have better roads and bridges. You'll have better health care. You'll have better tuition and being able to pay it when it comes to these amazing state universities and places like Pitt, Carnegie Mellon, and Duquesne, and Robert Morris, because there'll be more money coming into Pittsburgh. And you'll have more people building homes. That means materials, nails, lumber, all that stuff. And when you start building neighborhoods up and there are opportunities for people to come to your neighborhood and have a good paying job, guess what happens? Build it and they will come. This situation is doomed. Sure, it is for many, but it doesn't mean that it has to be doomed forever. Doom and gloom can be going out the door with all of the other oh, woe is me attitude by getting back to what we made this place. We were the manufacturing epicenter. We were the oasis, the Mecca. No one did it better. I was just watching this ad about steel in Pittsburgh, going back to the early days of U.S. Steel. Through the years, the boardroom, people who ran it, things that they were responsible for, the amount of tonnage, this and that. And I thought, my goodness gracious, if we could do all of that when we had no computers and no technology and no AI and all the things that you can use to actually help, why can we not do it now? With this Nippon U.S. Steel deal, I think because of technology and everything's capable and what they are doing to the Mon Valley Works, we can literally light the lamp with manufacturing across this great country. And that's why you need a yin and a yang. You need a Republican who's all in. You need a Democrat who's all in. I mean, look, these guys understand they've got roots here in Pennsylvania. They know what made Pennsylvania what it is. And see, here's the other thing that nobody seems to get. They don't seem to get it. Is the fact that Pennsylvania continues to be a swing state. In every single major election that I've covered at KDKA going back to the mid-'80s, Ronald Reagan was president. You know, we roll into his vice president, George Herbert Walker Bush. Then Bill Clinton comes in. Bill Clinton used our microphones for his weekly address back in the early 90s. I mean, I've seen it all. I mean, through the Bush, George W. Bush to Barack Obama, I've seen it all. Joe Biden, where we are now, all of it. And when are we going to realize the reason Pennsylvania is such an important swing state is because we hold the cards when it comes to getting America up and running again. You don't have the heartland. You don't have the farming industry unless you have steel and manufacturing here, the coal mines in West Virginia, the automobile industry in Detroit. All of that stuff matters, but everything, whether it's steel beams to hold up the coal mine, steel to build an automobile, it all begins and ends in Pittsburgh. And I don't know why it's taken us so long to figure out if you truly want to turn America around and give the world a chance to actually be a part of a global economy that works, we better start digging in on what it takes to rebuild America. And I will take this with me till my last breath. This natural gas could be being shipped out of the ports in Philadelphia for places in Europe like Germany and France and Italy and Ukraine and others who are in desperate need of energy right now because they are under pursuit of an evil man by the name of Vladimir Putin. And the only reason he took 120,000 troops 5+ years ago, when I told you he would and you kept pushing back that he wouldn't, he wants their natural gas. Germany needs it. Look, agriculture. The UK cannot even get fresh vegetables because 80% of what they bring into their country comes from those farmers in Ukraine. The Black Sea, that port, right? We have it in Philadelphia. We could be shipping this stuff everywhere, and it would be as viable as oil is to OPEC. That's what I'm talking about. So if this broadcaster on KDKA, who's been there, done that, seen it all, actually can figure it out, why can't these people in Washington? And if I'm the Democratic Party, John Fetterman is getting more publicity for the Democratic Party in the nation's capital and around the world, more so than the guy who wants to be maybe the 2028 Democratic nominee, our honorable Governor Josh Shapiro. Look, I understand these data centers, everybody concerned. I get it. But do you understand this now, because we have pushed it to the forefront, has become the biggest issue in this governor's race? And it is almost September. And when September rolls around, all you're going to hear is voice bites, audio, bold print, your favorite paper, social media outlet. It's going to be all gubernatorial race. They'll debate. They'll be all over this great state, sleeves rolled up, hammering home the mission. And what their mission is making us physically and fiscally sound again. Building a better infrastructure, getting more money here. But you know what? The only way that really happens is the building trades and the natural resources and the building materials that you need to bring Pennsylvania back. So what is the discussion here? But it seems as though we're both putting blame on each other for supposedly supporting data centers. Why don't we get together and figure out how we can make it work and then support it and let it happen? And John Fetterman is a guy that will support Israel when others won't, which I commend him for that. He talks manufacturing, but he also talks about meds and eds, and he talks about education. The guy's an Ivy Leaguer. I mean, this guy has got more brain cells than any of us could even imagine. So he's representing us. And when you start seeing different people make the national news, spokespeople that represent us, who we know personally, like a Josh Shapiro, who's translating big on the national stage, you want to capitalize on that. And you don't think that they're not looking, they're not watching? They are. They're looking at everything that's happening right now in America. And it's happening in Pennsylvania. Why is it that we're dragging our feet? And now you're talking about removing one of the most important political figures, especially in their first term, that I have ever witnessed covering politics. John Fetterman has overcome more in the last couple of years than most of us will overcome in life. You know, he could have bowed out with the health issue. He could have called it a day, but he didn't. He stayed in and he kept fighting. The guy went on to become lieutenant governor, traveled all throughout Pennsylvania, and all I would hear was how receptive and how wonderful, and his attitude of gratitude. The guy loves Pennsylvania. But he understands working class people, because when he spent that time in Braddock, he saw it firsthand. What that great community went through and what was ripped from their heart, that steel industry, that industry. And then when Mr. Barrett said before the Nippon deal, we're not putting $1.5 billion in this steel mill, and then down there in Arkansas, everything started to head that way, I'm like, oh my. And then all the pushback on not letting this get done, I'm like, this is it. We're done. Nail in the coffin. No longer the Steel City. They will be jumping ship like we have never seen. The census numbers will just go deeper into the ground, and we will be forgotten. Like the phoenix rose from the ashes. The president comes, the deal gets done, opportunity, hundreds of millions. Do you understand the jobs and what could happen if we just wrap our arms and embrace the possibility of actually utilizing all of this stuff, this second opportunity that we've gotten? Natural gas was number 2, and now data centers are number 3. Don't be fearful. Don't push back. Welcome them with open arms, and I'll explain the names, the numbers, the bottom line when we get back after the break. We could literally change the course of Pennsylvania within the next 10 years. That will set us on the right track for the next 100 years. All of that when we get back next. Your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The popularity of cremation is on the rise. Unfortunately, so is the cost. I'm Dustin D'Alessandro, supervisor and funeral director. To keep the cost down, the Thomas M. Smith Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Blawnox and the D'Alessandro Funeral Home and Crematory Limited in Lawrenceville have on-site crematories. By performing the cremation on-site without losing custody of the remains, our funeral homes can defray those costs and pass the savings on to you. Our fee for a direct cremation is only $1,250. This low-cost, direct cremation offer is available to all residents of Allegheny County. Surrounding counties will incur a slight additional fee based on mileage. Contact us with questions or to schedule an appointment by calling the Blawnox office at 412-828-5700 or our Lawrenceville office at 412-682-6500. Our websites are thomasmsmithfuneralhome.com and delisandroltd.com.
In the news, we're hearing a lot about data centers. Just take a listen to what Stacey Garrity has to say.
In very rural Pennsylvania, you have areas that are in the middle of nowhere. What perfect places to put data centers?
That was Stacey Garrity, folks. And it's pretty clear that we should be worried about what she has in mind for us in small towns and rural communities.
48 out of 67 of our counties in Pennsylvania are rural. So there are a lot of areas where you can put data centers.
Ohio's kicking our butt. They have over 192. We have a lot of catching up to do, but you know what? We need to deregulate.
Deregulate data centers? We all know what Stacey Garrity means. No local control, no regulations, higher electric bills. Go to this website, truthaboutgarrity.com. and see for yourself why we can never trust Stacey Garrity to look out for us.
Paid for and authorized by Shapiro for Pennsylvania.
Imagine every time your business makes a sale. Inventory updates, an invoice is created, customer records are updated, accounting stays current. That's the power of Odoo. One fully integrated platform where every part of your business works together, automating tasks, eliminating extra steps, and saving you valuable time. Everything connects. Everything works. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Pros, find the right flooring for the job in Lowe's newly redesigned flooring showroom. Shop our expanded assortment of trusted brands and get up to 35% off style selections, Stainmaster, and Stainmaster Pet Protect Special Order Carpet. And while you're here, save $100 on a DeWalt 20-volt max 6-amp-hour 2-pack of batteries, now just $179. Get more of what you need faster and save more where it counts from the ground up. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 8/26 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, listen, before we get out of here, let me just kind of summarize some things to just give you something to think about. We'll get back at it in a couple of hours, and, of course, my colleagues will be here later in the day. Look, I just want us to get back to some sort of a semblance to where we can actually stand on common ground together. You see, what has happened, and this is another thing that we have lost since we lost manufacturing. We've hurt our schools, brick and mortar, roads, bridges. We all know that, right? But we have also not learned how to actually communicate because it used to come natural. So now, because we've all been basically sequestered away from each other, we're not in that assembly line, we're not in that lunchroom. So much stuff is doing online, Zoom meetings and this and that, and all of the other electronic gizmos and gadgets. People don't know how to communicate. So as opposed to actually talking through something, it's either my way or no way. And because you have the ability, because it's just the written word, or maybe you FaceTime someone, it's not like being in their face. You can just click off, end it, put it in the trash, delete it, do whatever, out of sight, out of mind. So if you're not in a work environment where you're talking to somebody, and even though you may have a different opinion, if you do not communicate face-to-face where you actually have to sit and listen to the other person physically, it's not going to work. And I should have realized all of this when all of this stuff started, and COVID only made it worse. But this is how politicians are, because their constituents are so hardcore, either right or left, that they can't meet them halfway, meaning their fellow colleagues, whoever the fellow congressman, congresswoman, someone in Senate, man or woman, Republican, Democrat. They can't. But you had Fetterman, who was actually doing this, and he could have been a great lightning bolt to make somebody realize you can get a lot more by actually sitting down and communicating. You know, Tip O'Neill and Ronald Reagan did it beautifully back in the day. And it's probably one of the reasons why we had a really brisk economy in the 80s. I mean, if you think about the late 70s, it was DEFCON. Double-digit inflation, gas rationing. This is like the late 70s. Reagan comes in, Reaganomics, kind of like Trump came in this second term with the Doge and the tariffs. And I'm thinking, hey, man, maybe we're going to do what we did then, because everything changed. Even though I found out later, Ronald Reagan was not a big fan of the steel industry, which that was highly disappointing. But nonetheless, he made the people believe that it was worth spending money to make money. And I think, you know, there have been people that have been trying to do that, like a Fetterman or a McCormick, like this energy summit that Dave McCormick, the senator, had not too long ago. That was basically saying big neon light flashing to where everybody could see it across the Commonwealth in every county. Open for business. Open for business. Listen, you tell me how you get a company, Fortune 500 from the Netherlands, Royal Dutch Shell, Shell Oil, to come to the banks of the Ohio River and spend, first off to be said, $2 billion, then $4 billion, then $6 billion, $8 billion, and beyond. 8,000 building trades workers cleaning up an area that was so polluted that it would have never been safe to do anything other than just grow weeds. So how is it that they come here, build their own rail yard, one of the most spectacular things I've ever seen in my life, because of the natural gas being here that you can actually utilize to power your plant and not pay electricity bills, nor has it affected people's electricity bills in western Pennsylvania. I live in Monaca. My bill is the same now as it was before Shell came. So that's my argument towards the data centers, because they too are going to be using natural gas. My thought process. But again, you got to take your time and make sure that you just don't jump into it. But we've seen what Royal Dutch Shell has done, and obviously they made a little bit of a profit last quarter. And if more people would buy in and more permits would get available, they would have other livestock, feeder stock companies come in that would build, because they would use them and their resources to basically make their business work. Why is it that British Petroleum is not here? Why is it that Exxon is not here? They came for the river, the roads, and the rail, right? Well, we have that down the Ohio River, up the Ohio River. It's everywhere. Why isn't it? Because we in this Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, for some reason, are bullish on business and manufacturing. I don't know if we're fearful that we may have to go work for a living. We feel as though that time has come and gone. We're still stuck thinking about smokestacks and soot in the air and dirt on the streets and rivers that are being polluted. That's not going to happen again, ever. Just like Royal Dutch Shell, these companies spend billions of dollars to make sure they are good neighbors. And as far as I'm concerned, they've been great neighbors. And from people that I know who live near that steel mill in the place that is Edgar Thomson, Mon Valley, they say it has been a breath of fresh air. And I know people are all waiting. When are they going to start building? When are they going to start fixing? Look, you don't spend $15.9 billion on a deal unless you plan on making money. They didn't do it for their looks. It's not like they went out and bought a new Corvette and parked it in the garage and never drove it. You may want to clean it up a little bit more than your regular car. You may not want to drive it as much, but you're going to keep cleaning it and you're going to keep driving it. And right now, they're going to spend a whole lot of money, Edgar Thomson. And what does that mean? That we're going to have more tax dollars for school, more tax dollars for first responders, for police forces, snow removal, all the things that everybody takes for granted until it's gone. And right now, it is a very tough day every day in and around this region, not just Pittsburgh. But I don't care where you're listening to me right now, even if you're watching me on X or YouTube or that Metropolitan Window video screen, or you're just listening on the Odyssey app, I don't care where you are. Times are tough. And the only way we get back to some sort of a semblance in America, just like our parents and grandparents did, we baby boomers, that assembly line, all walks of life, race, religious beliefs, didn't matter. You learned each other's culture. You embraced each other. You looked at each other like brother or sister because you knew you were only as good as that person next to you on that assembly line. It's like me, Rob doing the news, Ryan running the board, being the producer. I can't do this alone. I may be out in front, and I may be the one talking to you right now, but there's a lot of moving parts here. It's a team effort, and we have lost our way in America when it comes to being a team player. And it's why education is hurting. It's why law enforcement is hurting. It's why brick and mortar is crumbling. It's why families are disintegrating in front of our very eyes. It's why school districts are having a tough time even buying school books and laptops and things that are needed for every student who should have the exact same thing no matter where they are in and around this country so they can use those tools to learn, because education is power, knowledge is power, to the point where without it, you have no fighting chance. And maybe these are the stories that will finally jumpstart us to realize the only way back is putting hammer to nail and building things. Because when you build things in a community, you build things for future generations. It's like one brick on top of a brick. The more bricks, the stronger it is. The more opportunities, the more cash flow, the better everyone is. I'm telling you right now, we have a good thing in John Fetterman and Dave McCormick.